glaring, and the snowball's floral sun hat had long been taken off. She has two cute little pigtails, a tilted little head, and is waving her little fists, clearly giving her dad a lot of face. Excitedly, she says baby talk, da tilda. Kai Yue's lips curled slightly. Since you want to see it so much, I'll show you your dad's amazing basketball skills today. The atmosphere group squeaked owl. The man's gaze moved away from the little snowy face and landed on Lin Zhye's face. He saw Lin Zhye with her eyes lowered, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow over her eyes, making it hard to discern the emotion in them. The man slightly pressed his lips together. When he played basketball, besides wanting to show off to Zuduan, he wanted to demonstrate to her even more. Who told her to only notice that guy with the surname Chen during high school? Even at the end of her last basketball game at Kijang, she handed the mineral water in her hand to Chen Jianshu. Now, he is going to let her take a good look at himself. From now on, her eyes would only have him, and no one else could fit in. Kai Yue didn't say much. He placed the snowball back in the stroller, rolled up the cuffs of his white shirt, and walked towards the basketball court. He casually picked up a basketball from the ground, and the ball traced a beautiful arc in the air before a three-pointer landed smoothly in the hoop. Immediately after, Kai Yue jogged to pick up the ball again, with his knees slightly bent. As he propelled himself off the ground, he leaned back to perform a jump shot for the mother and daughter duo. He seemed to feel that showing off his skills was not satisfying enough. As he dribbled the ball to the basket, he raised it high above his head with one hand, his clearly defined arm tense and straight, then exerted force to complete a powerful one-handed slam dunk. With a loud clang, there was a huge noise. The basketball was slammed hard towards the hoop. The sunset glow seemed to burn more intensely because of him alone. Kai Yue casually turned around and waved to the mother and daughter in the stands, his smile dazzling in the sunset, as if time had never left a mark on him. Zhu Tuan, this super cheerleader, was very effective. She waved the finger biscuits in her hand, emitting cheerful little baby voices to cheer for her dad. However, Lin Zhyeyan quickly lowered her gaze, trying to hide the crystal tears that were almost overflowing from her eyes. While Kai Yue turned his back to play ball, she secretly turned her face to wipe the corners of her eyes. At that moment, 16-year-old Lin Zhyeyan seemed to have returned to her own body. The once introverted, insecure, and sensitive girl, that memory sealed away by time, surged in her heart like a tide. At the end of the second semester of sophomore year, Kijang and the neighboring Sanjiang held an inter-school basketball game on this basketball court. Lin Zhyeyan remembered that day. The basketball court was crowded with people, and the noise was deafening. The students who were about to enter the tense preparation for their senior year all wanted to seize this last opportunity to enjoy a wild celebration. Lin Zhyeyan was squeezed in the middle of the crowd. Her white canvas shoes were grimy from being stepped on by someone. Her hair was a complete mess from being jostled, and even a small keychain on her backpack was knocked off. But she didn't care about any of this. She protected the ordinary bottle of mineral water in her hands with her body, ensuring that no one could see her, and with eyes filled with expectation, excitement, and admiration, locked onto the brilliant young man on the court. The whistle signaling the end of the game finally blew. Lin Zhinian broke through the crowd and squeezed onto the basketball court. She mustered all her courage, her heart racing so fast it felt like it was about to jump out of her throat, and with hesitant and slow steps, walked towards Kai Yue. But in the end, she was a step too late. A circle of girls who wanted to bring him water was surrounding the pond. Each girl was brightly dressed and looked lovely. The boy surrounded by the crowd reacted coldly, muttering a thank you, but he did not accept any of the water offered to him. Lin Zhinian tightened her grip on the bottle of mineral water, her gaze sweeping over her dusty canvas shoes that had been stepped on. She didn't know if she was like these canvas shoes, dusty and dull, ultimately not as pretty as the class flower from the neighboring class. For the 101st time, she chose to retreat in front of Kai Yue. Just as she was preparing to leave, a clear and warm male voice suddenly came from beside her. Chen Jiaru blocked her way, adjusted his glasses, smiled slightly, and half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "Lin, aren't you going to offer me a bottle of water?" Previously, during the physical fitness test at the gym, Chen Jiaru had brought her medicine, and she still hadn't returned the favor. Now that he made such a small request, Lin Jinyan simply couldn't refuse. Her gaze swept towards Kai Yue, who was surrounded by many people not far away. In a daze, she felt that Kai Yue's gaze had vaguely glanced over at her, before slowly moving away, as if he was even reluctant to spare her a single glance. Lin Jianyan deeply lowered her head, not daring to look at Kai Yue more than once, fearing that her hidden girlish feelings would be exposed to the sunlight, and laughed at by her friends for being too deeply infatuated. After all, he is the school prince, the idol in the hearts of many girls. How could he possibly belong to her? Lin Jianyan no longer hesitated and handed the bottle of mineral water, which she had protected well and was imprinted with her fingerprints, to Chen Jiasu. Chen Jiasu smiled as he unscrewed the bottle cap and drank a couple of gulps in front of her, reminding her, "Be careful during the next physical test and don't get hurt again." Lin Jinyan thanked him sincerely, saying, "Thanks to you last time." Chen Jiasu suddenly changed the subject and asked about her parents. "Do your parents still argue often?" Lin Jinyan was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Chen Jiasu was interested in her parents' arguments. "I guess it's okay, they have always been like that." After a pause, she guessed that this study committee member probably also had worries about her family of origin, so she kindly shared some of her own insights. "How my parents relate to each other is really not something I can interfere with, because their world is another cocoon that needs to be respected. I can't change my parents. It might be better to change myself, because rather than being mired in doubt and pain, constantly consuming myself, it's better to bravely accept the unchangeable reality." Seeing the disapproving look on Chen Jiasu's face, Lin Jinyan explained, "Diverting is not a sign of weakness or avoidance. Rather, it is about reallocating limited mental resources away from the fruitless endeavor of transforming others, and instead investing in the upgrade of one's own system." Lin Jinyan coughed lightly, borrowing a phrase from someone else's essay. True freedom lies in how one interprets their role. Just like Sisyphus in Camus's work, acknowledging the absurd is precisely the beginning of transcending the absurd. This realization grants one the initiative to reconstruct meaning. Undoubtedly, this other refers to Kai Yue. She is the representative for the Chinese language class and can see everyone's essays. This sentence was written by Kai Yue in an essay. She took a peek at Kai Yue's Chinese exam essay while helping the teacher carry the test papers. She particularly liked this sentence at first glance, secretly jotting it down, and at home she copied it into her diary, giving herself the courage to reconcile with life every time she read it. Chen Jialu seemed not to expect her to say such a thing. His hand holding the mineral water bottle paused slightly, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the light. Lin Jinyan couldn't see his expression clearly, only noticing his furrowed brow, seeming to carry a hint of confusion. Lin Jinyan didn't continue to argue, slightly nodded as a signal, and after stealing one last look at Kai Yue's profile, turned and left the basketball court. But Lin Jianyan didn't expect that would be the last time Kai Yue played basketball at number 7 high school. Half a month later, when the second-year students were on summer vacation, Lin Jianyan heard the news that Kai Yue suddenly went abroad. That day she was completely confused, bought a bottle of mineral water, and sat aimlessly at the basketball court for half a day. She regretted it too late, her heart ached with frustration. if she knew that was the last time she would see Kai Yue play basketball. She would definitely muster the courage to hand over that bottle of mineral water. So what if everyone laughs at her for a bit? Her little stubborn pride is actually a bit ridiculous. After all, in this school, which girl doesn't admire the campus heartthrob? It's quite normal for her to have a crush in secret. Kai Yue's departure took away the most beautiful fantasy in the heart of girl Lin Jianian. Since then, she has never encountered such a dazzling person again. After returning home from the 7th middle school, Lin Jianian was still immersed in nostalgia, filled with regret, until she received a frantic call from Wang Siwen. Wang Siwen's excited voice came through the receiver. Zai, have you seen online? President Kai holding Zhu Tuan's video went viral. Lin Jianian was surprised. What, it went viral? Wang Siwen hurriedly said, I sent it to you, quickly take a look. I heard this video was moved from the Kijang forum and became popular online in just a few hours. Since there's this sudden trending topic, why not take advantage of President Kai's popularity to promote IRA? We're opening tomorrow. Trust me, now is the best time for IRA's launch. Oh no, this way we can save a huge amount on advertising. Lin Jianian was still dazed after hanging up the phone. She quickly clicked on the link Wang Siwen sent her, glanced at it and was left shocked. The video title is, Who Can Refute? He Must Be the Hottest Dad in History. The video is 1 minute long, set beside the sculpture at Qizhang, showing Kai Yue coaxing the upset Zhu Tuan, holding her in one arm while bringing her closer to see the sculpture. The snowball puffed up her small lips, her small pink fists clenched tightly, her short legs stubbornly refusing to move, throwing a tantrum in her father's arms. It wasn't until the 52nd second of the video that the snowball finally started to laugh. She let out a giggling laughter, revealing 4 little milk teeth, with her face as red as an apple. There are already over 10,000 comments below. Cute dad and adorable kid. This scene is so beautiful, I can't imagine how happy the baby's mother must be. This dad is really gentle with the child. He is really sincere and comforting. It's obvious that he often takes care of the kids. You guys don't even recognize the school hunk from Kai. He is our school hunk from class 7. I missed the school celebration today. What a pity. I'm shocked. I have heard about the school hunk from Kai, but I thought he was a big shot. How can he be so gentle? After a while, the comment section took a dramatic turn. Don't you think that little one steals the show even more? Haha. With a big belly, small hooves, and chubby little short legs, it looks quite substantial. Can't eat it, really can't eat it. I suggest the little one's parents write a book titled Michelin Baby Feeding Guide. Under the wave of traffic dividend, the IRA Sweet Snow Children's Clothing online store was launched, fully prepared and just waiting for the right opportunity. On the day of the launch, Lin Jianian activated her certified private account as a children's clothing designer, an IRA Sweet Snow brand owner, and released the first video of her child. She had too much material about the snowball on her phone. Just pulling out a few clips of daily videos and adding background music could be edited into a hilarious video. Lin Jianian looked back at the bits and pieces of Snowball's life and couldn't help but marvel at how fun this little chubby girl is. Not only does she provide her with design inspiration, but she also offers a continuous stream of comedic inspiration. Lin Jianian sent all these trivial life materials to Raven, who quickly completed the editing of Zhu Tuan's first short video. After seeing the final product, Lin Jianian couldn't stop smiling and intentionally paired it with a funny caption. Can this little one go learn to dance? Tagging IRA Sweet Snow's official account and attaching the shop link. In the video, Zhu Tuan's big eyes sparkle, and with a sweet smile showing only 4 little teeth, she waves her chubby hands and pudgy feet, swaying to the rhythmic background music. Raven accurately timed it so that every movement of Zhu Tuan perfectly matched the beat of the music. This video is a compilation of more than a dozen clips from Zhu Tuan's daily life. Of course, in every video clip, Zhu Tuan is wearing the children's clothing and accessories designed by their own brand. Blue and white checkered crop top, little devil black tulle skirt, pumpkin princess onesie, khaki little bear romper. The little model is very expressive. Every outfit designed by her mother showcases her strengths perfectly. The soft and plump bun-like face, the round watermelon belly, the particularly lively little round hands and chubby feet, and that small mouth babbling baby talk opening and closing. Lin Jinyan originally just wanted to try a small promotion in this way, but the results exceeded her expectations. The first video of Zhu Tuan went online for just over an hour, and the view count skyrocketed. Most of the audience came from Kai Yue's dad video, while another part consists of cute kid fans specifically tracking adorable content on the internet, along with a batch of parents with strong purchasing power but very cautious spending habits. The first highly rated comment quickly exceeded 10,000 likes. No need to doubt, Zhu Tuan is exactly the dream child of all the aunts, and from now on, she will be my internet daughter. Wang Siwen orderly published several promotional images containing brand slogans on the official Ira Sweet Snow account. Tiny Threads Infinite Adventure, Small Clothes Big Adventure. Ira Sweet Snow, natural design plus organic cotton plus functional cutting, defining a new era of children's clothing. Click the link below to get the same style as Zhu Tuan. Grand opening promotion, 20% off for 2 items and 30% off for 3 items. Wang Siwen, who is processing data in the background, was so excited that he was at a loss for words. Zhizhai, our small shop's opening promotion is really impressive, and the follower count of the official Ira account is steadily increasing. Woo woo woo, the clothes are selling out, they really are selling out. Currently, the best-selling item is the little devil black tulle skirt, and there are only 5 pieces left in size 19. Lin Jinyan was at home with her child eating pumpkin rice noodles, smiling and said, "I really didn't expect the effect to be so good." She glanced at Kai Yue, who was coaxing Zhu Tuan to eat complimentary food, and teased, "Zhu Tuan has earned a special merit, and Zhu Tuan's father can receive first-class merit. After all, our Kaida is still famous after so many years, paving a new path for Ira by his own efforts." Kai Yue was feeding Zhu Tuan complimentary food. At the words, he raised an eyebrow slightly and fed another spoonful of pumpkin rice noodles into his daughter's open mouth. Zhu Tuan didn't care about any special or first-class merit. Ever since she tried the rice noodles last time, she suddenly changed from hating complimentary food to loving it. The little one clenched his small fists, let out a call, indicating to Dad that he had swallowed it, asking him to hurry and feed another bite. She is really hungry. Lin Jianyan's gaze shifted away from the snowball who was eating heartily to Kai Yue's face, and a hint of confusion flickered in his brows. Kai Yue also didn't know what was wrong. Ever since returning home from the school anniversary at Kijang, he had become strangely different. The smile on her face has become less frequent, and the times I joke with her have decreased, but the style in bed has become more intense, and she occasionally looks at her with a complex gaze. Kai Yue, who originally had a rugged and stylish male appearance, appears especially stern when he is not smiling, which makes Lin Jinyan feel quite anxious. On the other end of the phone, Wang Siwen laughed heartily and said, "That's right, thank you, President Kai. President Kai has made outstanding contributions to our little shop." Wang Siwen's loud voice came through clearly from the phone, and Lin Jinyan confirmed that Kai Yue must have heard it. She deliberately winked at Kai Yue, who slightly curled his lips, looking indifferent to praise or criticism. Wang Siwen eagerly suggested, "Zhai Zai, since the traffic is picking up, how about we strike while the iron is hot and have an online live broadcast today?" Lin Jianyan looked embarrassed and said, To be honest, I don't really know how to be a host." Wang Siwen hurriedly said, "Don't worry, just chat casually with the viewers along with Zhu Tuan. I'll prepare some materials for you later. All the questions about Ira are in there. If you really can't continue, you can just say you have something to do and end the broadcast." Lin Jianian hesitated for a moment but was persuaded. "Okay, I'll give it a try." After finishing her solid food, the little snowball sat contentedly at the children's table, her chubby little hands resting neatly on her small belly, and she even let out a pumpkin-flavored burp. Kai Yue put down the empty bowl of solid food, removed the little bib from in front of the snowball, and grabbed a wet tissue to wipe her mouth. Lin Jianian smiled and praised her daughter. "Snowball is really great. She never makes adults worry about eating." Kai Yue wiped her hands and said in a leisurely tone, "This is indeed a rare advantage." The snowball's belly is very full and her chubby little short legs are completely still. She babbles in baby talk, making little cooing sounds. In this world, nothing is more important than eating. After the snowball finished eating, Kai Yue prepared to go back to work. Before leaving, he hugged Lin Jianian's waist and gently kissed her forehead. "See you tonight." Several aunties, cooks, and drivers turned their gazes towards him. Lin Jinian blushed and pushed him away, saying, "Aha, see you tonight." Kai Yue smiled at her and left the room. Lin Jinian's face remained flushed for quite a while. The strangeness of this man has increased by another degree. Became clingier and more cheesy than before. What on earth is he doing? Lin Jinian furrowed her brows and thought for a moment, still not knowing what was on Kai Yue's mind. Just then, Wang Siwen urged her to start the live stream. Lin Jinian temporarily set aside her speculation about the man's thoughts. She studied the materials provided by Wang Siwen for a while, and with a nervous heart, opened the live stream. The live stream had just started not long ago when a group of viewers poured in. Due to Lin Jianian felt a bit nervous, so she held the chubby cub in front of her and softly greeted everyone behind her. Therefore, all the viewers saw on the live stream screen were the round little faces of the snowball. The snowball was wearing Ira's pre-sale outfit, a maroon floral camisole, a matching bib around its chubby neck, with two little buns tied on its head and a maroon bow hairpin clipped in. The little guy was so excited to see himself in selfie mode again. The little one has a pair of big eyes that exude shyness, narcissism, with a curved little mouth and his chubby little hands padded in front of the screen. It looks just like he's greeting the audience in a live broadcast. "I was hit hard by Zhu Tuan's beauty, sob. She really has combined the best features from Kai Zioka and Lin Shiji's faces. Thank you everyone, this is my daughter, I'll go pick her up later." There is no evidence of a neck plus one. This meaty neck can't even accommodate a drool towel. Zhu Tuan thinks that mom's hand chicken is really fun. She giggled while looking at the screen, showing her 4 big white teeth. The face is so big that it doesn't fit on the whole screen. Cut, but besides being cute, what other skills does she have? Lin Jinian watched as the comments from netizens kept flooding in, replying one by one to questions about the snowball's daily life and Ira children's clothing. The number of online viewers in the livestream room rapidly increased from double digits to triple digits, and then quickly jumped to 4 digits. Lin Jinian was originally feeling very anxious, but the lively little one sitting in front of her silently eased her embarrassment and also lifted the atmosphere in the livestream room. Until a certain comment caught her eye. "Mom, look quickly, the baby stole the lipstick." "Haha, the baby is being very quiet, definitely up to some mischief." Lin Jinian was taken aback and looked down at the chubby girl in her arms. It turns out she was too focused on answering the question about Ira opening a shop and didn't notice the snowball in her arms. The snowball twirled its chubby neck, its cunning and bright eyes looking at Mom, with the corners of its mouth raised, but it was gnawing on a lipstick, which was the one Lin Jinian had casually left on the table after touching up before the broadcast. Lin Jinian couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Snowball, you." Fortunately, Snowball wasn't clever enough to open the lipstick cap yet, and was just gnawing on the outer packaging. Lin Jinian had no choice but to take strict measures to take away the lipstick, reluctantly saying, "Lipstick really can't be eaten. How about mommy gets you a teether or a small cookie later?" The lipstick was snatched away from Snowball, instantly making her cry, with tears rolling down her face like little pearls, her small mouth pouting, and her little face looking as aggrieved as a pink cupcake. Lin Jinian placed Snowball in the crib to sit alone for a while, immediately rummaging through the toy box to find a corn teether, and hurriedly walking over to hand it to her. Snowball was still sobbing, her small body shaking, looking extremely angry and in a state that seemed impossible to soothe. Lin Jinian stuffed the teether into Snowball's arms. The little one stopped crying after getting the corn teether but looked quite proud. She clenched her round little fists and wouldn't say a word, her face all flushed with anger. Lin Jai had a look of helplessness, planning to turn off the livestream first and then slowly comfort Zhu Tuan. When she walked over to say goodbye to the viewers, she realized that the number of people online in the livestream had already surged to 5 figures, and the direction of the phone screen happened to capture Zhu Tuan sitting on the bed. The audience saw the back of Zhu Tuan. The little one stopped crying and instead showed an angry attitude. It seems rounder when angry. Angry like a round ball. Although the audience knows that laughing at this time is quite inappropriate, they can't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. Besides being cute, she has quite a lot of skills. Baby, the way you look when you're angry is so polite. Pointing at her fingers, her silhouette is so round, can I give her a gentle kick? July has quietly arrived. In the midst of a busy life, we find leisure to gather with friends and enjoy afternoon tea. Wow, Jizzy, Siwan, you two are amazing. Our Ira just opened for a little over half a month and the store is completely out of stock on every item. This sales figure is simply incredible. Boss Lin, Manager Lin, I'm so excited right now that I even want to quit my job and come help out. Lin Jinian rubbed her forehead and said with a headache, I still have to go find the manufacturer to restock tomorrow. For a newly opened online store, the sales speed of clothing is indeed astonishing, especially for the store's best-selling item, the Little Devil Tulle skirt, which inexplicably sells better than other styles. In just half a month, over 2,000 pieces have been sold, boosting the store's search ranking by 50% single-handedly. Lin Jianian and Wang Si-wen did not expect such a result, leading to a current situation of high demand and low supply, forcing them to temporarily open a pre-sale. At this moment, both of them genuinely feel the enormous workload, feeling somewhat overwhelmed and perhaps needing to hire another full-time operations assistant. Ira's development is as swift as a tide. Although Wang Si-wen is exhausted, she is glowing with joy and her eyes sparkle. She raised her fruit tea and smiled at everyone, saying, Thank you, sisters, for your support. May our Ira Sweet Snow sell well. Wishing for much success. Wishing for much success. Several girlfriends raised their juice cups to celebrate, but there was a bottle of light pink milk mixed in, which looked a bit out of place. Zhu Tuan did not understand what her mom and aunts were doing, but she was thrilled to be out and playing with them. Seeing everyone raise their afternoon tea, Zhu Tuan popped the pacifier out of her mouth and raised her milk bottle. Yeah, Zhu Tuan danced with joy, her big eyes sparkling with bright light, her chubby little short legs kicking back and forth, her small body swaying. Zhu Tuan was so excited that she forgot she had just drunk milk. While she babbled in baby talk, a little milk dribbled out, leaving her little mouth white, like she had grown a circle of whiskers. Today she was wearing a fashionable peach-colored ruffled romper, without any other pants, exposing her 2 chubby Michelin short legs. Mom and the aunts were all amused by Zhu Tuan's silly appearance, laughing heartily. Lin Jinian gently wiped the corners of the baby's mouth with a tissue, her eyes softening. Our Zhu Tuan is indeed a backbone member of Ira. Lin Jinyan has already set up a trust account under the name of Zhu Tuan, and in the future, 7% of Ira's equity, along with 30% of the principal's personal income, will be distributed to Zhu Tuan. This money will be saved as Zhu Tuan's private funds to contribute to the future of the children. Wang Siwen expressed strong agreement, stating seriously, "At least more than half of our first batch of clients were attracted by Zhu Tuan's videos and live broadcasts." Yang Shuang gave a thumbs up to Zhu Tuan. "So we always call Zhu Tuan a female celebrity, and that's not just empty praise." Kaio Kinking happened to be sitting next to Lin Jinyan, so she picked up Zhu Tuan and sat her on her lap. "Our Zhu Tuan is really fit to be a female celebrity." The snowball was praised by everyone until she felt a bit dizzy. Her little face flushed a bright pink. She cheekily stuck out her tongue at everyone, her expression quite proud, and in a babyish voice joined the adults in the discussion. "Mama." Zio Menki asked in surprise. "Zai Zai, is Zhu Tuan now able to call Mama?" Lin Zhai Nian smiled awkwardly and said, "To be honest, I'm not very sure if she really can call it. She can produce a lot of consonants now, like Baba, Dada, Mama, but I think it's more like she's making sounds without truly understanding the meanings of those words." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Tuan clearly and loudly shouted towards the cheese strawberry cake in front of Kaio Kinking, "Daddy." The group of girlfriends laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. "Ha ha ha, how is my 7-month-old little girlfriend so interesting?" Lin Jinyan adjusted her forehead and couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Tuan first called out Mama Baba last week, and both Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue were particularly happy. But unexpectedly, the next day during mealtime, Zhu Tuan loudly called out Daddy, while pointing at the little pig pattern in her bowl. Lin Jinyan laughed so much that tears of laughter came out. Kai Yue, on the other hand, held a small silicone spoon and put a mouthful of spinach noodles into Zhu Tuan's mouth, laughing exasperatedly. "Kai Zhu, eat your noodles quickly, don't yell next time." Seeing her mother laugh, although Snowball didn't know why her mother was laughing, she laughed along. Giggle giggle tilde. Snowball curled her little mouth full of noodles, her little face was rosy, and her smile was extremely radiant. She continued to shout loudly Daddy at the little pig pattern. Since that incident, the young parents completely demystified the fact that the Snowball calls them Mom and Dad. Lin Zhai Nian couldn't help but recall the frustrated yet helpless expression of Kai Yue towards their daughter. Just as she was thinking of him, the phone rang. It was someone's exclusive ringtone. "Lin." The light in Zhai Nian's eyes brightened for a moment, and then he shyly answered the phone. "What's wrong?" A man's deep, lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Where are you? I'll come to pick you up." He must have closed the fountain pen, because Lin Jinyan heard a very faint click. She could imagine the man's well-defined fingers gently bending, then carelessly pressing the pen cap on the veins on the back of his hand, would bulge into a more sensual curve because of this light movement. Oh right, he must be using his right hand to cover the fountain pen, because he is used to using his left hand to make phone calls. After not receiving an answer for a long time, Kai Yue puzzledly said, over there." Lin Zhai Nian finally came to his senses and realized he had been lost in thought again. She doesn't know what's wrong lately. She keeps losing focus, and whenever she sees Kai Yue, her heart races particularly fast. How strange. Lin Jinyan quickly reported the address of this afternoon tea dessert shop and arranged to meet Kai Yue at the mall entrance. Kai Yue smiled and said, "I should arrive in half an hour." Lin Jinyan answered okay and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jinyan noticed that several of her close friends and the little Snowball that had just finished feeding were all staring at her. Lin Jinyan frowned. "What kind of look is that?" "Oh, the smell of romance is almost overflowing. I really can't stand it." "Exactly. You have all had kids, yet you still act like high school first love." Every time Zhu Tuan encounters the topic of conversation, she jumps in like a little girlfriend. Yeah. Lin Jai Nian touched her warm cheek, ignored her friend's teasing, and just said she had something to do and needed to leave. She picked Zhu Tuan up from Kaio Ching Ching's lap, wiped the milk stains from her little mouth, and placed the chubby girl into the stroller. Since Zhu Tuan could sit up, I changed to a lightweight and easy-to-push stroller. Lin Jinyan helped Zhu Tuan fasten the 5-point safety harness, put a pink flower hat on the chubby girl, and prepared to put shoes on the little one. Zhu Tuan was unwilling to wear them, swinging her little short legs a couple of times. Lin Jinyan looked helpless and took out another pair of shoes from the bottom of the stroller. You don't mean you want to wear this pair, do you? Zhu Tuan's big eyes lit up. She stretched her little feet straight and babbled to her mom that she wanted to wear this pair. Lin Jinyang smiled helplessly and had no choice but to put those shoes on the cub's little feet. These shoes were knitted by her out of boredom one day, originally intended as a toy for Zhu Tuan, but unexpectedly, Zhu Tuan liked them particularly. A few friends saw Zhu Tuan's feet and couldn't stop laughing. Lin Jinyang, you are too much, haha, you actually put flip-flops on Zhu Tuan. Between the two little toes at the top of the plump feet, there was a white flip-flop, transforming into a chubby double-decker bus. The snowball swayed her fair little feet in front of her aunt's, raised her proud little face, showing off her new slippers. Ha ha ha, that's good, make sure to keep those little feet snug, just don't let them fall off. Our little bestie really has her own style. What do you know, a chubby baby's shoe taste is just that fashionable. After bidding farewell to her best friend, Lin Jinyan pushed Zhu Tuan to the first floor of the mall and headed straight for a luxury counter that specialized in fountain pens. Lin Jinyan glanced at the time. There were more than 20 minutes until Kai Yue arrived, which was enough time. In a while, it will be Kai Yue's birthday, and she has made a little money recently, so she wants to give Kai Yue a small gift. A fountain pen would be just right. She tore a small rice cake for Zhu Tuan to nibble on in the stroller, while she focused on studying the latest styles displayed in the showcase. Just then, a clear male voice suddenly rang out from next door. Lin Jai Nian. Lin Jai Nian turned around and said in surprise, Lawyer Chen, what a coincidence. Chen Jiasu was dressed in a gray suit, wearing half-frame glasses, with a warm smile. My law firm is nearby. He then bent down to greet Zhu Tuan. Hello, little friend. Zhu Tuan was nibbling on the rice cake, smiling very sweetly. Lin Jianian returned a polite smile and said, Lawyer Chen, are you here to buy a fountain pen too? Chen Jiashu nodded and helplessly said, Yes. Several pens in the office have been taken by someone, so I happen to have some free time today to come and take a look. Lin Jianian didn't know how to make small talk for a moment, so he said, this brand of fountain pen isn't bad, my partner likes it. Zhu Tuan also tilted her little head and smiled at Uncle Chen, saying, Daddy, meaning that her father likes it very much tilde. Chen Jiashu's smile seemed to fade for a moment but quickly returned to his signature gentle expression as he pointed to another side of the store. I'll pick out something over there. I prefer that series. Lin Jian nodded, okay. Lin Jian browsed through the selections and ultimately chose a limited edition, Future Relics, fountain pen series for Kai Yue. This pen features a temperature-sensitive coating in its body that reveals a star map pattern when held, making it a cool series full of sci-fi aesthetic and futuristic appeal. The slogan is, Écrire l'avenir, graver le passé, write the future, engrave the past. Lin Jinyan felt that this pen matched very well with Kai Yue. The shop assistant apologetically said, This pen is the only display model we have. If you want a brand new one, we would need to order it from Country F. Ma'am. If you are not in a hurry, we can call you when it arrives, and you can come to pick it up then. Lin Jinyan readily agreed. She generously prepaid a 6-figure amount, then raised her hand to check the time. Kai should be arriving soon, right? Lin Jianayan pushed the cub, who was still engrossed in eating rice cakes, and prepared to leave the pen shop to wait for Kai Yue at the entrance of the mall. At this time, Chen Jiashu had just finished paying and was holding a small bag, preparing to return to the law firm. The two of them walked out of the pen shop together and politely exchanged a few pleasantries at the entrance. "Have you driven? Do you need me to take you and the child?" "No, thank you. My husband is coming to pick us up." "Okay, see you next time at the class reunion." Lin Jianayan smiled and said, "All right, see you next time." Zhu Duan had just finished her rice cake and she sucked her little meat fingers, lost in her own little world, saying in a baby voice, "Yaya Tilda, the rice cake is so delicious." When Kai Yue arrived, he happened to see this scene. Lin Jinyan and Chen Jiashu were standing side by side at the entrance of the store, chatting and laughing as if they had just come out of the store after shopping together. Just like that year in the second year of high school, they would also wait for the bus together at the bus stop after school. Chi Yue was riding his road bike alone, watching their figures from behind. The boy from back then did not approach. Instead, he turned around and rode home in the opposite direction. At this moment in the mall, Chi Yue also did not step forward. He turned around and left, although he felt a burning sensation as if being pricked in his eyes. After saying goodbye to Chen Jiashu at the door of the pen shop, Lin Jinyan raised his hand to check his watch. Seeing that it was about time, he pushed the snowball and hurriedly made his way towards the mall's entrance. From afar, she spotted the tall silhouette of Kai Yue. The man was dressed in a dark shirt and black trousers, standing straight with his back to the Fountain Plaza. Lin Jinyan chuckled quietly, leaning closer to Zhu Tuan, and softly said to the little guy who was staring blankly at the nearby fountain, "Zhu Tuan, be good and don't make a sound. Let's go surprise Dad, okay?" Zhu Tuan kicked his little chubby feet wearing flip-flops, stretching out his small, white, tender hands to wave in the air. "Meow meow Tilda," Zhu Tuan winked at his mother, his little eyes revealing a hint of mischief. Nowadays, there is a concept of currency in the little world of snowballs. If anyone wants her to do something, they must first pay with currency. Lin Jinyan pinched the chubby little face of the baby and said helplessly, "This is the last pack for today." As she spoke, she took out a pack of rice cakes from her mommy bag, tore open the packaging, and handed it to the snowball. The snowball's eyes smiled into crescent moons, revealing 4 small white teeth, reaching out with its little round hand to take the rice cake, gnawing at it with delight. Lin Jinyan adjusted her hairstyle, quickly took out a peach-colored lip gloss to touch up her makeup, and then smiled slyly as she walked towards Kai Yue, who was standing by the fountain square. Normally, with just one more step, this man would definitely notice her and would turn around to grab her. But today, Kai Yue seemed to be lost in thought, standing completely still. It's as quiet as a sculpture. Lin Jinyan seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, stood on tiptoe, jumped onto Kai Yue's back, hanging onto the man like a pendant, and covered Kai Yue's eyes with her hands from behind. The ambush was successful. "Hey handsome, are you alone? Can we add each other on WeChat?" The warm breath of the man came from his palm, and Lin Jinyan noticed that Kai Yue was slightly taken aback. Immediately afterward, she heard him lazily chuckle and say, "Sorry, I can't comply. My wife won't allow it." Kai Yue seized the opportunity to hold Lin Jinyan's hand, taking it away from his face. The man turned his head back, and Lin Jinyan was gazing at him with bright, sparkling eyes, a full smile on her face. She seemed very happy today. Kai Yue lowered his gaze, hiding the complex emotions that flashed through his eyes. He casually asked, "Are you going to have afternoon tea with friends today?" Lin Jinyan found his question inexplicable and glared at him in a spoiled manner. "Of course, why else? Did you not go shopping?" A certain pen she bought earlier flashed through her mind, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She secretly imagined how Kai Yue would look receiving the gift, and she thought that she must insist he clip the pin she gave him onto his suit jacket every day. Just thinking about it made her happy. She waved her hand and said, "No, there's no time to wander around. You know those sisters too well, they can chat for too long. We talked all afternoon without an end." Kai Yue's jawline tightened slightly, and he softly replied with a He did not speak again, but took over the baby carriage with the snowball and silently pushed it forward. The silhouette looked a bit cold. Lin Jinyan's smile faltered slightly, and the hand that was originally prepared to reach out and hold the man's arm froze in midair. She bit her lip and quickened her pace to catch up with the baby carriage, pretending to be indifferent as she asked, "What about you? Are you busy today?" In the past, at this time, Kai Yue would always describe his tight schedule to her in a humorous tone, even mockingly lamenting that work, though the least significant aspect of life, takes up so much time, and he would boastfully say he wanted to raise the snowball to 18 years old so that she could take over the group's affairs, because he wanted to travel the world with Lin Jinyan. But today, Kai Yue surprisingly replied with just, "It's okay, not too busy." The tone sounded just like usual, but the slight curve of his lips and his overly aloof expression revealed that he was not quite right today. Rationality told Lin Jinyan that what she needed to do now was to communicate well with Kai Yue, but emotionally she was completely unable to do so. The more she cared about him, the less efficient she could communicate in this atmosphere. Lin Jinyan felt a surge of anger inside her and gave Kai Yue a cold look, her tone as indifferent as possible. "Oh, that's quite good." After she finished speaking, she puffed up her chest and quickly walked past the baby stroller, leaving Chiyu with a solitary and proud back. The little chubby one in the stroller finished the rice cake, leaned against the back seat of the stroller, cradled its round little belly with its tiny, round hands, looking utterly satisfied and intoxicated, with little feet in flip-flops that didn't move at all. Lin Jinyan walked further and further away, while Chiyu maintained a stern face, using a wet wipe to clean Zhu Tuan's mouth. The snowball is full, letting the adults play with her, she cutely calls out, "Meow meow tilde." Kai Yue said softly, "Kai Zhu, Mom doesn't want to deal with Dad anymore, what should we do?" The rice cake is crispy and fragrant. Snowball, holding her round little belly, shook her small body and burped. She smiled sweetly at her dad, revealing 4 small white rice teeth. Kai Yue fed Snowball water, his voice a bit hoarse. "You are the happiest with no worries at all." On the way home, Lin Jinyan became angrier the more she thought about it, turning her head to look out the window in frustration and no longer paying attention to Kai Yue. After returning home, she was determined to continue the Cold War and resolutely refused to talk to Kai Yue. After dinner, Aunt Wang picked up the well-fed chubby baby Zhu Tuan, wiped her small mouth and small hands, and exchanged a glance with Aunt Zhao. Both aunts looked worriedly at Lin Jinyan's back as she went upstairs and then glanced at Kai Yue, who was still leisurely eating at the dining table. It was obvious that these two did not know why they were arguing. Mrs. Kai did not say a word throughout dinner, silently bowing her head to eat and not once looking at Mr. Kai. Although Mr. Kai seemed to be eating, almost all the dishes on the table were barely touched. His face did not look good, and his finely shaped thin lips were pressed into a cold arc. After Lin Jinyan went upstairs, Kai Yue quickly put down his chopsticks, stood up from the dinner table, expressionless, picked up his suit jacket, and slowly walked upstairs. At this moment, the well-fed Snowball was playing with Aunt Wang in the little pig pen. The little dumpling can now not only sit alone for a while, but can also occasionally crawl a short distance on the crawling mat. The adults were busy arguing, while Zhu Tuan was diligently practicing her big movements, shuffling her chubby little body towards the crayon Shin-chan toy. Puffing and panting, Zhu Tuan's little face turned red with effort, and her small round hands finally reached the wind-up toy. The little one raised her face with a proud smile, hoping that her aunt would praise her. However, she did not expect that today. While the aunt softly complimented Zutuan a few times, she always gazed worriedly at the stairs leading to the second floor, seemingly lost in thought. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Lin Jai Nyan held her face tight as she picked up her pajamas, preparing to go to the bathroom to take a shower. She was trying to keep it together on the surface, but tears were already welling up in her eyes and the tip of her nose was red. She took a deep breath in front of the mirror, holding back the hot tears that were about to overflow. Yang Shuang, who has been through several relationships, is right. When it comes to cold wars, you really can't outplay a man. What does Kai Yue really mean? Did he never like me at all? Are the sweet nothings of this year, the love words whispered in bed and the sweat poured out, all just lies? Is everything that has happened after our reunion just because of the unexpected arrival of the little one? And did he marry me only out of responsibility? He had rationally said before marriage that marriage is not a union of feelings, but a grand gamble. I should have seen it clearly back then, but now I am being carried away by emotions and getting deeper and deeper into it. The door of the dressing room was suddenly knocked on, and Lin Jinyan saw Kai Yue's figure in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. She quickly turned her head and secretly wiped away her tears with her fingertips. Kai Yue said softly, "Do you have a moment now? Can we talk?" Lin Jinyan replied irritably, "I don't have time. There's nothing for us to talk about." She picked up her nightgown, wanting to rush out of the dressing room, but was grabbed by the wrist by the man. Lin Jinyan angrily wanted to shake off Kai Yue's hand, but Kai Yue not only didn't let go, but instead held her tightly in his arms. Her face was buried right in the man's chest. The scent lingering around her nose was familiar and full of a sense of security. Lin Jinyan once again realized that she was in too deep, struggling in his arms, and the more she cared, the harsher her tone became. "Let go of me, I don't want to see you. You should sleep in the guest room tonight." Kai Yue held Lin Jinyan, and every time he felt down, his voice would be particularly cold. "If you don't want to see me, then who do you want to see?" "Definitely not you. I'd rather see anyone than you," Lin Jinyan said in anger, her eyes turning red, speaking incoherently. "Didn't you say that the essence of marriage is just a gamble? Then we're just teammates raising a child together." "Just a teammate." A wave of dull pain surged in Kai Yue's heart, and he held the struggling woman in his arms a little tighter. He didn't even know what he was really struggling against. Those who love deeply can only eventually surrender. Kai Yue, admit defeat. Lay your bleeding heart bare in front of her. So what if she hurts him? Being hurt by her is still better than being ignored by her. Continuing to play deaf and mute is also an option, but he would rather she give him a real opportunity, a chance to truly enter her heart. Being timid has never been his style. He decided to hand over this knife that could kill him to Lin Jinyan. Kai Yue tightly embraced Lin Jinyan, inhaling the fragrance on her body. After a moment, he softly said, "Even though you don't want to see me and want to send me to the guest room to sleep, I just want to see you and want to sleep with you." Lin Jinyan was taken aback for a moment, stubbornly biting her lip, her eyes filled with tears that were about to fall. The man spoke calmly and solemnly, "I want to see you every minute and every second. When I can't see you, I think about you. To me, you are definitely more than just a teammate for raising the kids." Hot tears rolled down from Lin Jinyan's eyes, and she held her breath, quietly waiting for the man's next words. Kai Yue said quietly, "Lin Jai Nyan, no matter what assumptions you have in your heart about me and our relationship, I must express my feelings to you without reservation. At first, my desire to marry you was not a momentary impulsive adventure, nor was it a grand gamble. Now that we live together, it is certainly not just for the sake of co-parenting our child or being teammates who share life." He paused and said, "You are my wife, and I have not only the desires of the mundane world for you, but also a sincere heart." That is to say, I love you. Lin Jinian, I have loved you for a long time. It was as if Lin Jinian's world was shaken by a loud bang, causing the entire world to fall into a severe earthquake. So is Kai Yue confessing to her? He said he loved her. He actually really said he loved her. He also claimed that he fell in love with her a long time ago. Although the words sound nice, Lin Junian is not so easily convinced by Kai Yue's words. Lin Junian, don't forget that Kai Yue is the capable captain who can turn white into black and black into white in the debate team. What men say or vow in bed or during an argument cannot be taken seriously. He must be looking for an excuse for today's Cold War that started without reason, or he just wants to distract her. Lin Zhijiao spent a few minutes doing psychological preparation for her chaotic feelings, pursed her lips, and tried to maintain the momentum from the argument just now. Oh really? I find that a bit hard to believe. That said, her body no longer struggled, leaning softly against the man's chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. Even her messy hair had become smooth. She heard a low rumbling sound from the man's chest. What would it take for you to believe? Lin Jianian rolled her eyes and threw out the first question. Why are you so fierce to me today? Kai Yue paused for a moment, then awkwardly spoke. I'm sorry, it's because I'm jealous. Lin Jianian looked confused. Jealous? Kai Yue tightly pressed his lips together and made a sound of agreement. After all, everyone calls him cool guy, and he really can't bring himself to say more. Just make a point. Lin Jinian should be able to understand his meaning, right? Lin Jinian was extremely surprised, thinking it over. The only guy she had interacted with the most recently was Raven. No way, is he going to be jealous about this too? She is not interested in younger brothers and has no feelings for trendy boys. Zhao Menqi's ex-boyfriend was just a trendy boy. At that time, Zhao Menqi would often call Lin Jinian, crying and complaining, saying that no matter what kind of man she finds, she mustn't find a trendy boy, because every time she went on a date with her trendy ex, he would spend more than 2 hours getting ready, and the only date activity would be having her take his picture from various angles. After taking the photos, the trendy ex insisted on hearing compliments from Zhao Menqi and had to be praised as super handsome. Otherwise, he would sulk on the spot. Lin Jinian raised her eyebrows, placed her hands on her hips, and seriously and loudly emphasized to Kai Yue, I have no interest in him at all. Can you please stop being jealous for no reason? It's really absurd. Hearing her unusually serious statement, Kai Yue couldn't help but smile slightly. The man, with his hands in his pockets, had the tension between his brow and eyes relieved, and his expression became much more pleasant. Oh. He also felt regret for his childish behavior in the afternoon. No matter what story Lin Jianian and Chen Jiashu had, it had long become a thing of the past. He respected her past and her privacy. But back at the shopping mall, he should have approached her confidently instead of weakly turning to leave. After returning home, he should have communicated with her earlier instead of allowing the two of them to remain in a cold war. But every time he encountered something related to Lin Jinian, he involuntarily became completely unlike himself, turning into a proud and impulsive young lad. Lin Jinian continued to ask, You said you like me. When did that start? Was it before the snowball was born or after? The two sharp questions Lin Jinian threw out one after another carried a hint of trembling sincerity and confusion. Kai Yue understood clearly that once he answered these questions, it would be equivalent to revealing his cards completely. He had previously been in the debate team and participated in countless business negotiations after starting work. He knows negotiation skills like the back of his hand. The most important point is that one must never reveal their cards unless absolutely necessary. Before revealing one's cards, one must engage in a battle of both real and false tactics in order to confuse the opponent, identify their weaknesses, and secure the upper hand. He understands all of this. However, When Kai Yue looked down at Lin Jinyan in his arms and met her slightly moist eyes, a corner of his heart instantly softened to the point of almost collapsing. He didn't want to use any tricks on her, even knowing those tricks would be beneficial for him, even knowing that using them might achieve his goals faster. But now he only wanted to show her his sincere cards. Kai Yue remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Jianian tightened her grip on the collar of his chest with her fingertips and urged, "Hey." The man came back to his senses and gave a barely noticeable sigh, his voice helpless. "Do you really want to hear?" Lin Jianian's eyes sparkled with a flicker of expectation. Kai Yue lowered his gaze, his expression somewhat complicated, "But I don't know where to start." As soon as he finished speaking, the two heard a tap-tap-tap knocking sound coming from the master bedroom door, along with a small voice shouting sweetly, "Ba ba ba ba." Aunt Zhao said hesitantly at the door, "Sir, madam, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here to pick up the bath toy duck for Zhu Tuan." Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue exchanged a glance. Kai Yue raised an eyebrow, while Lin Jinyan lifted her face and said softly, "The topic we were just discussing isn't over. Let's continue next time." "Oh." Kai Yue held Lin Jinyan tightly, not letting go, while Lin Jinyan helplessly pushed him away. "Hey, let go of me. I need to go get the duck for Zhu Tuan. She refuses to take a bath without that green duck." Kai Yue held her waist with a naughty demeanor. "Then you can't ignore me." Lin Jianian shook off the man's hand wrapped around her waist. "Let's see how you perform." A hint of a smile flashed in her bright eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly as she jogged to get bath toys for the snowball. The little one was already anxiously waiting at the door, her small voice very loud. "Meh meh." Lin Jinyan opened the door and couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw how the little one looked. The snowball's fur stood on end. It was a real and true frizz. Because she needed to take her for a bath, Aunt Zhao helped her take down the braided twin buns that had been tied up for half the day. As a result, the snowball's hair completely exploded, turning into a disheveled mess. "Zuduan, are you a little mushroom, ha ha ha?" Zuduan saw her mom smile, and the little dumpling also revealed 4 white little teeth, laughing kek-kek, making her small body sway, while the mushroom cloud on her head wobbled along, becoming even more like a fluffy and messy little mushroom. Lin Jinyan held back her laughter and quickly took out her phone to take crazy photos of Zuduan for keepsake. Kai Yue walked to the door, watching Zuduan, who was giggling foolishly, and Lin Jinyan, who was laughing so hard she bent over and still didn't forget to take photos of the little one, with a slight smile on her thin lips and delight in her narrow eyes. Aunt Zhao silently observed the expressions of the two protagonists, then let out a long sigh. They finally made up. 40 minutes later, Lin Jinyan returned to the master bedroom, holding the soft and fragrant bundle after a bath and a milk feed. The little bundle was wearing a sky blue spaghetti strap romper, sitting on the bed playing with a round little belly. Although the little snowball's hair no longer frizzes after washing, its slightly long hair is too fluffy and occasionally obstructs the eyes, so Lin Jinyan put a light blue headband on the snowball. Although its little face is round like it was drawn with a compass, the snowball looks chic wearing the headband and has transformed into Dayaming Tuan. Dayaming Tuan grabs a Montessori cloth book with its fair little round hands, its big eyes round and bright, sparkling with life, while its little mouth babbles baby talk. Lin Jinyan pinched the soft little dumpling's face. "You look a bit like your dad. He was just as cool in high school." A sudden sound of footsteps came from behind. "What are you saying about me?" Lin Jinyan turned around and saw Kai Yue walking out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, the man still exuding steam. Lin Jinyan pointed at the fabric book in Zuduan's hands and simply explained to Kai Yue, "I'm going to take a shower. You play with Zuduan using this busy book." Kai Yue replied, "No problem." She also added, Let's continue our chat after the snowball falls asleep. Kai Yue smiled helplessly and said, okay. Lin Jianian hummed a song as she walked into the bathroom, while Kai Yue picked up the chubby dumpling and the cloth book together and placed them on the crawling mat. The snowball, just over 7 months old, is in a leap period of development, particularly eager to learn to crawl. Kai Yue saw that the little one who had just been placed on the crawling mat had flipped over by itself and was lying on its stomach, with its little round hands pressing hard on the mat, its chubby little bottom raised high, and its toes stepping on the mat, striking a rather unstandard push-up position. Her little face was flushed from trying too hard, and it was evident that she really wanted to move, but her body coordination wasn't good enough yet, so she didn't know how to move. Kai Yue slightly curled her thin lips and reached out to hold one of the snowball's little short legs, wanting to help her a bit, but unexpectedly received a serious warning from the little ball. "Owl," Snowball protested to Daddy in a fierce manner. "Don't touch her, she wants to learn by herself, Tilda." Kai Yue raised her eyebrow slightly and said, "It seems you are someone who loves to explore on your own." Snowball huffed and puffed, trying to exert herself. She originally wanted to walk forward like an adult, but for some reason her little toe nudged, and she crawled back 2 steps. Snowball HMPH. Snowball does not believe in evil, continues to crawl, and ends up moving backwards a few steps with her hands and feet, like a very uncoordinated little frog. Tried 5 more times but still couldn't crawl freely. The snowball is so fussy. The little one rolled over while howling, lying still on the play mat like a spoiled child, turning into a baby bed. Chiyu gently advised, "Snowball, Dad tells you, failure is never the end but a necessary stop on the path to growth. Even the moon has to go through phases of fullness and emptiness to become complete. Behind every leap in human civilization lies countless bruises from falling down." Snowball wasn't interested in hearing her dad's big truths. She clenched her little pink fist and smashed her chubby little bread-like feet onto the crawling mat, making her small belly even rounder out of anger. Kai Yue had no choice but to pick up the pouting little pufferfish and place her on the crawling mat to sit. He opened the fabric book that Lin Jianian had assigned to him and said to the little one, "Your muscles and bones haven't developed properly yet, so gross motor skills should be developed gradually. There's no rush for crawling. Let's learn from this book first." Snowball responded obediently in a tiny voice, "Yeah, Tilda." Kai Yue opened the Montessori busy book and played with Snowball together. The little dumpling curiously reached out to touch the various textured switches on the book. Each item felt different. Snowball's eyes suddenly lit up as she gently poked with her soft fingertips. Kai Yue introduced each item to Snowball. "This is a gear, this is a clock, this is a shoelace. Try whichever one you like." Snowball stretched out her round little hand, grabbed the tied shoelace and pulled hard. With a whoosh, the shoelace was untied by Snowball. Kai Yue praised, "Well done." He retied the shoelaces on the book, and Zhu Tuan happily laughed. Keek. Her soft little paws grabbed the shoelaces that Dad had just tied, and in less than a second they were pulled apart again. Zhu Tuan was filled with a sense of accomplishment, smiling with 4 little rice teeth, her big eyes sparkling brighter than the stars. "Hee, this nest is so great." Kai Yue played with Zhu Tuan for a while with the clock, and then taught her how to unbutton. Although the little dumpling's small hands are strong, her movements are not delicate enough. She wanted to use brute force to pull the button off, but in the end, she still couldn't grasp the technique. Her mood instantly changed from sunny to cloudy. She angrily threw the entire busy book to the side and didn't even look at it again. When Lin Jinyan came out, she saw the little princess throwing a tantrum while Kai Yue casually sat nearby, not trying to comfort her. Lin Jinyan spoiled the little princess to the utmost. Who made her little princess angry? It must be the other party's fault. She hurriedly picked up her little darling from the crawling mat. The little one pitifully called out "Yi yi" a couple of times and rubbed her little head against her mother's chest. Lin Jinyan said with a stern face to Kai Yue, "Kai Yue, if you bully her again, you'll have to sleep in the guest room." Zhu Tuan had learned to flaunt her power and also yelled, "Ow, ow," at her dad. "Sleep in the guest room." Kai Yue looked at the unreasonable mother and daughter, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, laughing with anger. Lin Jianian cuddled her chubby little darling back to bed, and the little dumpling cozied up in her mother's arms, playfully whining for a while before quickly falling asleep. Just after Lin Jianian placed the soundly sleeping dumpling back in the crib, she was swiftly picked up by a man and thrown onto the big bed. Kai Yue lay down beside Lin Jinyan, his strong arm wrapped around the petite woman, his warm breath brushing against Lin Jinyan's forehead. Lin Jinyan pushed hard but could not push him away. She said in a muffled voice, "Didn't we say we would continue discussing the topic about the dressing room?" Kai Yue said in a low voice, "We must talk about it, but now is not a good time. How about I take you out for a big meal another day? Because I want to be a bit more serious." After all, it's a confession that spans many years. It's an explanation to the young Kai Yue. Kai Yue feels that a sense of ceremony is essential. After all, one can't just randomly find an evening and hide under the covers to discuss important life matters. Lin Jianian kicked at his leg that was wrapped around hers with her toes. "If we're not chatting tonight, then why are you clinging so tightly?" Kai Yue chuckled, "What's wrong? You can hug a snowball to sleep, but you can't hug me." He deliberately learned to act like a cute snowball, rubbing his chin affectionately against Lin Jinyan's cheek. Lin Jinyan couldn't believe it and smiled. What, this man looks like a cool guy, yet he actually wants someone to hold him to sleep. At the same time, she felt a little soft-hearted. Now that she understood the reason for the inexplicable Cold War today and that Kai Yue had confessed to her, she realized that she could guess without needing to have a big meal and chat. He must have developed feelings for her over the year of being together. After all, cough cough, she felt that after years of accumulation, she still had many shining points about herself. When Lin Jinyan's thoughts were drifting, Kai Yue was mimicking the adorable way a snowball acts stubbornly. He moved his position down, rubbed his head against her chest, and then glanced up at her, his tone a bit spoiled. "Wife, hug me, okay?" It felt like a jar of thick honey had been poured into her heart. Lin Jinyan couldn't even bring herself to scold him, nor could she raise her hand to hit him, because his pitiful gaze was like that of a puppy. Men acting spoiled is really unbearable. Throughout July, the couple's plan for having a big meal and chatting has not come to fruition. There's nothing they can do. Both of them are too busy and their schedules just won't align. Every time Lin Junyoung finally has some free time, Kai Yue is held back by work. And when Kai Yue is free, Lin Junyoung is busy beyond belief. Ira's order volume is experiencing explosive growth, and Lin Junyoung and Wang Siwen are busy to the point of dizziness in the studio. The new assistant hasn't been hired yet, so the two of them have to take on multiple roles, managing the entire team's workload. Every morning upon waking, the first thing Lin Junyoung does is check the sales data from the previous day and handle urgent customer complaints, such as exchanges due to sizing issues. Following that, she rushes back to the studio to prepare new materials, needing to release 3 posts, be it images or videos, for promotion daily, and 2 online live broadcasts per week. In the afternoon, the two are busy with shipping, checking inventory, and communicating with suppliers about restocking needs. By the end of the day, they have been moving non-stop without a moment's rest. It wasn't until August that this busy and almost frenzied state began to ease a little. The studio hired operations assistant Ivy to help handle various complicated affairs, allowing Lin Jinyan to refocus on product design and brand promotion. On the morning of the day, Snowball turned 8 months old. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast, while little Snowball stayed in the playpen beside the table called Happy Little Group Home. After much effort from the little one, Snowball finally learned to crawl properly in late July at 7 months old, no longer just dragging on the ground slowly, nor moving like a funny little crab with alternate hand and foot motions, and definitely not just moving backward without going forward. Zutuan has mastered a very standard crawling posture. While crawling, she raises her proud, soft little face, her belly off the ground, crawling on her hands and knees. The speed is getting faster and faster, even faster than an adult walking. Until Lin Jinyan was really worried and had to confine her in the Happy Little Group Home enclosure. Although there is no absolute freedom inside the enclosure, there is absolute safety. There are no sharp edges of marble, no stairs that are impossible to descend once climbed, and no glass ornaments that topple at the slightest touch, just some plush toy animals, colorful fabric books, and various uniquely shaped educational toys. These toys are Snowball's favorites, but at this moment, Snowball thinks nothing is more important than freedom. The little one didn't even glance at the toys. She wiggled her little bottom and crawled to the edge of the Happy Little Group Home enclosure, lifting her lotus root-like arms and tightly gripping the railing with her chubby little hands. She looked at her parents, who were eating breakfast not far away, with her wet, big eyes, her cherry blossom-colored mouth opening and closing, making a pitiful little baby sound. Momo Tilda, Snowball patted the railing, her little voice very loud. Baba Tilda. Lin Jai Nyan and Kai Yue turned their heads at the same time and saw a chubby little human sitting behind the railing. She was wearing a lemon-yellow romper, with 2 little buns tied on her head, each with a small yellow flower tucked in front of each bun. Lin Jai Nyan smiled helplessly and quietly asked, Snowball, don't you like the toys inside? Kai Yue leisurely wiped his hands with the napkin and added, Zutuan, actually, what's outside isn't necessarily more fun than what's inside. Mom and Dad wouldn't let her out, so Zutuan had no choice but to grab the cloth book nearby and chew on it forcefully. Lin Jai Nyan was drinking orange juice and gently said to the little one, Baby, books are for learning knowledge, not for eating. Zutuan whimpered 2 times, her little milk voice very wronged. What's wrong with adults? Didn't Dad say we need to eat knowledge? Isn't she currently trying hard to consume knowledge? Why are we talking about her again? Zutuan used all her strength, utilizing her 4 small teeth and half a growing tooth, biting hard, but still couldn't manage to swallow this thing called knowledge. Looking at the little one who really didn't want to stay in the enclosure, Lin Jinyan's heart softened, and she opened the gate. When Zutuan saw the door finally open, she transformed completely, her eyes gleaming a few shades brighter. She hurriedly crawled towards the door, afraid that if she waited even a second longer, the prison door would close again. Lin Jinyan gently reminded, Silly Zutuan, take your time. Finally having successfully escaped from prison, Zutuan sat at the entrance of Happy Little Tuan's home, her little expression quite smug. She waved her tiny fists and babbled away in baby talk to express her joy. The freed little one started to crawl around on the floor, excitedly crawling around the fence for a while, then crawling back and forth on the floor by the dining table, never stopping for a moment. Lin Jinyan continued to have breakfast. She glanced at the little one crawling all over the place and said with confusion, Sometimes it's really hard to understand what babies are thinking. The toys inside are 100 times more fun than those outside, but she insists on playing on the cold floor outside. Zutuan, you look like a little puppy crawling like that. Kai Yue raised his eyebrows and smiled. Where is the little puppy? Clearly it's a little pig. Zutuan didn't care what her mom and dad said. She was enjoying her freedom to the fullest. The little one was holding a tissue in her small hands, sitting on the floor, ripping it apart continuously, and babbling baby talk. Adults do not understand that everything in the world except for toys is a toy. HMPH tilde adults can't understand me. That's because I'm too smart. After Snowball was let out, it stopped whimpering, and Kai Yue and Lin Jianian continued to have breakfast. Kai Yue took the initiative to report his plans for the next few days to Lin Jianian. I will set off after breakfast. This time I will stay at the branch in Heishi for about 4 days and come back on Saturday afternoon. Are you all going back to the old house today? Lin Jai blinked playfully and replied, That's right, Grandma Zhu Tuan called me several times a few days ago, saying she wanted to see the child. After breakfast, I'll take Zhu Tuan back to play with Grandma and conveniently borrow your family's super mansion for a live stream. Kai Yue nodded. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. He put down his coffee, lifted his thin eyelids and hinted, Let's have dinner when I come back from Heishi. Lin Jai's eyes flashed with a smile. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and hummed lightly, That depends on whether I have time. Kai Yue asked leisurely, Designer Lin, Manager Lin, is it possible to schedule a time with you now? Lin Jinyang tilted her head and said, It is possible, but my schedule is hard to predict. I might leave you hanging. Kai Yue lightly tapped the table with his fingertips and smiled, Just don't schedule me for last place. Lin Jinyang rolled her eyes, wanting to continue bantering with the man to improve her expression skills, when suddenly Aunt Wang's anxious voice came from next door. Zhu Duan, don't play this. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue looked towards the snowball at the same time and were both stunned. They saw a certain chubby cub who was originally quiet, not obedient at all like they imagined. At some point, she had secretly moved one of Lin Jinyan's slippers to a corner to play with, holding the slipper to her chest to play wasn't enough. She even wanted to put it in her little mouth to gnaw on. Zhu Duan's eyes sparkled. She opened her mouth wide, ready to taste this thing that adults said not to touch. Little Tuanzi has long discovered a rule. Anything that adults don't let you touch is a good thing. Lin Jianian. Just at this critical moment, Aunt Wang, who was closest, rushed over in a single step and snatched the slippers from the little dumpling's arms. The snow dumpling, whose slippers were snatched away, burst into tears, her big eyes turning red and glistening, as crystal-clear tears slid down her little face, and her chubby short legs kicked around on the ground. Lin Jinyan quickly picked up the snow dumpling, gently comforting her, planning to reason with her after she stopped crying. Kai Yue said slightly sternly, Kai Zhu, you are not allowed to play with slippers next time. There are many dangerous items in the house besides slippers that you cannot touch. The snowball, who was in a huff, wouldn't listen. She blinked her big, shiny eyes and angrily waved her small fists at her dad. Woo-woo, Daddy is bad. Daddy is being mean to her again. Lin Jianian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly tried to mediate the conflict between the father and daughter. Zhu Tuan was so angry that she took it out on the old house. Zhang Wenli took the chubby girl with swollen cheeks and a frown, feeling heartbroken. Oh, my dear granddaughter, who bullied you? Zhu Tuan's little round paws rested on Grandma's shoulder, her chubby little bottom swaying from side to side, crying out pitifully. Isn't it your son who bullied me, Tilda? Lin Jinyan explained with a smile. It's nothing, Zhu Duan is just mad at her dad. Zhang Wenli's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard this. She finally found the opportunity to bring it up. Zhu Duan, darling, your dad is bullying you. Grandma loves you the most. Why don't you sleep at Grandma's house tonight? Zhu Duan sat quietly and said nothing. Lin Jinyan hesitated a bit. This. Zhang Wenli enthusiastically grabbed Lin Jinyan and said, You and your daughter should stay here tonight. You can stay in Chiyu's room. I've already had it cleaned and I've prepared toiletries for you. Lin Jinyan still had some hesitation. Will it be inconvenient? Zhang Wenli immediately replied, Of course it will be convenient. You can stay as long as you like. As she spoke, she hurriedly took the snowball and walked towards the back garden, waving to Lin Jinyan, I'll play with the snowball in the garden. Today, I've also invited Yuan from the Lao He family. The two children can keep each other company. Zionian, aren't you going to do your live stream? You can go ahead with your work. After saying that, she seemed worried that Lin Jinyan would refuse, so she hurriedly walked towards the back garden holding the snowball tightly. The snowball peeked out from Grandma's shoulder and looked at Mom. She was wearing a small lemon-yellow lace hat, looking silly and not knowing why she was suddenly carried away. Lin Jinyan. Baby, if you've been kidnapped, just blink your eyes. After Snowball reacted, he waved his little hand at his mom, his eyes curving into crescent moons, smiling to reassure her. Lin Jinyan sighed helplessly. Fine, if we have to stay for a night, let's just treat it like a trip to a mansion. She glanced at her watch. There was still an hour until the live stream started, and she needed to go get her makeup done and prepare a bit. The old steward led Lin Jinyan into the interior of the old house, and the two took the elevator to the 4th floor. They walked through a corridor lined with numerous postmodern art pieces on either side, turned the corner at the end, and arrived in front of a door. The old steward smiled at Lin Jinyan and said, "Madam, this is the room where the young master has lived since birth. I have replaced all the sheets and blankets with brand new ones, so you can use them with peace of mind." He opened the door and nodded, saying, "If you need anything, just call me on the internal phone." After saying this, the old steward left. Lin Jinyan stood at the door, curiously observing everything. Chiyu's room is rectangular, with excellent lighting, and connects to a south-facing balcony. The most eye-catching feature of the room is a wall of sports equipment, where several competition-grade road bikes and a variety of cycling helmets are hung, and next to it, a shelf neatly arranged with several basketballs and the awards he won in competitions. Several deep space photography works with different nebula themes are hanging above the bed. The tall bookshelf is filled to the brim with books, and a professional astronomical telescope is placed by the window. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Lin Jinyan's heart as she took a step and entered Kai Yue's private territory. Lin Jinyan carefully explored Kai Yue's room. Despite being uninhabited for a long time, the house was spotless, obviously well cared for. She walked up to the bookshelf and casually pulled out a book. A book titled Introduction to Astrophysics is propped against the bookshelf door, pretending to read. Lin Jinyan pursed her lips and chuckled, involuntarily sketching the scenes of her past life as a youth in her mind. 16-year-old Kai Yue, dressed in the blue and white school uniform of 7 High School, always had his collar buttoned down casually. Did he also once lean against this spot? One hand in his pocket, the other holding a book, he appeared indifferent to the profound knowledge it contained. Lin Jinyan moved to the small sofa by the window and casually lay down, reclining in a comfortable posture. She knew Kai Yue's preferences like the back of her hand. Rather than that neatly made bed, this corner that could bask in the morning light was truly his favorite place. The sofa faces southeast, and the summer morning sunlight pours in through the windowsill, casting the light shadow of a butterfly that lightly flits by, leaving a lively silhouette on the boy's high-bridged nose, chiseling his sharp features into an even deeper profile. Lin Jinyan could only imagine this scene, and joy surged up in her heart. After sitting up from the sofa, she moved to Kai Yue's desk, looking around to confirm that no one was nearby, then playfully lifted the corners of her mouth, secretly propping her feet up on the tabletop while mimicking the pose of the boy Kai Yue from her memories, crossing her ankles in a cool manner. She could be 100% sure that the boy Kai Yue had definitely made the same move before, either before playing video games, or when he was impatiently tormented by homework and English listening exercises, or just on an ordinary lazy afternoon. Lin Jinyan's performance was almost addictive. A clear and crisp ringtone suddenly broke the silence, causing Lin Jinyan to flinch and quickly retract her feet instinctively. Due to the suddenness of her movement, her heel hit the corner of the table heavily, not only causing her eyes to well up with tears from the pain but also forcing the drawer of the desk to open slightly. Ouch, that hurt so much. Lin Julian rubbed her ankle and prepared to push the drawer back into place. Just then, an unusual color entered her line of sight, a soft and elegant shade of blue, delicate as silk, subtly shimmering with iridescence in the dim drawer. This didn't seem like a color that Kai Yue would like, nor did it appear to be a boy's item. Lin Jianian raised her eyebrows slightly, a strange feeling passing through her heart. But before she could investigate further, the ringtone of her phone rang again urgently, like a death knell. Lin Jinian hobbled to answer the phone. It turned out Raven had already arrived at the Kai family gate. Not only was there a live broadcast today, but Lin Jinian also planned to shoot a set of outdoor promotional materials for Zhu Tuan. Raven complained, "Sister, my dear sister, I've been carrying this pile of photography equipment up the mountain and I'm about to fall apart." Lin Jinian was both amused and helpless, but she dared not make any jokes with Raven anymore. After all, there was a jealous man at home. Lin Jinian simply replied, "Got it," and then quickly called the housekeeper to arrange for Raven while she hurriedly put on some makeup in front of the mirror. 15 minutes later, Lin Jinian arrived in the backyard fully prepared. Today, the backyard is quite lively. Zhang Wenli is sitting with Zhu Duan in a toy Bentley car, while He Jiyu is driving a toy Ferrari alone. Sun Hano is sitting under a nearby tree, enjoying some refreshing tea, and Raven is squatting nearby, preparing photography equipment. Sun Hano spotted Lin Jinian at a glance and greeted with a smile, "Jinian." Lin Jinian also smiled as she walked over, "Hano." Sun Hano said, "Zhu Tuan and Yao Yu haven't seen each other for a long time. The two kids are quite peaceful." Lin Jinian tilted her head to observe Zhu Tuan sitting in the toy car and He Jiyu, giving an awkward smile. Sun Hano was right. It is very accurate to describe the two little ones as quite peaceful, as they each play their own games without paying attention to each other or interacting at all. After a brief chat with Sun Hano and informing her that she would be live streaming in the back garden, Lin Jinian went to the small Bentley next to Zhu Tuan and took over the driver's seat from Zhang Wenli. Zhang Wenli, who was sweating profusely, went to rest in the shade and drink some cooling tea. As soon as Zhu Tuan saw her mom, her eyes lit up like two little stars, her chubby body swaying from side to side, sweetly saying, "Mua tilde." Lin Jianian gently kissed Zhu Tuan on the head and asked softly, "Are you having fun? Mommy is starting the live stream now, so you can just keep playing. No need to worry about this side." Zhu Tuan called out again in a sweet voice, "Mua tilde." Lin Jianian tidied up Zhu Tuan's hair and took a good look at the little one's outfit. The little one is wearing the latest collection from Ira, which was just launched last night, Cloud Cherry Blossom in Bloom. Since the Little Devil tulle skirt became the bestseller, Lin Jianian designed a dreamy-style tulle skirt based on the Little Devil skirts pattern. The color of Cloud Cherry Blossom in Bloom is incredibly beautiful, a light pink like cherry blossoms in early bloom, resembling soft petals that have fallen from the clouds, imbued with a sense of dreamy otherworldliness. The pink color reflects the snowball's skin tone, making it look rosy and fair. The stretchy mini skirt wraps around the little one's solid little belly, making it even rounder, while the lightweight tulle skirt hem clings to the skin like petals. Wearing the Cloud Cherry Blossom in Bloom, the snowball transforms into a pink cotton candy that has stepped out of a fairy tale, cuteness to the max. Lin Jinian couldn't help but give the baby a kiss on the cheek again before opening the live stream. As soon as the live stream started, a wave of viewers flooded in. "I was 1 minute late for the live stream today. Woman, what will you use to repay this?" "Snowball, Auntie is here to see you. Woo woo woo, Snowball baby is so good today. If I can't kiss her, I'm going to go crazy." In order to not be driven mad by that rebellious child at home, I have to come see Snowball to heal a bit. Lin Jinyan greeted everyone with a smile. Although she had done 9 live broadcasts, she still wasn't very good at teasing and interacting with the audience. She seriously introduced the product to everyone. The pink dress on Zhu Tuan is the latest style from our era. Friends who are interested can click the link number 8. Everyone can first grab a 30 yuan coupon, and those who place an order in my live stream today will enjoy the best prices. After finishing the introduction of the new product, Zhu Tuan stretched out her little round paw to touch her mother's hand. She turned her little face. Her cherry blossom-colored mouth opened and closed as she babbled in baby talk, and her faint little eyebrows nearly twisted into little earthworms. Lin Jinyan touched the steering wheel and asked tentatively, "Zhu Tuan, do you want a drive?" The little snowball spoke in a soft voice, smiling as she reached out to the steering wheel. Lin Jinyan helplessly had to hold the little snowball on his lap, letting the little one indulge in the joy of driving. The little snowball was extremely happy, her chubby little hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, with a very proud expression. The speed of the toy car was controlled by Lin Jinyan, and at that moment there were only He Jiyu and the little snowball in the backyard, so Lin Jinyan let the little snowball play freely, leisurely taking her for a stroll in the backyard. Lin Jinyan didn't notice that the viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, little Round's hands on the steering wheel are so funny. Snowball, I'm back home, and I'm going to take back everything that belongs to me Tilda. Without further ado, please let Snowball pay her cute tax. Just as Zhu Tuan happily hummed, a gust of wind blew by, and He Jiyu drove his toy Ferrari majestically past the Bentley. Zhu Tuan was immediately dissatisfied. She twisted her round little body and turned to talk to her mother, her little mouth pouting high, humming and muttering to express her feelings. She couldn't let that annoying person surpass her. Lin Jinyan softly comforted, "Zhu Tuan, your brother drives fast because he's already 5 years old. We're still young right now, let's compare speeds when we grow up, okay?" Zhu Tuan pouted, unsure if she understood. 10 minutes later, He Jiyu's little car once again sped past them like the wind. At this point, Zhu Tuan was completely furious, shouting loudly at He Jiyu's back with a voice full of challenge. When He Jiyu heard the shout, he frowned and turned around. Receiving the provocation from Snowball, he also responded unwillingly from a distance. "La la la, if you have the ability, come chase me. You're just a slow little snail." Snowball pouted in anger. No matter how much she yelled, He Jiyu quickly drove away, leaving her with a stylish back view. Lin Jai comforted in a young voice, "Baby, don't be angry. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to drive faster than your brother." Snowball hummed softly, quieting down for a while. Lin Jai thought this stubborn little one had been comforted well. I didn't expect that 10 minutes later, when He Jiyu overtook again. Zhu Duanyu swung her powerful lotus root arms and, in a flash, threw a weapon of both physics and chemistry attack towards He Jiyu, her saliva towel. This saliva towel seemed to be enchanted, landing perfectly on He Jiyu's shoulder. He Jiyu. Lin Jinyan. Zhu Tuan he tilde. The audience in the live stream room was also surprised by this sudden scene. Zhu Tuan's little strength is too much. The materials used in the small workshop are really strong. Has this little one never lost a fight since childhood? I guess she wouldn't lose in an argument either. She just can't speak right now. Once she learns to talk, she'll definitely be 100 times more eloquent than her dad. He Jiyu abruptly threw away the snow. Team Saliva Towel angrily shouting, "Kai Zhu, I will never play with you again." The snowball also showed no weakness, chirping loudly, its volume not inferior to He Jiyu and even louder by a bit. The war between the two children was about to break out. Sun Hano and Zhang Wenli hurried forward to mediate the dispute. Lin Jinyan also hurriedly ended the broadcast to participate in mediating the dispute. The final mediation result is that the two children will play separately. The backyard territory is divided in half. One side belongs to Zhu Tuan and the other to He Jiu, and both sides will not infringe on each other. Lin Jinyan is coaxing the pouting little Tuanzi, who is extremely angry, clenching her tiny pink fists, her short legs swinging back and forth, with her cherry blossom-colored mouth tightly pursed. Zhu Tuan has already decided that she will never play with this annoying brother again. Never again, tilde. All morning, Lin Jinyan was busy with live streaming, mediating disputes, and comforting a very grumpy little one, hardly having a moment to rest. It was only after Lin Jinyan brought Zhu Tuan back to Kai Yue's room for a nap that she finally had some free time. She covered the sleeping Zhu Tuan with a small blanket, gently kissed the little chubby piglet face, and carefully climbed down from the bed. Her gaze swept across the desk drawer, her face showing pure curiosity. Why would there be a girl's things in Kai Yue's drawer? Just take a look. This does not constitute an invasion of his privacy. Who told Kai Yue that he never had a girlfriend before, that he was single? She walked to the side of the drawer, her hand gently raised, ready to pull it open. The phone ringtone suddenly rang again. Lin Jinyan was startled, as if she had been caught red-handed, and she walked quickly to the balcony to answer the call, feeling guilty. Wang Siwen laughed and said, "Zai Zai, haha, your live stream this morning was really funny. How could Zhu Tuan be so strong?" Lin Jinyan rubbed her forehead and smiled helplessly. Wang Siwen continued, "But what I want to say is not this, but that Yun Wang Chu Zhan has only been on the market for less than a day, and yet it has already sold over 300 pieces." Lin Jinyan was surprised. She had been busy and hadn't looked at the sales data. Wang Siwen's excited voice came through the receiver. "Zai Zai, I have a feeling that Yun Wang Chu Zhan will be Ira's first hit product, the hit we have been eagerly anticipating. It has really come." Lin Jinyan was surprised, selling so well. It's only been less than 24 hours. Wang Siwen smiled so widely her mouth nearly reached her ears and said, "I'm going to restock with the suppliers right now and increase the inventory by 20%. To be honest, Yunying Chuzhen is the most suitable for Little Snowball among so many styles in Ira, showcasing all her advantages perfectly. If you don't believe it, you can check the video Raven sent in the work group." Lin Jinyan smiled and replied, "Snowball really looks good in pink." Wang Siwen continued, "Moreover, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and this little dress is suitable for formal occasions. With everything aligned, the timing, the location, and the people, it's really no surprise that Yunying Chuzhen has the potential to become a hit." Wang Siwen scratched her head and exclaimed, "Enough talk, I have to get busy. I still have a lot to do." Lin Jai Nian said softly, "Thank you for your hard work. I'm going to get busy too." After the two hung up the phone, Lin Jai Nian admired the short video that Raven had just sent over, freshly made on the spot. In the video, Zhu Tuan had a pair of big, sparkling eyes and a sweet smile on her face. Lin Jai Nian turned her head, gently brushing away a few small strands of hair that hadn't been pinned up yet. The outdoor sunshine was bright, and the garden of the old house had a beautiful view. Raven even specially used a bubble machine to create many bubbles, making the whole scene dreamlike and even more wonderful than the ones in parent-child movies. Lin Jinyan was smiling while watching the video, not expecting the style of the video to suddenly change. Raven specially made a funny transition effect, shifting to the angry expression of Zhu Tuan, whose small face was puffed up like a bun, with hair almost frizzed from anger. After getting angry, it quickly switched to a scene of a cool girl driving with one hand and a small round hand. The last scene showed a sly glint in Zhu Tuan's little eyes as she decided to throw her dual-attack weapon, a saliva cloth, into the camera. Lin Jinyan. Lin Jinyan. Raven, sister, trust me, this is how the video should be edited. I'm a well-known content creator. How could I not know? Lin Jinyan then posted the short video in the Zhu Tuan Kinkin group for the ants to review, receiving several "love you" messages from them as they laughed and praised it endlessly. She sighed with a smile and ultimately sent out the short video edited by Raven, accompanying it with a serious caption, "See position warning. When you were babbling, the whole world fell into a gentle pink mist. At Ira Sweet Snow Studio." Just when things were wrapping up, the little one who was sleeping on the big bed suddenly woke up. The snowball was sleeping on this unfamiliar bed for the first time and wasn't sleeping soundly. With her eyes closed, her little fists waved in the air, and she was whimpering. Lin Jinyan quickly put down her phone and ran to the bed to pick up the very grumpy little one. The snowball was crying with sniffles, her short arms and legs kicking vigorously, her plump body wriggling like a meatball, and her face was marked with a red waffle imprint. Lin Jinyan looked helpless and gently comforted the little one. "Snowball, why are you so grumpy when you wake up? Is it because Daddy's bed isn't comfortable to sleep on?" Snow Tuan whimpered and rubbed her small head against her mother's embrace, acting cute. Lin Jinyan patted the baby's lotus root-like arms and said, "Even though this bed is a bit hard, Snow Tuan, you have plenty of meat, so it shouldn't be uncomfortable to sleep on it." Lin Jinyan changed the topic and asked, "Snow Tuan, do you want to play with your aunt and uncle? They are both at home for the summer vacation, and you can play with them later." Snow Tuan had just woken up, and she was still a bit dazed and did not speak. After a while of waking up groggily, her mood gradually improved, and she obediently lay in bed, letting her mother help her change clothes. Lin Jinyan dressed Zhu Duanquan in a white onesie adorned with small pearls, carefully styled her hair into 2 small buns, and added a sparkling hairpin with shiny rhinestones. Changing outfits 3 times a day, the meticulous little one truly amazed Lin Jinyan with her exquisite appearance. 10 minutes later, the dressed-up little one astonished Kai Rong and Kai Yun as well. The two hadn't seen Zhu Duanquan for several months, and Kai Rong was in shock. Is she really the same little kid who just lay there silly last time? She's grown so fast that I hardly recognize her. The snowball blinked her big eyes and sweetly smiled at her aunt and uncle, her little face soft and adorable. Kai Yun glanced at the time and frowned, asking, "Sister-in-law, why are you guys so slow? Half an hour ago, they called Lin Jinyan, and she said she was coming down soon. They didn't expect that this soon meant she would only come down half an hour later." Lin Jinyan smiled and was about to explain that it was because the snowball was having a tantrum that they were delayed. Kai Rong nudged Kai Yun and signaled him to look at the snowball's exquisite clothes and hairstyle, saying, "HMPH, what do you know? Dressing up takes time. If you want to go out and have fun with a beautiful girl, the first step is to learn to wait." Kai Yun. Lin Jai lightly weighed the little one in her arms and smiled. "Zhu Tuan, someone says you are a beauty." The beauty herself, Zhu Tuan, shyly twisted her chubby body, her little mouth curling up, and demurely pursed her lips. "Oh dear Tilda, she's not exactly that, hee." Kai Rong sarcastically said to Kai Yun, "No wonder you are single." Kai Yun lifted her face and retorted forcefully, "So what if I'm single? My cousin was also single all the way until he got married." Hearing this, Lin Jinyan's eyes lit up, and she hugged the snowball, taking a step closer to the twin siblings, her voice filled with curiosity. "Your cousin really never had a girlfriend before?" The snowball sucked on its chubby little finger, obediently listening to the adults' gossip. Kai Yun and Kai Rong both shook their heads sincerely and said, "No." Lin Jai Nyan's mind flashed to that glossy blue object in the drawer. She was sure it belonged to a girl. Although she wouldn't be jealous of the past, she was still full of curiosity about Kai Yue's past. Lin Jai Nyan asked, did he never date while he was abroad, or did he have a secret romance in high school? Kai Yun, no. If he really had a girlfriend, he would definitely admit it, given his personality. He is straightforward in everything he does and doesn't fear being scolded by uncle. Lin Jinyan's eyes rolled as she asked, under what circumstances would he date someone and not tell anyone? Kai Rong waved his hand and said, there can only be one situation. He likes someone, but that person doesn't like him back, meaning he has a crush on someone without getting any response. Lin Jinyan was slightly taken aback. She truly hadn't considered that this kind of situation could exist, which only intensified her curiosity. Kai Yun chuckled, how is that possible? My cousin would have unrequited love. What kind of person is my cousin? How could he possibly have a crush on someone? Ha ha ha, don't tell such bad jokes. Good. The snowball took her chubby fingers out of her mouth and babbled in baby talk to participate in the discussion. But unfortunately, no one could understand her thoughts. While a few people were chatting, Zhang Wenli had someone bring over a box of toys. As everyone leaned in to take a closer look, they found that the box was actually filled with all kinds of green vegetables. There were Napa cabbage, carrots, broccoli, peas, mushrooms, eggplants, winter melons, and lotus roots. Zhang Wenli said, this is the most suitable toy for the snowball, organic ecological green vegetables. It doesn't matter if you accidentally eat it, and it can also protect your eyes. Her father used to play like this when he was a child. Lin Jinyan chuckled lightly as he rested his forehead. Now he finally understood why Kai Yue always liked to push the snowball in front of green plants without explanation. The Kai family's traditional education method is indeed quite special. The snowball let out a woof and opened its big eyes wide, staring at the box of greens. Kai Rong volunteered to play with the snowball. Aunt, sister-in-law, I'll play with the snowball. The snowball was gently picked up by Auntie and then placed back on the crawling mat. Kai Rong excitedly screamed, woo-woo, the baby is just too cuddly, both fragrant and soft. Sister-in-law, can I come to your house to help take care of the baby? I don't need much salary, just $500 a day, and I'm bilingual. Kai Yun also sat in front of Kai Rong and the snowball. $500 a day. Sure, just treat it as a summer job. Lin Jianyan awkwardly smiled. That's not too good, haha. How can we trouble you to take care of the child? Young master and young lady, $500 a day. Are you serious? It's okay, sister-in-law, you don't need to feel embarrassed. As a family, this salary is enough. We don't need to raise it. Lin Jinyan. The snowball began to learn about green vegetables under the guidance of two highly paid babysitters. To demonstrate her bilingual babysitting skills, Kai Rong even communicated with the child entirely in English, making an effort to help the snowball learn the Chinese and English names of each vegetable. This is the first time the snowball has played with real vegetables. Previously, all she played with were toys. She gently touched a carrot with her small hands. The carrot was cold and had a slightly rough surface. Then she felt the cabbage, which was soft and very pleasant to touch. Each vegetable has its own unique texture and smell, and Zhu Tuan touched each vegetable once. Zhu Tuan giggled, and in the end, she reached out her tender little hand to touch the Chinese cabbage, finding the texture very fun. Kai Rong, it seems that the little one likes the Chinese cabbage the most. Kai Yun, do you think she will remember this when she grows up? The snowball is holding the cabbage in its arms, babbling in baby talk. She will definitely remember that this cabbage once hugged. The two adults and one child are having a great time playing on the soft cushions, while Lin Jinyan is sitting on the sofa, amusingly watching her phone. WeChat vibrated twice in quick succession. Kai Yue, what are you doing? Kai Yue, are you having fun? Lin Jianyan rolled his eyes and teased him. Not happy, my heart is broken into QR codes. Kai Yue, what's wrong? Lin Jinyan, although it's quite pleasant to kiss, I no longer trust your words, Kai Yue, I won't take the blame for this. I haven't told you a single lie. Lin Jinyan, heartbroken, trying to stitch up a fried egg /JPG. Lin Jinyan, Slash you all are playing with memes, but I'm genuinely a clown slash JPG. Kai Yue, everything must be based on evidence, slash wiping sweat. Oh, so you want evidence, huh? Lin Jai Nian glanced at the dumpling playing happily with her aunt and uncle, lazily stood up from the sofa, and slowly walked towards Kai Yue's room. She walked to the desk and pulled open the mysterious drawer. A faint blue light flickered beneath her eyelids. Lin Jinyan's originally teasing and lazy gaze suddenly changed. Due to shock, she momentarily didn't know what expression to wear. It was a blue silk hair tie, which had gradually faded from a shimmering firestone blue to a slightly duller blue over the years. No way. This is obviously not just. Lin Jinyan trembled as she picked up the hair tie from the drawer, the familiar cold touch making her heart race. She hurried to the balcony and placed the blue hair tie in a spot where the sunset light could reach it, staring intently at it. She noticed a slight crack at the end of the hair tie, revealing a piece of black rubber band inside. Lin Jinyan held it in the palm of her hand and slowly turned it around, causing the wrinkles at the edge of the hair tie to quickly crumple, stretch, and then swiftly flatten out again. This is why there is varying degrees of wear at the ends of all her hair ties. Simply because she enjoys this repetitive action that helps her relieve stress, especially during the 3 high school years when pressure was immense. While others were cracking walnuts or playing with stones to relax, she was playing with hair ties. Whenever she couldn't think of a solution to a difficult math problem, whenever her art pieces didn't meet her expectations, and whenever she was called on by the teacher to answer questions, she would unconsciously repeat this action. Moreover, Lin Jinyan had a deep affection for hair accessory styles in her teenage years. She particularly loved this ruffled silk hair tie and would buy dozens of them in one go. Unfortunately, this hair accessory brand has long since gone out of business, and now she can't find this style to purchase. She stood quietly on the balcony of the poolside room, the soft orange-yellow sunset dyeing her eyes a hazy honey color. Her gaze was slightly unfocused as she stared blankly at the fountain pool not far away. Why are there her things in the drawer of the poolside desk? Are there items from her high school years? Just then the phone rang suddenly and urgently, and Lin Jinyan hurriedly answered the call. On the other end of the line, Poolside's voice came through. Lin Jinyan, tell me, what did I lie to you about? Lin Jinyan nervously put the hair tie into her jeans pocket. Kai Yue continued to ask, what do you mean by what you just said? Lin Jinyan bit her lip and suddenly answered, who told you to message me at 2 in the afternoon? I always feel like you just checked out. Kai Yue pinched the bridge of his nose, laughing in anger. I just arrived in Heishi at noon, then rushed to meet a client. Later, I realized my phone was dead, and as soon as it charged, I messaged you right away. Next time, I'll definitely message you as soon as I get off the plane, okay? Lin Jinyan said in a soft and spoiled voice, cut it out, who can't draw big cakes? I said I'll be your wife in my next life, Tilda. After speaking, Lin Jinyan hung up the phone. She stood motionless at the edge of the balcony railing for a long time, her eyes resembling a lake of honey-colored reflection of the sunset. Could it really be as Kai Rong said? Kai Yue kept her belongings, actually secretly in love with her. He said she had loved her for a long time. Has it really been this long? Lin Jinyan grabbed a handful of her hair, feeling sweet and confused, like a tangled ball of yarn. At that moment, Zhang Wenli called, saying she was getting ready to have dinner, and that if she finished up, she would come down to eat. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to put the hair tie back in the drawer of her desk and go downstairs to find Zhu Tuan first. The snowball sat on the crawling mat together with the cabbage that had lost its leaves, surrounded by 2 babysitters earning $500 a day. The little bun saw her mother and happily waved her small chubby hand. Mua mua tilde yaya. Lin Jinyan was stunned by the way the snowball looked at that moment. The little bun sported a messy explosion head, with bright big eyes, a plump and round little face, and a smile revealing 4 white little teeth. Kai Rong lightly coughed twice and explained, "The little one was having too much fun just now and accidentally dropped a hairpin." Kai Yun, so we took off her other hairpin as well. Kai Rong glared at his younger brother. It's all Kai Yun's fault. He is too strong and accidentally messed up one of her little braids while removing her hairpin. To make it look good, I took apart her other braid as well. Kai Yun awkwardly scratched his head and said, "But later I helped her clip her hair, sister-in-law. Look, doesn't this outfit look nice?" Lin Jinyan just discovered that there was a red hairpin stuck in the messy hair of the little one. The little dumpling doesn't think there's anything wrong with her hairstyle. She even pulled at her hair with her little chubby hands, making the already messy hair even messier. She couldn't help but laugh and cry. With this appearance, Zhu Duan really looked like a dirty little puppy. Lin Jinyan discovered again that Snowball not only had messy hair, but also one of her princess shoes was missing. That's strange. Why is one of Snowball's shoes missing? Kai Rong pushed Kai Yun. It must be because you weren't paying attention. During the time I went to the bathroom, her shoe just disappeared. Kai Yun quickly explained, "Sister-in-law, don't listen to her nonsense. It definitely isn't me. The shoe was already missing a long time ago, okay? It must have been when you were playing with her that you didn't notice." Snowball also sucked her fingers and said in a baby voice, "Due to Tilda. It's not our business anyway, Tilda." Several adults were desperately searching for Snowball's shoes when suddenly Aunt Zhao's surprised voice came from behind. "Madam, I found the baby's shoes under the sofa." Lin Jinyan sighed helplessly, took Snowball's princess shoes and put them on Snowball's chubby little feet. Snowball's thick bread-like feet were stuffed into the princess shoes, making them bulge fully. Aunt Zhao skillfully styled the little one's hair again, and only then did Lin Jinyan hold Snowball and go to the dining hall to eat with Kai Rong and Kai Yun. Tonight the old house is quite full. At the luxurious shishi dining table, Kai Yue's parents, Kai Zun and Zhang Wenli, along with Kai Yun and Kai Rong's parents, Kai Xiao and Su Yibing, were all present. Everyone hadn't eaten together for some time and were politely chatting at the dinner table. Because Kai Yue was not there, Lin Jinyan originally felt a bit awkward, but the little dumpling beside her managed to lift the atmosphere at the entire table with its energy. With a mouthful of spinach noodles not yet swallowed, Zhu Tuan babbled in baby talk, eager to participate in the adults' conversation. Zhang Wenli said affectionately, "What does the little one want? Do you want to eat cod or egg yolk custard?" There was a ring of green spinach bits around Zhu Tuan's little mouth as she smiled and waved her tiny hand, pointing at the bottle of red wine on the table. Kai Xiao praised, "Zhu Tuan has a great taste. This is your uncle's treasured Romane Conti. Come on, Xiao Nian, you should have a glass too." Lin Jinyan felt that Kai Xiao was much easier to get along with than Kai Zun. Although Kai Zun and Kai Yue were father and son, their personalities were like poles apart. From the start of dinner until now, Lin Jinyan hadn't seen Kai Zun smile even once, and he hadn't said more than 5 sentences. The whole person was gloomy, solemn, and old-fashioned. Lin Jinyan nodded to Kai Xiao. "All right, second uncle, then I will follow your wishes." The waiter used a seahorse knife to open the Romani Conti and poured the red wine into a decanter to aerate. It was Lin Jinyan's first time drinking such an expensive red wine, but with other matters on his mind, he didn't savor it much and just gulped it down in one go. Kai Xiao was surprised. Xiao Nian has a good drinking capacity, so generous. "Come on, let's have a few more drinks together, Uncle Su Yibing frowned. "Don't add too much. What if Xiao Nian gets drunk later?" Zhang Wenli echoed, "Exactly, you all take it easy." Kai Xiao waved his hand. "No way, just looking at Xiao Nian's drinking posture, she's a heroine among women. Xiao Nian, let's cheers." Lin Jinyan smiled slightly, gently clinked glasses with Kai Xiao, said a few well-wishing words for health, and then downed the drink in one go. Before she completely fell drunk, her mind was filled with countless thoughts. No wonder it's a bottle of red wine worth 300,000. The taste of Domaine de la Romane Conti is really good. Zhang Wenli said angrily, I've already told you not to persuade Xiaonian to drink. If Kai Yue finds out, it will be a problem and we'll all get scolded then. Kai Yun, yeah, Dad, if my cousin were here, would you dare to urge him to drink like this? Kai Xiao awkwardly replied, but he's not at home, right? Besides, how would I know Xiaonian's drinking capacity is so? He looks like he can drink 3 jugs, but in reality, he gets drunk after 3 cups. The head of the family, Kai Zun, finally stated, Wen Li, tonight you take Zhu Tuan to sleep. Let Xiaonian go back to his room to rest first. Zhang Wenli responded with a sweet voice, while the little snowball spoke in a babyish tone, using her small hands to touch her mother's rosy, drunken face, as if to reassure her. Her little voice was sweet and tender. Matilda. My good baby. Lin Jinyan patted the little one's head, and since she was really drunk, she accidentally messed up the little one's braid again. Kai Rong hurriedly supported Lin Jianian back to the bedroom. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Tonight we will take good care of Zhu Tuan. You just go back and have a good sleep. The drunken Lin Jianian lay on Kai Yue's big bed, feeling like the whole world was spinning around. The dreams after getting drunk were indeed different from ordinary ones. It was unknown what time it was in the early morning, as the moonlight spilled onto the head of the bed like a white silk. She heard Kai Yue's teasing voice, Oh, with this little drinking capacity, you still dare to drink with Uncle too. Although Lin Jinyan had a bit of a headache, she grabbed the man's tie, flipped Kai Yue over and pushed him down onto the bed forcefully. Kai Yue seemingly didn't expect her to suddenly make this move. He lay on the bed, momentarily stunned. Lin Jinyan straddled Kai Yue, her face flushed, with drunken, sparkling eyes. Did this man really have a secret crush on her before? Since it's in a dream, she can recklessly test the waters without worrying about the consequences. At least she can try riding on his nose and see if he gets angry. If he has really loved her for so long as she has loved him. Lin Jinyan lightly slapped the man under her body. Kai Yue was stunned. Why are you hitting me? Lin Jinyan asked with sparkling eyes, How do you feel? Kai Yue helplessly said, It hurts. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jianian slapped the man beneath her. This time she used a bit too much force, leaving a beautiful red mark on the man's face. She frowned and commanded, Say it again. A look of disbelief flashed across Kai Yue's face, and after realizing it, he suddenly smiled and spoke slowly. Very comfortable. Lin Jinyan received a satisfactory answer. With a click, he skillfully unfastened his belt buckle, slightly raising his chin and saying, Right, you just like it this way. Sizzle, the sound of metal colliding, was particularly clear in the silence. Just as Lin Jinyan was about to start his next move, his wrist was suddenly seized. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake off the man's steady and forceful grip. A little disoriented, she said, Didn't you say you love me? Why aren't you listening to me? From beneath, Kai Yue's helpless voice came. It's not that I'm not listening to you, but there is no Tao here. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Jinyan was befuddled, but much bolder than usual. She grabbed Kai Yue's tie and tightened her fingers, feeling the man's slightly tense breath. But right now I really want you. What should I do? Her tone was innocent and untainted by desire, yet inexplicably made Kai Yue's heart tremble, sinking deeply into it. The man's breathing became rapid, his palm slowly reached out, and with a gentle pull of his index finger, he brutally tore away the light blue lace tied at her hips. The sheer light blue fabric floated down with a sudden tug, drifting gently to the edge of the bed, shimmering with a layer of water-like sheen under the moonlight. There's another way, do you want to give it a try? Lin Jinyan hadn't reacted yet when she was gripped by a force that left no room for discussion, and Kai Yue pulled her forward until she was facing his face. The effects of the alcohol faded instantly. Lin Jinyan's moist eyes were filled with terror as she twisted her waist, trying to escape. "No, what are you going to do?" Before she was forced to sit on him, she could still feel the warm breath Kai Yue exhaled, gently brushing against her like a feather, bringing her an unprecedented extreme shiver. Kai Yue deliberately breathed towards her, his low voice seeming to emerge from deep within his chest. "Don't you always doubt me? Tonight, let you truly feel whether my love is real or not." In the next moment, she was forcefully pressed down and completely sat up. "What?" The man mumbled 2 words, "I like it." When he spoke, his voice trembled low, and even his nose tip, lips and stubble vibrated at a high frequency simultaneously. The trial products sent by the Zio Menki company have a stronger power. Lin Jinyan covered her face and cried softly, unable to bear it, yet couldn't help but feel secretly pleased in her heart. More persuasive than any external language, she now completely believed that Kai Yue truly loved her and had loved her for a long time. After all, she had hit him and was now riding on his nose, commanding him and acting powerful. Yet this extraordinary man was not angry and instead said he enjoyed it and liked it. If all of this doesn't count as love, then she can't think of anything else that does. During the invasion of lips and tongues, Lin Jinyan felt extremely empty, yet also like she was being filled until the end. Only one thought remained in her mind. The bridge of Kai Yue's nose is really high. The next day at noon, the scorching sunlight poured into the room from the balcony. Lin Jinyan woke up from a deep sleep. His head felt heavy and painful. The after-effects of the hangover were quite significant. She rubbed her eyes. Although it seemed she had blacked out last night, she still clearly remembered the embarrassing dream she had. Truly worth its price of 30,000. No wonder the Romani Conti, priced at 100,000 a bottle, has such a unique dream even after a hangover. It seems this wine is indeed expensive for a reason, not just hype. As Lin Jinyan marveled at the charm of this Pinot Noir, there was also a hint of faint doubt on her face. Odd, that silk blue hair tie was inexplicably tied securely around her wrist. She clearly remembered not bringing it downstairs for dinner yesterday. Moreover, it seemed that the fluffy goose-down pillow still held the lingering scent of Kai Yue. But wasn't Kai Yue still on a business trip in Heishi? Lin Jinyan patted her head, feeling that she must have gone mad. Ever since Kai Yue confessed his feelings to her, she had felt somewhat abnormal. No, I must pull myself together. In order to avoid getting lost in this increasingly overwhelming emotion, Lin Jinyan immediately got up to work. Throughout this half-day of her hangover, the message notification in the work group hasn't stopped. Wang Siwen, the video likes have exceeded 10,000. Wang Siwen, the likes have exceeded 50,000. Ha, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Siwen, the likes have broken 100,000. Wow, at Raven, your video is truly impressive. Raven, of course, I've said we should edit it this way a long time ago. Wang Siwen, the sales of Yunying have surpassed 1,000, and it's only been a day and a half. Wang Siwen, Ivy and I are shipping from the warehouse. Zai Zai, please say something in the group when you wake up. Lin Jinyan quickly opened his personal account as the main manager, and saw that the first video had already skyrocketed to 190,000 likes, about to surpass 200,000. The comments below were also very interesting. Hello, open the door, steal the baby. Even when throwing a handkerchief, the fragrant girl's daughter has to do it with a graceful hand gesture. The little one has quite a temper. I suggest sending them to my house for a little training. Please, take a few more full-body pictures of my internet daughter. Netizens have also spontaneously created secondary creations, producing quite a few expression packs and montage videos of the snowball throwing the spit towel. The popularity of terms related to the snowball is also rising continuously. Cute kid snowball, school beauty, daughter is so cute, chubby baby snowball, spit towel battle, strongest fighter, child in history. Lin Jinyan was having brunch while responding to netizen comments, and she also called the supplier to urge them to speed up the production of Cloud Cherry's initial bloom. Afterwards, she discussed the theme of the next video with Wang Siwen, Ivy, and Raven in the group chat. By the time she finished all this, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Lin Jinyan stretched, went to the garden to play with the snowball. Today, Zhu Tuan is still surrounded in the middle by aunt, uncle, and grandma to bask in the sun. The little one is wearing a Fanta orange onesie, sitting in a baby chair, with a cool pair of sunglasses on his little face, his 2 feet crossed together, looking very comfortable. Lin Jinyan stepped forward and teased gently, "Isn't this our family's diaper boss?" The little dumpling saw his mother and happily waved his little round hand, his baby voice loud and clear, "Mua Tilda." Lin Jinyan had curved eyebrows and eyes, gently touching the round little head of her child. She picked her up from the chair, feeling a bit guilty as she asked, Kai, Mommy didn't sleep with you last night. Did you sleep well?" Zhu Tuan tilted her small head against Mommy's neck, acting cute and rubbing against her. Da Tilda. Zhang Wenli smiled and clicked her tongue, patting her chest as she said, "Of course she slept well. Zhu Tuan is really good. She didn't need to be coaxed and fell asleep by herself." In fact, Zhu Tuan cried for a while last night because she couldn't see her mommy, but she was probably just too tired and fell asleep after crying a few times. Lin Jinyan let out a sigh of relief and silently vowed that in the future, when taking the child, he absolutely should not drink alcohol anymore, as drinking too much interferes with things. She asked again, "Snowball, do you like playing with Auntie and Uncle?" Snowball sat up straight and said in a baby voice, she wanted to express that she really enjoys playing with Auntie and Uncle. Because Auntie and Uncle would give her things that her parents wouldn't let her touch, like the super cool scissors that can cut paper into tiny pieces, and the long chopsticks used by adults during meals. She is now really good at playing with all these things. Little Tuenzi thought of those fun new toys, and smiled sweetly while talking to her mom. Kai Yun raised an eyebrow. "Look, she said she likes me." Kai Rong pushed Kai Yun. "Get lost, she's saying she likes me, okay?" Lin Jai Nian gently kissed little Tuenzi's cheeks twice, inhaling the baby scent, and instantly felt refreshed. Even the headache from last night's hangover was cured. She expressed her gratitude to Kai Rong and Kai Yun, the 2 siblings, saying, "Thank you for helping take care of Zhu Tuan. The little one really likes you. I have already sent the payment to your WeChat, so please remember to check it." Kai Rong waved his hand and said, "Oh, sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. We just naturally enjoy taking care of children." Kai Yun also said, "Sister-in-law, we still have a week before flying to M country. If you need us, we can come over to help every day, no problem." Lin Jai Nian was so scared that she quickly shook her head. "Ah, well, there are quite a few aunts at home watching, so I won't trouble you." Although Zhu Tuan is having a great time, she still finds it a bit hard to accept the daily wage of $500. While a few people were chatting, Zhang Wenli suddenly joked, "Zio Nian, you and Kai Yue make such a good couple." Kai Yue rushed back home in the middle of the night last night and left before dawn, just to see how drunk you really were. Lin Jinyan stared wide-eyed in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Kai Yun said with a bitter face, "Sister-in-law, you have to say a few good words for us, we didn't do anything." Kai Rong shivered and said, "Don't be fooled by how my cousin usually likes to joke with us. He can be as fierce as uncle when it matters." Lin Jinyan's lips moved. What, you're saying he came back last night?" "Yes, sister-in-law, you didn't know." Lin Jinyan felt darkness before her eyes and almost fainted from the shock. So last night's dream was actually real. She really slapped Kai Yue twice and even rode on his nose. How will she ever face Kaiyue again? This is simply a complete social death. Everyone saw Lin Jinyan with a face like a painted palette and for a moment didn't know what had happened. Only Zhu Tuan spoke with a sweet little voice, as if comforting her mother. After dinner, Lin Jinyan said goodbye to everyone in the old house and returned to Yanshan Zhenjing. Zhu Tuan was playing by itself on the crawling mat, and while Lin Jinyan felt awkward and frustrated, she took off the blue hair tie from her wrist and examined it carefully under the spotlight. Since Kaiyue returned last night, this hair tie must have been tied to her wrist by him. It turns out that what he previously referred to as having a big meal and chatting meant this. When I was lost in thought, the phone on the table rang ding-dong. Kaiyue, why haven't there been any messages all day? Lin Jianayan, /I roll / maybe I'm just a bit introverted. Kaiyue, introverted. How come you didn't feel introverted when you slapped me last night? Lin Jianayan. She gritted her teeth, sent a photo of a hair tie to Kaiyue, and then typed furiously, better than you who used to steal my things. Kaiyue. He actually accepted it. Lin Jinyan felt like she had leveled the playing field. So it turns out that Kai Daxiao is a perverted simp. Kaiyue not only did not feel embarrassed but instead replied leisurely, "Simp, haven't you been feeling quite comfortable with my attention?" Lin Jinyan's hand shook, almost dropping her phone to the ground. "I can't argue, I really can't." She suspects that in this lifetime, she will never win against Kaiyue in arguments. Regarding what happened last night, Lin Jinyan clearly remembers feeling a sense of shame when she first sat down, but she gradually let go. She even took the initiative to cater to the man's tongue. Lin Jinyan helplessly lay on the baby crawling mat, sighing, her eyes aimlessly gazing at the ceiling. At that moment, the mobile banking app went ding. When Lin Zhizhai picked up her phone again and saw her bank account balance, she was instantly shocked and speechless. Kaiyue actually transferred her 110, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000 million. Wow, he actually transferred her 1 million. Lin Jinyan hurriedly opened WeChat and sent a message. "Fear, why did you suddenly transfer money to me?" "Kaiyue, just fulfilling my duties as a devoted admirer." Lin Jinyan chuckled while rubbing his forehead, looking helpless, and then replied with a smile. "Since you transferred me so much money, I can't just sit back without any response. How about this? Everyone else's husbands get to eat steak. I won't allow you to go without." After saying that, Lin Jinyan transferred him a red envelope of 1 yuan. "Kaiyue. Lin Jianayan go buy a fork to eat theirs." "Yes." "Kaiyue, thank you to the leadership for the precise poverty alleviation." Lin Jinyan smiled sweetly, feeling a bit happy inside. Forget it, since someone is so eager to send money, let them show off a bit verbally. Moi tilde. While Lin Jinyan was happily staring at her bank card balance, Snowball wiggled over to her mom with a little sway, blinking her watery big eyes at her mom, then extending her soft little paw to gently touch her mom's face, her little face rosy like an apple because of her smile. Lin Jianayan sat up in confusion and asked, "What happened?" The snowball wiggled its little bottom and crawled to the coffee table, and Lin Jianayan followed, getting stunned the moment she saw the crime scene. On the coffee table, her own water cup was placed next to a circle of wet water stains, and to her astonishment, the cup was stuffed with several pieces of tissue which had expanded from soaking up the water, completely filling the cup. Meanwhile, the instigator was watching her from the side, with a proud little face, looking like she was seeking praise and compliments. This is the tissue that she carefully made for Mom, soaked in water. Lin Jinyan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry as she picked up the little one whose clothes were wet from the water stain and patiently explained, "Zuduan, you can't throw tissues into an adult's cup of water, because water is for drinking, and tissues are for wiping things. These are not toys." Zuduan seemed to understand a little as she sucked her thumb. Since we can't throw tissues into the cup, then how about? Lin Jinyan's eyelids twitched and she added, you also can't put tissues into the bowls for eating rice and soup, and you definitely can't put them into the plates for vegetables. Zhu Duan clenched her small fist and let out a soft ow, feeling quite speechless inside. This can't be played with, that can't be played with. Why are there so many rules in the adult world? Due to the small online store still being in its early stages, Lin Zhizhai was incredibly busy in August and September, spending nearly every day diving into work as soon as she opened her eyes and only able to go to bed after working until the early hours. Amidst this hectic busyness, Zhu Duan quietly welcomed her 9-month milestone. Unbeknownst to her, the little one has officially grown from a small baby into a big baby, with the most significant sign of growth being that Zhu Duan can hold onto the edge of the coffee table or any other suitable height, and slowly stand up using her own strength. It was her first time officially standing up at 9 months and 7 days old. That morning, after Lin Jinyan got up, she took the sleepy cub and brought it to the master bed. Kai Yue was still sleeping at that time and did not wake up after hearing the noise. The snowball just waking up had messy hair, but her eyes were bright and her little face was rosy, looking like a scruffy yet spirited little puppy. Lin Jinyan leaned down and gently touched the round little head of her baby. Snowball, can you play on the bed with Daddy while Mommy brushes her teeth? Snowball sat obediently on the big bed, grinning and smiling at Mommy. Oh dear Tilda Mewa Mewa. Lin Jinyan softly said, good baby, and then went to brush her teeth in the bathroom. Just as she put the electric toothbrush in her mouth, she heard a commotion coming from outside. Kai Yue's voice came through with a hint of gritted teeth. Kaizu, you've gone too far. Lin Jai Nian was walking out while brushing her teeth and felt both surprised and delighted when she saw the scene on the bed. Zhu Tuan was wobbling as she propped herself up against the headboard. Her chubby little feet were very strong, but her 5 toes seemed to bear too much weight. She turned her little face towards her mom and smiled, looking quite smug. The whole scene looks very warm and beautiful at first glance, if the places where the snowball's little feet tread weren't on Kai Yue's face. The one who has truly been taken advantage of is clearly Kai Yue, who woke up from being stomped by the snowball, and he didn't dare to move, fearing that if he, the human foundation, moved, his daughter would fall. He could only hold onto the snowball's 2 bread-like feet without ankles and slowly move her away. Lin Jinyan almost swallowed the toothpaste bubbles while laughing, and while laughing indistinctly, she said, ha ha ha, Snow, the snowball is giving you a facial massage. Kai Yue finally got rid of those 2 small feet that had a strong grip on his face. He scratched his head, sat up from the bed and said helplessly, Kaizu, you washed your feet before bed last night, right? Snowball frowned and babbled in baby talk. Lin Jai Nian hurriedly rushed to the bathroom to spit out the toothpaste bubbles and emphasized to Kai Yue, my daughter washes her feet every night before going to bed, cough cough. Even if she doesn't, she still smells good, all right. Snowball agreed with her mother's words, Baba Tilda Aya. Kai Yue chuckled softly, it's clearly smelly and sour. Just as Mom and Dad were debating whether her feet smelled or not, Zhu Tuan started exploring again. With the successful experience from before, this time Zhu Tuan mastered the new skill of standing up more skillfully. Her little face was tense, her expression serious. She tightly grasped the bed's edge with her little round paws, tightened her chubby little belly, her fleshy legs and knees exerted force, while her toes grabbed the bedsheet, tremblingly standing up for the second time. Ah yeah. She succeeded. Zhu Tuan proudly raised her soft little face, speaking to her mom and dad for the first time in her life while standing. The perspective from standing is much more beautiful than lying, sitting, or crawling. Zhu Tuan instantly fell in love with the feeling of standing up. Kai Yue's arms were protectively around Zhu Tuan, fearing she might fall. He praised, not bad. Next time you can try taking 2 steps. Lin Jai Nyan could only blame herself for not having finished brushing her teeth yet, with bubbles in her mouth making it inconvenient to talk, so she could only give a thumbs up to the amazing little one. 9-month-old Zhu Tuan seemed to have unlocked many new skills overnight. She learned to build with blocks, stacking large blocks one by one, then using her little chubby hands to knock down the skyscrapers she built, and then excitedly repeating the actions of building and knocking down. The little one was having so much fun, laughing continuously. She also enjoys playing whack-a-mole. Lin Jinyan bought her a whack-a-mole toy, which quickly became one of Zai Zai's favorites. She stretched out her index finger from her small round hand and accurately pressed down on the mole that popped its head up, showing significant improvement in her hand-eye coordination. However, among all the skills, the most fun was that Yui Tuan actually learned to follow commands and perform actions. At the breakfast table, Kai Yue took a sip of coffee and suddenly said, "Clap your hands." When Zhu Tuan heard this, her eyes lit up, and she opened her small mouth, which was filled with porridge, and kept giggling kekekek, flapping her little chubby hands joyfully. "Lin Zhuren, baby, let's eat breakfast first and then we can play, okay?" Zhu Tuan was unwilling to eat first and then play. She wanted to eat and play at the same time. So Zhu Tuan immediately displayed another new skill that made all the adults headache. Zhu Tuan shook her little head like a rattled drum, mumbling and making sounds similar to no, her little face tight and looking very serious. The snowball, now 9 months old, will say no to adults. Whenever faced with something they dislike or are unwilling to do, they will shake their head vigorously, firmly refusing. Lin Jinyan smiled helplessly yet fondly. Kai Yue put down the dining knife, raised an eyebrow and continued to repeat, "Clap your hands." Zhu Tuan doesn't think that repeating things is boring at all. Instead, she's extremely happy, immediately bending her big eyes into a smile and clapping her chubby little hands together vigorously. Zai Zai really enjoys playing the clap hands game, but clapping is not the only gesture Zhu Tuan knows. On the 13th day of being 9 months old, Zhu Tuan suddenly unlocked another gesture. That day was Saturday, and Lin Jai Nyan and Kai Yue were preparing to go out to attend a high school class reunion at Qizhang. At 5:30 in the evening, Kaio Kinking's call came in. "Zai Zai, have you and the monitor set off yet?" Lin Jai Nyan was putting on her shoes and said helplessly, "Kai Yue just went to get the wine, so we took a little extra time. We are ready to set off now." "Are you sure Lao He likes to drink white liquor?" Lao He was their high school class teacher, and also the honored guest invited to today's class reunion. Kaio Kinking, "Absolutely, Lao He only drinks white liquor. Then please bring the wine with you and the monitor." Lin Jinyan smiled and said, "It's just a small matter." At the door, the driver first placed a box of Maodai into the trunk, while Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue changed their shoes, preparing to set off. The snowball was held in Aunt Zhao's arms, blinking its big eyes at Mom and Dad. Lin Jinyan gently kissed the top of the child's head and said tenderly, "Baby, Mommy and Daddy are going out to attend a class reunion, so you must listen to Auntie tonight." The snowball furrowed its little brows and looked a bit unhappy. Me. Lin Jai gently coaxed, "Goodbye, baby." As soon as the snowball heard the words goodbye, its tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, its little face changed from gloomy to sunny, and it giggled while waving its tiny hand to Mommy and Daddy. The little one made a very standard bye-bye gesture. Lin Jinnet and Kai Yue looked at each other in surprise. "Baby, you actually learned to say bye-bye. When did you learn it?" When Zhu Tuan heard the synonym for goodbye, bye-bye, it seemed like he became addicted to waving. All the strength in his chubby body concentrated in that fat little hand. Even his round waist twisted along, trying his best to bye-bye. Lin Jinnet smiled and said, "The baby is really smart." Kai Yue smiled and complimented, "Not bad." Zhu Tuan received praise from Mom and Dad. shyly pursed her lips, and then energetically waved bye-bye, until Mom and Dad's car disappeared from sight. Aunt Zhao touched Zhu Tuan's soft, pudgy neck and smiled helplessly. Zhu Tuan, you're waving so hard that you've started to sweat. When Lin Zhai and Kai Yue arrived at Ju Yun Hui, most of the classmates attending the reunion had already arrived. Lin Jinyan walked over to sit beside Zhao Menqi and Kaio Kinking, while Kai Yue found a spot among the boys to sit down. Originally, this class reunion was scheduled for next Saturday, but the key figure for today's gathering, Teacher He, really couldn't spare any time next week, so the reunion was moved up to this week. Teacher He is now teaching first-year high school students at number 7 high school. He has gained quite a bit of weight compared to his younger years, and his hair has turned a bit gray, but overall, his mental state and appearance haven't changed much. Today, seeing his former students shine in various fields, Teacher He feels especially happy. Even Li Mingzhu, who used to be at the bottom of the class and was a headache for him, is now doing exceptionally well in the venture capital industry, looking quite impressive. Li Mingzhu smiled as he raised his glass of white wine filled with Maodai. Teacher He, thank you for your careful guidance back in the day. If it weren't for your constant encouragement then, we wouldn't be who we are today. Old He really couldn't refuse Li Mingzhu, so he had no choice but to clink glasses with him first. The spicy white wine slid down his throat, and in an instant Old He was glowing with joy. He waved his hand and said, "It's only 6 o'clock. We should take our time drinking tonight." Everyone laughed. Li Mingzhu, you started pouring the teacher drinks before all the dishes were served. What are you up to? Li Mingzhu, I just miss the teacher too much. It's not easy to see the teacher only once a year. I can't help myself. Every time Zia Menqi saw Li Mingzhu, she couldn't help but bicker with him. You're mistaken. The first toast to the teacher should definitely not be from you. Think about it. It should be our class's top 2 students, the class leader or the study committee member. Li Mingzhu, did you even rank in the top 40 in the class on your exams back then? Li Mingzhu said proudly, who says I've never made it into the top 40? I scored as high as 35 in the monthly exam. Ha, did you get so proud over 35? Look at you, I thought you got 5th place. With a cheeky smile, Li Mingzhu elbowed Kai Yue. Ha, monitor, I didn't mean to steal your thunder, you can go toast the teacher now. Kai Yue raised an eyebrow at Lin Jinyan sitting across the round table, silently asking her if she could drink. Lin Jinyan winked at him and gave him an okay gesture. Kai Yue did not hastily raise his glass but first invited Chen Jiashu, who was sitting beside him. Lawyer Chen, let's toast to Teacher He together. Chen Jiashu seemed surprised that Kai Yue would call on him, paused for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Okay. The two filled their glasses with wine, one on the left and one on the right, and walked in front of Old He to offer the toast. Teacher He, we wish you good health. Let's drink and you take your time. Lao He didn't really want to drink before dinner, but looking at the 2 most outstanding students from his class back then, their smiles deepened the wrinkles on their faces. In a moment of joy, he tilted his head and downed a glass in one go. Although it's not quite appropriate for a class teacher to show favoritism, who could avoid favoring these 2 outstanding and talented young men? Lao He chatted with Kai Yue and Chen Jiaru about their current work and life. After a couple of drinks, he couldn't help but reminisce about the past with pride, saying, back then, because of the 2 of you in my class, the school leadership held me in higher regard. You always ranked in the top 5 of the grade. I remember that in half of the exams, Kai Yue outperformed Chen Jiaru, and in the other half, Chen Jiaru outperformed Kai Yue. You both pushed each other, creating a great learning atmosphere in our class. Kai Yue smiled in disbelief. Teacher He, you can't be serious. You remember that so clearly. Chen Jiashu lowered his gaze, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes beneath the lenses. Teacher, he was not entirely accurate. There were 17 major exams in total for the first and second year of high school, including monthly tests, midterms, finals, and mock exams, in which Kai Yue performed better than him in 9 of them, while he only won against Kai Yue in 8. Old he said with a smile, "I've kept your exam papers, and I occasionally bring them out to motivate the junior students. I often mention both of you in class, saying that not only are your academic results good, but your relationship is also particularly strong, helping each other along the way. Such sincere friends can only be made in school." Kai Yue smiled. Chen Jiashu pressed his lips together and both remained silent. Lao He suddenly remembered an old story and patted Chen Jiashu's shoulder, asking with concern in a low voice, "Jiashu, how is your mother doing now?" Chen Jiashu nodded with a warm smile. "My mother is doing well now, and she often mentions you. She says it was thanks to you that we managed to get lawyer Huang and win the lawsuit, which is why we now have a stable life." Hearing that his well-cultivated good student was doing well, Lao He felt so happy that his face turned bright red, and he hurriedly said, "I can't take credit for that. How could I have found lawyer Huang? Do I have the ability to hire a lawyer of such caliber? Lawyer Huang was found by your good brother Kai Yue. I was just helping connect your mother." After he finished speaking, Chen Jiashu's eyes widened in shock, his originally gentle and refined face filled with unmistakable astonishment, and the fingertips holding the wine glass trembled slightly. Kai Yue seemed to completely forget about this matter, smiling as he handed a cigarette to Old He, who swatted his hand away. "Your teacher's wife won't let me smoke. You've started a family now. You understand." Kai Yue's gaze passed over Lin Jai Nian, and sure enough, he saw Lin Jai Nian staring at him and the cigarette in his hand, her beautiful round eyes showing a hint of annoyance. Kai Yue hurriedly stuffed the cigarette back into his pocket, trying to distance himself. "This cigarette was given to me by Li Mingzhu. It has nothing to do with me." "Old He Tisk, your words are still so sharp." Kai Yue smiled. "Isn't it because I learned from you?" It was only then that Old He remembered that although his student was excellent, he could also be quite difficult to manage at times, capable of driving him half to death. He patted Chen Jiashu, who had suddenly fallen silent since earlier, and sincerely remarked, "I have taught so many classes of students, but Jiashu is truly the outstanding model student. Over the years, only one perfect model student has emerged from the 7th high school. Although this model student comes from a less favorable family background, this kid remains untainted by the muck, excelling in every aspect without any flaws." Kai Yue raised an eyebrow and said, "Just say I'm not a model student." Lao He Tesk, look at you. Do you look like a model student? Lao He quickly sent these two away, saying he still wanted to eat. But Lao He had just taken 2 bites of food when another enthusiastic classmate came forward to toast. Lin Jinyan, Zio Menki, and Kaio Kinking came forward with their wine glasses. As Lin Jinyan passed by Kai Yue, she glared at the man, and Kai Yue hurriedly said, "It's really not my cigarette, it's Li Mingzhu's." Lin Jai snorted softly and reminded in a low voice, "You should drink less." Kai Yue immediately replied, "As you command, my lady." The interaction between the two, completely oblivious to their surroundings, was noticed by their classmates, who burst into another round of teasing. Lin Jai glared at Kai Yue in annoyance, and Kai Yue smiled back at her. Lao He saw several girls approaching to offer a toast, and the words he had just said were instantly forgotten. He stood up with a smile and clinked glasses with these 3 girls who had always performed exceptionally well in class. He chatted for a while with Zio Menki and Kaio Kinking, then said to Lin Jinyan, "Zio Nian, you've really changed a lot over the years. I still remember when you were in high school, your personality was too quiet and your voice was as small as a mosquito, which made me too afraid to speak in class. Call your name to answer the question. Not like now. The whole person's complexion and mental state are completely refreshed, and that kind of confidence emanating from within cannot be hidden at all. Kaio Kinking smiled and hugged Lin Jinyan. Now Zhai Zai is an outstanding entrepreneur. How can that compare to our student days? Lin Zhiju's face flushed slightly as he said a few auspicious words to please the elders to old he, who laughed heartily. After drinking a few more cups with the girls, some boys came forward to toast him again. Old he's helpless voice could be heard in the private room. That's enough. You guys are really trying to get me drunk, you little rascals. The reason this restaurant is called Gathering Clouds is because it is located halfway up the mountain, providing a platform where one can appreciate the majestic sea of clouds. However, it is already dark now, and only the mist lingering by the mountainside can be vaguely seen. Kai Yue walked out of the private room to blow away the smell of alcohol, and just as he reached the platform, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Chen Jiashu walking towards him, looking very pale. Although he had drunk a few glasses of wine, his complexion was as white as paper, devoid of any color. Kai Yue. His voice was cold and distant, carrying a hint of the aloofness he had never shown in front of classmates and colleagues. Kai Yue asked softly, "What's the matter?" "What exactly is going on with Lawyer Huang?" Chen Jiashu's eyes, framed by half-rimmed glasses, glimmered with coldness, his brows furrowing as if he were trying hard to suppress the complex emotions inside. "Why does Lao He say that Lawyer Huang is the one you found for my family?" Only a very few people at school knew about Chen Jiashu's real family situation. His father caused trouble outside and racked up a mountain of debt, and at home, he had long subjected him and his mother to domestic violence. His mother had always wanted to divorce his father but had never been able to fulfill that wish. It was during the second year of high school that the homeroom teacher, Mr. He, suddenly called Chen Jiashu's mother, saying he wanted to connect them with a lawyer named Huang. This lawyer, Huang, was well known in the field of criminal litigation nationwide, and coincidentally, he was working on a legal aid public welfare project called Concern for the Healthy Growth of Minors, which greatly reduced their lawyers' fees. Ever since meeting lawyer Huang, Chen Jiashu's mother successfully divorced his father, and that same year, his father was imprisoned for being involved in another criminal case, and he has not yet been released. Kai Yue lazily admitted, "Yeah, it was me who contacted him. Lawyer Huang has business dealings with our group, and I happen to know him." Chen Jiashu tightened his fists, his knuckles pale, his voice strained as if a handful of sand was stuck in his throat. "Why are you doing this? Are you feeling sorry for me?" Kai Yue raised his chin. "Chen Jiaru, you're really strange. Why do you always think others pity you? Is there anything about you that deserves pity?" Kai Yue took a step closer to him. "In the end, the only one who pities you is yourself. Only you look down on yourself." At that time, Kai Yue had already keenly sensed Chen Jiaru's extraordinary sense of pride, so when contacting lawyer Huang for help, he asked him not to mention that it was he who facilitated the connection. A trace of red veins filled Chen Jiaru's eyes, but his voice lacked conviction. "People like you, who have had it easy and grew up in happiness, just love to show off their hypocritical kindness. Admit it, you helped me back then because you felt sorry for my miserable family situation. Otherwise, why would you help me?" Hearing this, Kai Yue smiled. He seemed to find everything quite amusing, which is why he laughed so heartily. "Chen Jiashu, what are you laughing at?" "Laughing at you being a fool." Kai Yue laughed as he spat out the last word, "Dio." He stepped back, lazily leaned against the railing and said nonchalantly, "Because I consider you a friend. Friends help each other when there's something going on. Isn't this a simple principle to understand?" Under the lens, Chen Jiashu's eyes were slightly reddened. "No way. Friend, what a strange word." Kai Yue definitely did not consider him a true friend. He is definitely pretending. He is just feeling sorry for him. He is discriminating against him. He asked hoarsely, "You don't hate me, do you?" Kai Yue tilted his head in confusion and said, "Hate you? I'm not sick, why would I hate you?" Chen Jiashu raised his eyes, suddenly smiled darkly, and said in a hoarse voice, "Because I ruined your relationship with Lin Jinyan, I deliberately spread rumors that I am her boyfriend, and I even threw away the sketchbook she gave you." This statement hit like a bolt from the blue, and Kai Yue was filled with astonishment, staring blankly at Chen Jiashu, unable to come to his senses for a long time. "Kai Yue, I intentionally broke you two apart back then." Kai Yue could hardly believe what he heard, feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Jiashu by his collar, gritting his teeth and interrogating him word by word. "What did you say?" Chen Jiashu glanced at him sideways, curling the corners of his mouth. "Haven't you all gotten married and had children? You still know nothing." In an instant, some details he had deliberately ignored flashed through Kai Yue's mind like lightning. For example, although Lin Jinyan and Chen Jiashu waited for the bus at the same bus stop after school, Lin Jinyan always sat wearing headphones, while Chen Jiashu was accustomed to standing by the billboard. On the day of the physical fitness test at the gym, from Kai Yue's perspective, Chen Jiashu's figure almost blocked two-thirds of Lin Jinyan. The misalignment caused Kai Yue to see the scene where Chen Jiashu helped Lin Jinyan apply medicine, yet he couldn't confidently answer whether Chen Jiashu had personally helped Lin Jinyan or not. There are countless details like this. Chen Jiashu intentionally created the illusion of an ambiguous relationship with Lin Jinyan, and through several gossip-loving classmates, spread the news that they were dating, widely in the class and on the anonymous forum of the 7th school. The pressure of studying is extremely high for high school students, and this kind of story-filled, interesting gossip undoubtedly becomes a spice in their monotonous campus life. Rumors naturally grow wildly like weeds, ultimately leading to misunderstandings, and Chen Jiashu has completely solidified his identity as Lin Jinyan's ambiguous object or boyfriend. Chen Jiashu is not even worried about Lin Jinyan denying it to her classmates, because in everyone's eyes, Lin Jinyan's denial is just a girl's shyness, as if she is worried about being caught by teachers for early relationships, which instead makes the rumors seem more realistic and believable. Thinking of this, Kai Yue felt a surge of anger rising from deep within him. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, and he suddenly swung a punch toward Chen Jiashu's face. Bang! This punch was powerful, and Chen Jiashu was directly knocked down to the ground. His glasses were also knocked off and fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces of glass shards. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, curling his lips and provocatively gazing at Kai Yue. Kai Yue stepped forward again and grabbed his collar. His eyes burned with two clusters of anger, and his voice was low and cold. "Are you doing all this just to deal with me?" Chen Jiashu let the blood from his nose flow freely, tilted his face up, and said viciously, "That's right, I just want to deal with you. Who told you to always keep me under your thumb? Who told you to always pretend to be generous and kind to me? Who made you pretend to be my friend and act so loyal to me? I don't believe that you really want to be brothers with me. After all, we are two completely different people." At this moment, the effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier suddenly hit him, and a layer of mist covered Chen Jiashu's eyes. He spoke hoarsely, "Kai Yue, I hate you so much." Bang! Another heavy punch hit Chen Jiashu's nose. He did not dodge. The pain in his body actually made him feel a bit better inside. He lifted his sleeve and casually wiped the blood from under his nose, even managing to pull out a strange smile. Kai Yue looked down at him, smashing another punch onto his face, his voice hoarse and somewhat vicious. "These 3 punches are for Lin Jinyan. The one thing you shouldn't have done is drag her into our feud." Chen Jiashu raised his face, a trace of complex and unreadable emotions crossing his features. Then he nonchalantly mocked, At first, I just wanted to use her to suppress you, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid, truly becoming a shell of yourself. So I increased my efforts to break you two lovebirds apart. But it's really dull. Who would have thought you'd get back together again? At first, he really just wanted to use Lin Jinyan. After all, that girl had a gentle and soft personality, filled with naive ideas, and like Kai Yue, she always pretended to be a good person. But later he felt somewhat guilty, until one day after Kai Yue went abroad, Chen Jiashu realized that he had been staring at Lin Jinyan for more than 10 seconds. From that day on, he decisively kept his distance from Lin Jinyan, who was an unstable factor causing fluctuations in his emotions. Kai Yue struggled to suppress his anger. Gritting his teeth, he finally asked, "So, what about the sketchbook you just mentioned?" "That kind of junk has long been thrown away." Despicable scoundrel. Kai Yue's fists were tightly clenched, and he gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush up and tear Chen Jiasu apart. Suddenly, Li Mingzhu and another male classmate rushed out from the side, one on the left and one on the right, holding Kai Yue back. "Class monitor and study committee member, please don't fight." "Stop fighting, everyone, calm down." Lin Jinyan and the girls hurriedly ran out of the cafeteria and were instantly stunned by the chaotic scene in front of them. Lin Jinyan. Kai Yue's hair and clothes were in disarray, while Chen Jiashu, sitting on the ground, looked even more disheveled, his face and sleeves smeared with blood. The two glared at each other, their eyes filled with such hatred that it seemed like it could devour them both. At this moment, Old He also walked out of the dining room. Upon seeing the fight, he was so angry that he nearly fainted on the spot. He pulled out the authoritative demeanor he had as a homeroom teacher and shouted, "You two, come to my office after school." As soon as he spoke, he realized he might have drunk too much. Old He, feeling furious, shrugged off his sleeves and earnestly lectured, "You both, tell me, how old are you now? How old are you? Two grown men who could be considered respectable in society are fighting like high school students. No matter what happened just now, you will apologize to each other immediately. Do you hear me? Apologize to each other." Kai Yue broke free from the restraint of the two male classmates, hands in his pockets, wearing a disdainful smirk on his face. His tone was quite dismissive as he said, "Study monitor, I really didn't expect you to be so weak. I could knock you down with a single punch. My bad." Chen Jiashu took out a wet wipe and slowly wiped the blood off his face. He stumbled to his feet, regained his usual refined appearance, and apologized to everyone, saying, "I'm really sorry. I had a bit of a verbal conflict with the class monitor just now, which dampened everyone's mood for the gathering." He then turned to Kai Yue and said, "Class monitor, I apologize. I was the one who offended you earlier, and I will be more cautious in the future." Lin Jinyan saw this and had no choice but to bravely step forward to claim her man. "Are you okay? Why did you get into a fight?" Kai Yue grinned and showed Lin Jinyan his fist. "I won, isn't it cool?" Lin Jinyan could no longer endure it. You are even more immature than a snowball." The couple whispered to each other as if oblivious to the world around them. Chen Jiasu took a silent glance at them, lowered his gaze to conceal the emotions in his eyes, and slowly left the platform with the help of several classmates. At this moment, the moon hung in the sky, like a silver-white lantern, with scattered starlight embedded in the night sky, resembling diamonds spilled from the universe. The entire world seemed to be immersed in a gentle and peaceful atmosphere. The fog that had long lingered by the mountains finally dissipated. In the private room, everyone was discussing the sudden situation that had just occurred, while Lao He felt a pounding headache. He looked at the time and realized it was getting late. The food on the table had also been almost finished. With a helpless wave of his hand, he announced that the gathering for the night was over. Kai Yue instructed the driver to take Lao He home, and although Lao He did not refuse, his expression still looked very grim. One by one, the classmates left the gathering at Union Club, and this class reunion immediately became the hot topic of gossip. even developing several different versions. Ah ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm nearly dying from laughter, ha ha ha. Is this for real? Was your class reunion really that explosive? After so many years in a scene of turmoil, Chen Jiasu tried to meddle in Lin Jian's marriage to make a move for love, but ended up getting beaten badly by Kai Yue. Ha ha ha, you don't even know how exciting that scene was. Chen Jiasu was beaten until his face was covered in blood. Kai Yue really went all out, and Chen Jiasu himself is the weak type. How could he withstand the punches of an athlete? No way, ha ha ha, I really laughed until my stomach hurt. I want to ask the person involved, Lin Jinyan, what it feels like to have two campus gods fight over you. In the Zuduan's close anti-group, a group chat voice call was ongoing. Lin Jinyan was rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find topical medicine for Kai Yue's abrasions. She shrugged and said, their fight has nothing to do with me, don't drag me into it anymore. Kaio Kinking sighed. Their aircraft makes one feel like they've suddenly returned to their school days. Lin Jinyan finally found the sterile waterproof tape and got up to head back to the bedroom. Zio Menki curiously asked, by the way, weren't they just fine when they toasted Lao He? What exactly caused the fight? Lin Jinyan scoffed, who knows? Probably just drank too much and, in a moment of excitement, wanted to be a hot-blooded youth again. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. I won't say more. I need to give my little darling a beauty treatment first. Lin Jinyan hung up the phone and quickly walked into the master bedroom. Kai Yue was taking a shower in the bathroom. She placed the external medicine she had prepared for Kai Yue on the cabinet, turned around, and picked up the chubby little one who had waited for mommy and daddy all night but didn't get to see them, and was now so sleepy that it was really unfair, pouting in frustration. Putting aside the issue of the man fighting for now, at this moment, nothing was more important than taking care of her beloved daughter's skin. Lin Jinyan gently kissed the soft little face of Zhu Tuan, and her mouth was instantly filled with a light milky aroma. She softly explained, Zhu Tuan, mommy and daddy didn't take you with them tonight because they had to drink. Next time we will definitely take you out to play, okay? Zhu Tuan pouted, her little fists clenched into round balls, her small mouth pressed into a straight line, puffed up in anger and refusing to speak. Lin Jai Nian laughed as she placed the baby on the bed, sitting behind Zhu Tuan's head and dipping her fingertips into some baby-specific lotion. Zhu Tuan, we are going to apply some facial oil now. Mommy will give you a beauty treatment. Zhu Tuan replied in a soft voice, looking a bit wronged. Meh meh. Lin Juni rubbed a few dots of cooking oil on the little meat face of Zhu Tuan, then gently circled and kneaded it with her fingertips. The little face was soft and fluffy, like a puffy little meat bun, and Lin Juni couldn't help but rub it a few more times. Hee, now that the meat bun has been oiled, can it go into the steamer? Lin Juni secretly smiled, while Zhu Tuan, comfortably pressed on the face by her mother, gradually felt better, her clenched little fists finally loosening, as she propped up her little belly and lazily lay on the bed. Lin Jinyan knew that Zhu Tuan was actually very sleepy, so she softly coaxed, Baby, go to sleep, mommy is here with you. Before falling asleep, Zhu Tuan hazily smiled at her mommy. HMPH, although she waited all night for mommy and daddy without seeing them, she is a very magnanimous baby, so Zhu Tuan decided to use a smile to cover it all up. Looking at the smiling Zhu Tuan as she fell asleep, Lin Jinyan gently took a sniff of her little milk belly before placing her chubby darling in the crib in the small compartment. At that moment, Kai Yue came out of the bathroom. The man's tousled hair was still quite damp, and he was loosely wrapped in a black bathrobe, with varying degrees of wounds on both hands. Lin Jinyan waved a bag of medicine in front of him. Apply the medicine yourself. Kai Yue did not take the medicine but directly picked up Lin Jinyan and let her sit on his lap. The two sat on the couch, and Kai Yue innocently looked at her and said, Please help me apply the medicine. Lin Jai Nyan pursed her lips. It's just a hand injury. Can't you apply the medicine yourself? Kai Yue buried his face in Lin Jai Nyan's neck and gently sniffed, his tone carrying a hint of a spoiled request. How can I apply the medicine myself? Both of my hands hurt. Wifey, please. Lin Jai Nyan was entangled by him and had no choice but to help him apply the medicine with a stern face. She held Kai Yue's left hand and saw that his knuckle appeared to be cut by Chen Jiahui's glasses, with the wound looking quite shocking. Lin Jinyan was bandaging the wound while angrily asking, "Why did you get into a fight with someone else?" Kai Yue smiled mischievously. "I did it for you. Didn't everyone say you and Chen Jiashu were in a high school romance? I got jealous." Lin Jinyan scolded, "Crazy," and sarcastically said, "You can't be serious, right? Class monitor Kai, you're such a smart person, yet you would jump to conclusions without verifying, just believing whatever others say." She was utterly speechless inside. I never expected that Kai Yue would actually believe that she had a past with Chen Jiashu. It was simply absurd, even more ridiculous than when he was jealous of her and Raven last time. Kai Yue said slowly, "Because I cared too much about you at that time, so when it came to matters concerning you, I would easily lose my rationality and couldn't see the truth." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyan's heart trembled slightly. She raised her eyes and happened to meet Kai Yue's gaze. Kai Yue's gaze seemed deeper than usual. He held her hand tightly and said quietly, "Tomorrow is my birthday." Wow, someone actually remembers that tomorrow is his own birthday. I thought you were too busy fighting to remember. Honey, can you give me a birthday gift? What do you want? Can you draw a sketch for me? Warm toned light gently falls in the bedroom. In a piece of tranquility, the only sound is the rustling of the pencil on the paper. After many years, Lin Jai Nyan once again picked up the pen to draw a sketch for Kai Yue. This time, however, Kai Yue was not wearing the school uniform of the 7th middle school, but a soft white shirt. His facial features were not significantly different from when he was a teenager. He had just shed the youthful innocence and frailty, making his facial contours appear more three-dimensional and profound. Lin Jinyan's pen danced lightly across the paper, as countless past sketches allowed her to write almost instinctively, smoothly and swiftly. "It seems you're already quite familiar with drawing me," Kai Yue suddenly said, a hint of teasing in his voice. The pencil in Lin Jinyan's hand stopped suddenly, and her brow twitched. Kai Yue smiled gently. "Could it be that you've drawn me many times before?" "Mr. Model, could you please not be so narcissistic?" Lin Jinyan raised her hand to scratch her chin, cleared her throat and said, "Also, please keep quiet and don't move around, as it will affect my train of thought." The corners of Kai Yue's mouth slightly rose, with a meaningful "oh," his smile lazy as he leaned back and said no more. Lin Jai Nyan sat up straight, her expression focused as she sketched. Perhaps it was because she was open and sincere, or perhaps it was due to her changed mindset. This time she painted with exceptional detail, not missing any part, as if she were drawing the most perfect conclusion for the sketchbook she had once lost, offering a perfect gift to her 16-year-old self. Once, she was just a shy girl who secretly hid in the corner of the basketball court, admiring from afar the radiant boys on the court. Over the years during her journey of growth, those moments, big or small, that were related to Kai Yue became the strength that propelled her forward, giving her courage, enabling her to chase her dreams, accepting her desires with ease and moving steadfastly towards her goals. She firmly believes that her future self will be braver and more capable of being herself. Nowadays, she has already fulfilled the wish of Lin Jai Nyan at 16. Apart from that youthful admiration, she has already become an excellent person, just like Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan's upturned lips just can't be pressed down. Just finished the last stroke. A pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, and Kai Yue's deep voice, tinged with a hint of mischief, rang in her ear. "Am I that handsome? Did my painting make you laugh uncontrollably? Lin Jai gently pushed Kai Yue's chest and turned her face away. You've made me laugh at your ugliness. Kai Yue couldn't believe it, reached out to pinch her waist, and then lifted her chin with his hand, forcing her to look up, and said with a smile, "No way. Is my charm that great? Although I'm ugly, I can still make you so happy." Lin Jai couldn't retort him, "You." Kai Yue carried Lin Jai to the sofa again, letting her sit on his lap. He didn't continue joking but held her hand and said earnestly, "Lin Jai, I have liked you since the first year of high school, and even until the third year when I went abroad, I still liked you." Lin Jinians leaned quietly against Kai Yue, without saying a word. Kai Yue spoke with a hint of annoyance, gritting his teeth and saying, "But at that time I always thought you liked Chen Jiashu." Lin Jinians, who had not reacted, finally gave him a glare. "Are you stupid?" Kai Yue sighed with a bitter smile. "Yeah, I am stupid." He silently thought to himself, perhaps everything is the arrangement of fate. Parting is just to reunite in regret. Because of regrets, there were snowflakes at that moment, and that is why we have the life we do now. Kai Yue rested his chin on Lin Jai Nian's shoulder, tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, and quietly asked, "What about you? Is there anything you want to say to me?" Lin Jinian's lips curled slightly upwards as she suddenly turned over and pushed Kai Yue down onto the sofa with force. She straddled Kai Yue's legs, looking at his slightly dazed expression, feeling joyful, her eyes crescent-shaped. "I certainly have something to say to you." Lin Jinian pulled out a dark red tie used for sketching from the gap of the sofa, a hint of cunning in his smile. "But you should wear this first." Kai Yue reached out to take the tie, but Lin Jai Nian quickly withdrew his hand, raised his chin, and said in a tone that allowed no refusal, "Let me do it." Kai Yue raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes, then obediently bent his arms and placed them beside his head, looking as if he would let her manipulate him. He never expected that Lin Jian would tie the tie around his eyes. Lin Jian gently kissed his lips, as soft as a dragonfly touching water. Just as Kai Yue's breathing became heavier and he wanted to deepen the kiss, she suddenly pulled away, her soft palm wandering across his body, as if igniting an invisible fire. At that moment the clock's hands quietly passed 12. Lin Jian leaned down, kissed his earlobe, and smiled softly, saying, "Kai Yue, happy birthday." With his eyes covered, Kai Yue's sense of touch became increasingly sensitive. Her gentle touch spread like a current throughout his body, making him shiver involuntarily. He eagerly turned his head, wanting to find her warmth, but ended up with nothing. A sweet yet slightly provocative laughter came from Lin Jai Nian's side. "Kai Yue, why did your ears suddenly turn red?" Without any warning, Kai Yue felt himself being grabbed. The veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, and he instinctively wanted to break free, but was roughly twisted again. The pain and pleasure hit him at the same time, his voice hoarse, carrying a hint of pleading and restraint. "Lin Jinian, please don't make a fuss. Do you like this or that?" She keeps teasing him in different ways. Kai Yue tilted his head back, sweat dripping down his distinctly defined Adam's apple, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as his fingers gripped the edge of the sofa. Noticing his change, Lin Jinian quickened her pace, a bead of sweat forming at her temples. "Don't hold back, admit it, this is your true ability." Kai Yue's Adam's apple rolled up and down, his throat had gone completely hoarse, a joke. In this fierce contest full of sweat and the smell of hormone, although Lin Jinian had the upper hand, her wrist was so sore it felt like it was about to break. She gritted her teeth and continued to provoke, "Are you sure you can hold on?" "I..." The word "can" had not yet been spoken, and a strong sense of urgency surged like a roaring tide, but Chiyu ultimately could not hold back. The bells of victory rang, and Lin Jinian finally won a battle in front of Kai Yue. Lin Jinian tilted her head and mischievously smiled. "HMPH, the school hunk is just this average." Kai Yue gasped for breath, his disheveled white shirt soaked with sweat, but the dark red tie around his neck remained firmly in place. Kai Yue was already at a loss for words. He was just bowing his head to her in his own way. And she kissed his eyes through the tie, her voice soft and ethereal. "Chiyu, do you know, I have loved you for a long, long time." The next day, the perceptive Snowball noticed that the atmosphere at home was different from usual. Aunt and Mom were busy running around, and after they finished, Mom hugged her and whispered in her ear, Kai, today is Dad's birthday. Tonight we will have a big dinner at home, and after dinner we will have a birthday party. By the way, you need to give Dad a surprise gift." Zuduan looked dazed, her eyes wide open and her little mouth opening and closing as if she were trying to digest what her mother had just said. Then she performed a live act for her mother, a challenge to not blink for 8 seconds. After the challenge, Zuduan put her chubby thumb into her mouth and suckled on it, repeating in a childish voice the sentence her mother had just told her, but she could only say one syllable, Baba Tilda. Lin Jinian helplessly pinched the chubby little face of her baby, placed the carefully dressed Zuduan on the crawling mat and reminded her, "Later, Mommy will let you hold Dad's birthday gift. You will give it to Dad before dinner just like this, stuff it into Dad's arms." Zuduan was wearing a princess-style lemon yellow cotton romper dress today, with her chubby little legs wrapped in cotton leggings, her fine soft hair styled beautifully, and adorned with 2 yellow crystal rabbit hairpins. Like a little fairy full of ethereal charm. The little Snowball waved its tiny hands up and down, chattering away in baby talk with its mom. Lin Jinian handed the beautifully packaged fountain pen to the Snowball and patiently explained, "This is a birthday gift we are giving to Dad. When Dad arrives later, it will be your job to give it to him. Can you promise to complete the task, little one?" The Snowball replied in a soft voice, hugging the gift box tightly, looking extremely well behaved. Aunt Wang sighed beside her. "Zuduan is so smart, understands everything. When Dad receives your gift later, he will definitely be especially pleased." Zuduan heard the praise, her eyes squinting into a narrow slit, lifting her rosy little face, extremely happy. Lin Jinian gently stroked Zuduan's little head, smiling tenderly. "Good baby." At 7 in the evening, Kai Yue finished a day's work and returned home on time. He just pushed the door open and saw Lin Juhua holding a Snowball, smilingly saying, "Happy birthday to you." The Atmosphere group also chimed in a sweet voice, "Duh ba ba." Kai Yue's thin lips slightly curled up, "Thank you." 2 adults and 1 child took their seats at the dining table. Lin Jinian smiled as she looked at Zhu Tuan sitting in the baby chair, gently pinching her chubby little leg and reminding her in her ear, "Zhu Tuan, do you have something to give to Daddy?" Zhu Tuan's eyes widened, her little face filled with excitement. "Daddy." Kai Yue deliberately leaned closer to Zhu Tuan and asked softly, "Oh, Zhu Tuan, do you have something to give to me?" A bowl of beef porridge was placed in front of Zhu Tuan. She had long thrown her mother's advice to the winds. With a small wave of her hand, she ruthlessly swept the obstructive gift box aside, then shakily picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of beef porridge from the small bowl. The little one tightly gripped the spoon, trying hard to reach it towards Kai Yue, his little eyebrows twisted together like a small noodle, babbling and urging his dad to eat the porridge. "Yeah, ba. Adults are really troublesome. Even at this age, they still need to be fed." Lin Jinian and Kai Yue. Zhu Tuan waved her little hands excitedly, eagerly signaling to her dad to come eat, her chubby little round hands tightly gripping the spoon, looking very serious. Kai Yue, with a helpless look, had no choice but to lower his head and cooperate, leaning forward to be fed, a bite of porridge by Zhu Tuan. Zhu Tuan's big eyes were as bright as stars, laughing to herself with a giggle, then shakily extended the spoon again towards her little bowl. The Snowball that is over 9 months old has made tremendous progress in hand-eye coordination compared to when she was younger. She stared at the spoon in her hand, her big eyes almost bulging like a chameleon. Although her little hand occasionally swayed left or right, she ultimately succeeded in scooping out a second spoonful of beef congee from her small bowl. With the second spoonful, the little one carefully stretched the spoon out towards her mom. The snowball was anxious and signaled to her mom to hurry up and eat, pouting her small mouth and mumbling, "Mm." Lin Jinyan looked at her daughter with a smile in her eyes, lowered her head, and opened her mouth to eat the beef porridge from the spoon. The little one who completed the feeding mission felt exceptionally wonderful. Her eyes sparkled as she first looked to the left at her dad, then turned to the right to look at her mom, happily waving her small spoon, her chubby body swaying in the baby seat like a little roly-poly. Oh dear Tilda, although chasing after adults to feed them wore this baby out, the adults did quite well today. Snowball got so excited that she accidentally flung the small spoon in her hand, and with a whoosh, it flew several meters away to the water bar. Lin Jinyan and Kaiyue. Zhu Tuan cried out upon seeing this. Aunt Wang hurried to bring her a new spoon and gently said, "Zhu Tuan, let's not play anymore. How about Auntie feeds you?" However, Zhu Tuan pushed Auntie away with her little hand and mumbled in refusal. Lin Jinyan helplessly said, "It seems that Zhu Tuan wants to eat by herself now. Let her practice self-feeding." Kai Yue leisurely said, "It's actually a bit late for her to start self-feeding at this age. She should have started trying it herself when complementary foods were first introduced." Lin Jai snorted, "It's easy for you to say self-feeding isn't that simple." Immediately after, Zhu Tuan was fully equipped. Two aunties carefully helped her disinfect her little hands, wrapped her tightly in a long-sleeved bib, and finally laid a dirty-proof mat on the floor where she would eat. But even so, the battlefield of self-feeding still opened the eyes of Lin Jianayan and Kai Yue. As the little snowball-like hand swung enthusiastically, a carrot traced a perfect parabola in the air, and with a thud, it landed accurately in Kai Yue's soup. Kai Yue looked at the unexpected guest that suddenly appeared in his soup bowl, and a hint of astonishment crossed his face. "Ha ha ha ha!" Lin Jinyan laughed so hard that he nearly fell over. "Now you know the power of a child eating by themselves, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a small broccoli was also thrown onto Lin Jinyan's plate. Lin Jinyan. This time it was Kai Yue's turn to laugh, her tone somewhat teasing. "Oh, the snowball really is fair, giving each of Mom and Dad a piece of vegetable." The little one mentioned didn't pay any attention to Mom and Dad's teasing and was enjoying her meal wholeheartedly. She had long abandoned the spoon and was directly using a pair of colorful, greasy little hands to grab the food from the plate and shove it into her mouth. Little mouth, little chin, and chubby cheeks are all greasy, but Zuduan is extremely happy. Using her little hands to actively grab food, it seems that the food is more delicious than ever before. Zuduan is immersed in the different tastes and tactile experiences brought by each type of food, and before she knows it, the plate in front of her is almost empty. Lin Jinyan exclaimed in surprise, "Is it not even 10 minutes? Not bad, little one. Your time eating by yourself is actually faster than feeding you." Kai Yue smiled, praised Zuduan. The well-fed snowball, holding a small watermelon belly, happily leaned back against the children's seat back and let out a loud, satisfying burp. Aunt Zhao picked up the dirty little dumpling, smiled, and said, "I'll take the snowball home to change its clothes." After the snowball left the dining table, only Lin Zhizhai and Kai Yue remained, sitting face to face. The man picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Where's my birthday gift? Didn't you say to have the snowball give it to me before dinner?" The attempt to have what seemed to be a reliable but actually wasn't at all snowball deliver a birthday gift failed, so Lin Jinyan had to take out the gift box. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Kai Yue caught a glimpse of the logo on the gift box, and his gaze paused slightly. Isn't this the pen shop Lin Jinian and Chen Jiashu went to that day in the mall? So she was buying a birthday gift for herself at that time. Lin Jinian noticed that his expression was a bit strange and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Kai Yue came back to his senses, took the gift box and said with a complex tone, "Thank you, dear, I really like it." Lin Jianian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Open it later, don't touch it for now." Kai Yue obediently nodded. "Oh." At that moment, the little princess, dressed up and made over, was carried down from upstairs. Zhu Tuan changed into a lavender princess dress, and the matching accessory for this little princess dress is a lightweight small crown. Lin Jinian waved to Zhu Tuan and said, "Zhu Tuan, come here quickly. We are about to start the birthday party. We need to eat birthday cake and sing birthday songs." Lin Jinian led everyone to the garden, and without anyone noticing, a dining table had already been set up in the courtyard, adorned with flowers and champagne. Zhu Tuan, who was carried over by Aunt Zhao, pursed her little lips, and her tiny hands were neatly placed on her small belly. Usually restless, her little short legs were now completely still, like a quiet beauty. Kai Yue took the snowball from Aunt Zhao's hand, tapped the little baby's nose, and unexpectedly said, "Why do you look a bit spacey?" Snowball lightly shook her chubby legs, her small face blushing, and her expression was very ladylike. "What do you mean by spacey?" Although she didn't know what this birthday really meant, since it was carefully prepared for her by her mom and dad, she definitely wanted to perform well. Hey. The snowball is feeling shy by itself, and the lights in the courtyard suddenly changed. Only then did Kai Yue realize that some very discreet ambient lights had been set up here at some point. The soft lights flickered, resembling irregularly arranged brilliant stars in the pitch-black night, making the entire courtyard especially warm and romantic. Just then, the sound of a cart being pushed came from behind, and Kai Yue turned to look. The chef at home pushed out a 2-layer cake cart as the sound system began to play the birthday song. Bang bang! The sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted, with colorful firecracker smoke flying everywhere. Lin Jinian smiled brightly, standing on tiptoe to place a handmade birthday crown on Kai Yue's head. Everyone at home said to Kai Yue in unison, "Happy birthday!" The little snowball waved its small meat paw, its short legs shyly swaying back and forth. "Oh dear Tilda everyone, there's no need to be so polite, hee. A barely noticeable curve appeared at the corner of Kai Yue's lips. The sweet fragrance suddenly struck, and Lin Jianian placed a kiss with a red lip print on his face. "Hubby, happy birthday!" Kai Yue's arm holding the snowball tightened slightly, and a soft corner deep in his heart seemed to be soaked in honey, making even his breath feel sweet. The man coolly said thanks. Kai Yue felt particularly cheerful, but the little brows of the snowball sitting in his arms were almost twisted into little earthworms. What on earth is going on? It's clearly her birthday, so why is Dad wearing the same crown? And why is Mom kissing Dad instead of her? Snowball's little face was full of confusion as she chattered away. She spoke in baby language that the adults couldn't understand, gesturing with her small hands. Lin Jijian gently stroked the little one's head and asked softly, "Snowball, are you wanting to eat cake?" The little snowball's big eyes lit up, shyly smiling. She said it was just an accident earlier. It seems Mom and Dad have everything arranged perfectly for her birthday party. The little one who took the first bite of cake had wide, round eyes filled with surprise. She licked her lips, with a ring of white cream remaining around her small mouth, her big eyes smiling like a crescent moon. She opened her mouth wide again, signaling that she wanted to eat more. Dad first fed Mom a bite of cake, and Mom blushed as she ate it. After finishing that bite of cake, she actually smeared cream on Dad's face with her finger, then ran away while laughing heartily. Dad didn't wipe the cream off his face. He raised the corners of his lips and arched his eyebrows, saying, "Lin Jinian, how old are you this year?" "Snowball." Does no one see me with my mouth wide open waiting to eat cake? The snowball was anxiously howling, its tiny pink fists clenched into little balls. Lin Jinian fed the snowball a bite of cake and gently explained, "You're still small, you can't eat too much or your stomach will hurt." Kai Yue added, "You can only eat one more bite at most." The snowball swallowed the last bite of cake, but the whole little creature was puffed up with anger, flames of fury rising in its heart. Adults are really incomprehensible. It's her birthday, so why can't this be done or that be done? But the generous snowball still sighed and finally decided to forgive the whole world. Never mind, adults may sometimes be strange, but they prepared this grand and warm birthday party for themselves tonight. Overall, she was quite satisfied. After the birthday party, Zhu Tuan lazily leaned against the soft pillow on the crawling mat, feeling quite satisfied. "I ate too much tonight and had too much fun." The little one held his round little belly and let out a big burp. Lin Jianian went to take a shower while Kai Yue kept Zhu Tuan company on the crawling mat. Dad played with the little one for a while with age-appropriate games for a 9-month-old child, throwing small balls. The father and daughter take turns throwing the small ball into the small basket. The snowball moved very quickly, hastily shoving the small ball into the small basket, making a popping sound as the ball bounced. Kai Yue deliberately let her win. "You're amazing, Dad can't compete with you anymore." The snowball lifted her soft little face, her expression very proud, like a small general who had won a battle. The kid with a 3-minute enthusiasm played ball for a while, found the game too easy, gradually lost interest, and crawled away to play with other toys. With some free time, Kai Yue finally had the chance to open the gift that Lin Jianian had sent him. He opened the gift box and saw a pen and a card laying quietly inside. The pen was the flashy style that Lin Jianian liked. He curled his lips and cursed himself for being stupid in his heart, and then scolded Chen Jiashu 100 times for being both bad and foolish. He picked up the fountain pen and gently twirled it in his hand, the star map pattern emerging on the pen's body, making the man's mood exceptionally joyful. Kai Yue pinched the card with his fingertips, and the amber perfume wafted through the air, revealing a neatly written passage in a beautiful handwriting. "Kai Yue, I want to write the words 'we' into every wrinkle of space and time in the galaxy O." As the golden leaves fluttered down like butterflies, the earth quietly enveloped in the desolate atmosphere of autumn, snowballs officially entered their 10th month of age. The little one, who has just entered 10 months old, has grown the 5th little milk tooth, and the 6th one is also stirring, about to break through the gums. Now, brushing Snowball's teeth every morning and evening has become a fixed ritual. In the bathroom, the small group with Dao Ming-Si, shaped hairbands obediently opens her little mouth, showcasing her fine and white little teeth to her mom and dad. Lin Jianian is waiting with a little yellow duck-shaped cup, while Kai Yue holds a tiny yellow toothbrush in his hand. He leans down, carefully cleaning the little one's teeth, reminding Snowball, "You must not swallow the toothpaste." Dao Ming-Si, Snowball blinks. She still remembers the strange and unpleasant taste from the last time she curiously tasted toothpaste, so now she firmly refuses to swallow the toothpaste. After Kai Yue brushed Zhu Tuan's teeth, Lin Jianian bent down and gently praised, "Zhu Tuan is really smart. It seems you have truly mastered the technique of brushing your teeth." The little one, feeling her mouth fresh and fragrant after rinsing, proudly puffed up her little chest and happily accepted her mother's praise. 10-month-old Zhu Tuan has made progress not only in brushing teeth. The already clever little one has become even more astute, and with her significantly improved gross motor skills, Zhu Tuan has become the most adventurous little explorer in the family. Often, whenever Lin Jianian slightly turns her head or becomes distracted, she finds that her little one is nowhere to be seen, and she shouts, "Zhu Tuan, where are you?" No one answered. Lin Jinyan was anxious and frantically searching for the cub when a somewhat complicated voice from the kitchen said, "The snowball is here." Lin Jinyan quickly walked towards the kitchen, and the first thing she saw was Kai Yue standing against the wall. The man had his arms crossed over his chest, a half smile on his face, and nodded towards Lin Jinyan, saying, "Look, there's your daughter." Lin Jinyan turned her head to look and, upon seeing the cub hiding behind the cabinet door, was at a loss for what expression to show. The big gray cabinet door was wide open, and the snowball only showed a pair of round little bun feet, which appeared even thicker as they were squeezed while tiptoeing. The busy little dumpling, who didn't even know what it was busy with, was holding onto the cabinet, and soft rustling noises occasionally came from inside. Kai Yue curved his lips. "It's fine, I just took a quick look and there are no dangerous items inside." Lin Jianian still walked over to take a look worriedly, and sure enough, the snowball was using its round little belly to push against the center partition of the cabinet, while its two little hands were fiddling with the basin that was usually used to hold things inside the cabinet. The little one slightly drooped her head, pouted her small mouth, and her little face was very focused, not even realizing when her dad and mom came up behind her. Lin Jinyan covered her mouth and laughed, recording a busy video of Zhu Tuan. Only after hearing the laughter did Zhu Tuan realize that her dad and mom had arrived. The little cub successfully got her desired green basin, and from a standing position, with a thud, she sat down on the ground, then turned her little face to babble to her parents in baby talk. Zhu Tuan must inspect the house every day. Whenever she comes across a cabinet or drawer that interests her and can be opened, she has to check each one. Oh dear, this home truly gives her something to worry about every single. The snowball, who has been worried sick about this household, shook its head, activated its clever little brain, and thought of various ways to bring the green basin it dug out from the cupboard back to its territory. Lin Jinyan followed behind, filming daily videos of the snowball while seriously telling Kai Yue, "It seems we need to check all the low cabinets in the house. If there are any dangerous items stored, they must be locked up." Kai Yue nodded seriously, "Okay." Adults can hardly understand that Zhu Tuan has genuinely poured her heart into the construction of this home. Not only does she patrol the house every day, but her observational skills have also improved significantly, and she is particularly keen on imitating adults. One time, when Aunt Wang was wiping the coffee table in the living room, she discovered that Zhu Tuan had a pair of bright, shiny black eyes wide open in surprise. When Aunt Wang turned to tidy up Zhu Tuan's toys, the little one eagerly crawled to the side of the coffee table. She used her two strong little round hands to tightly grip the edge of the coffee table, like a special forces soldier, tightening her elbows and legs to exert force, and steadily stood up. Zhu Tuan grinned widely, picked up the towel that Aunt Wang hadn't had time to take away, and started wiping the table. She used her little round hands to wipe chaotically back and forth. Surprisingly, the cleaning effect was quite good, and the tabletop became shiny, reflecting light. At this moment, Kai Yue was concentrating on writing on his tablet, when Lin Jianian sneezed loudly and casually pulled a tissue from the box to wipe his nose. Zhu Tuan's eyes lit up. She casually tossed aside the towel she was using to wipe the table, climbed over to the tissue box, and deftly pulled out some tissues, but her small hands were too strong and ended up pulling out 3 sheets at once. After successfully getting the tissue, everyone heard the baby talk in a soft voice. Zhu Tuan put the tissue on her little nose and wiped it back and forth, her big eyes wide open. It was clear that she was trying very hard to imitate her mother's gesture of blowing her nose, but she just couldn't grasp the technique. Lin Jin, who quietly put down the tissue, and Kai Yue, who raised his head from the tablet. Lin Jin had a helpless expression. "Zhu Tuan, why do you have to learn this? Why are you imitating Mom blowing her nose? Mom has caught a bit of a cold." Kai Yue put down the tablet, draped his coat over Lin Jin, and picked up Zhu Tuan, who was still blowing her nose. Since you can imitate, then every time Mom and Dad say a word now, you just follow along and say it. The snowball put its chubby thumb in its mouth and sucked on it, its short legs swaying. Since adults like to play this childish game, she will reluctantly accompany them for a bit. Paper towel. Baba tilde. Sofa. Baba tilde. Kai Yue frowned slightly. Zuduan, you didn't pronounce a single syllable correctly. Lin Jai Nyan immediately defended her cub. Our Zuduan is learning English recently. Cub, you say dog, dog. Zuduan, meow meow. A sly smile appeared on Kai Yue's face. Lin Jinyan adjusted her forehead, casually picked up a small yellow duck toy, still not giving up. Snow Tuan duck. Snow Tuan tilted her little head, looking quite calm, and uttered a syllable, Dada. Lin Jinyan smiled. Kai Yue, look, Snow Tuan can speak now. Kai Yue smirked, not bad. The snowball stood proudly with its small chest puffed out, its round little face full of confidence. At that moment, Lin Jinyan suddenly smelled a pungent odor, and she quickly covered her nose with both hands, her brow furrowing. How awful! What is that smell? Kai Yue also frowned at the unpleasant smell. Aunt Wang, who was cleaning, quickly explained, Madam, this disinfectant was just bought. If you find the smell unpleasant, we can change brands next time. Lin Jianayan continued to hold her nose and said, I clearly remember buying the lavender scent, but this smell is so strange. I will never buy this brand again. As she spoke, she did not hide her disgust and shook her head. It smells so bad. While the adults were talking, Zhu Tuan remained silent, but her bright eyes were darting around, silently observing every adult's actions and words. It seemed that she had no reaction at the moment, but all that happened left either deep or shallow impressions in Zhu Tuan's little mind. On Saturday, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue took Zhu Tuan back to her grandparents' house. Li Suhua came downstairs to greet the family of 3, and everyone entered the elevator of the apartment building together. Also entering the elevator was a neighbor living above the Lin family. The small elevator quickly became crowded, with Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue squeezed into a corner. Li Suhua was holding her chubby granddaughter and started chatting with the neighbor's aunt. Li Suhua boasted, Our Zuduan has quite the appetite now. She's getting heavier and heavier, I can barely hold her. The snowball softly leaned against grandmother's embrace, smiling cutely. Neighboring aunt, being able to eat is a blessing. I hope my son will hug his child for me someday. Li Suhua, your son is still young, there's no rush. The neighboring aunt waved her hand. Since he got into the XX bureau last year, I don't worry about his job anymore, but the issue of finding a partner has been unresolved. Li Suhua chuckled awkwardly. No way, doesn't your son have a girlfriend? The neighbor aunt, upon hearing this, became anxious. What kind of serious girlfriend is that? I absolutely refuse to let her enter our home. She became more and more agitated. I only have 3 simple requirements for a daughter-in-law, and she doesn't meet any of them. First, she must be at least 1.67 meters tall with a decent appearance. My son is already 1.74 meters tall. She can't drag down our family genes. Second, the partner must be from our city. Having a house and a car is basic. Being an only child is a must, and she definitely cannot have any brothers or sisters, or else my son would be burdened. Third, my son has a government job. Even if she doesn't have a job right now, she at least has to be a graduate of a prestigious 985 university. Li Suhua said gloomily, but your son isn't an only child, right? Doesn't he have an older sister? The neighbor aunt's eyes turned. How can that be the same? His sister doesn't need help. As the neighbor aunt spoke, her eyes unconsciously glanced at Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue, who were standing in the corner of the elevator, and she sighed inwardly. She originally wanted to choose Lin Jinyan as her daughter-in-law, although Lin Jinyan was only 2 years younger than her son. a bit older and still didn't have a formal job, selling clothes outside. But there was an opportunity for exams, and surely she could pass by 35. If she had a daughter as her first child, having a few more would surely get her a son. Unfortunately, she got married shortly after graduating, and the one she found was a bad boy with tattoos. Those with tattoos can't take civil service exams, and it's hard to find even a decent job. How can he compare to her son? Lin Jianian must be regretting not pursuing her son back then, feeling like she's made a huge mistake. The neighbor aunt was thinking too deeply, and coincidentally had eaten garlic in the morning. She had just been chattering away non-stop, filling the entire elevator with a strong garlic smell. Fortunately, the Lin family's floor had arrived. Lin Jianian and Kai Yue were wearing long faces, eager to squeeze out of the cramped elevator. Li Suhua maintained the courtesy between neighbors, forcing herself to say goodbye to the neighbor aunt, and prepared to step out of the elevator. At that moment, the snowball in her arms suddenly covered its little nose tightly with both hands, shaking its head left and right, its little eyebrows furrowed like tiny earthworms. She even pretended to gag loudly at the neighbor aunt, Yue. Back at her parents' house, Lin Zhijian and Kai Yue had hardly any chance to play with the snowball. Li Suhua had unknowingly purchased a toy train tracking device, a large toy nearly as tall as the little snowball, steadily placed in the center of the living room. As soon as the snowball stepped into the house, it was instantly attracted, its little eyes wide open. Datilda. There's no need for an adult to hold her. The snowball broke free from Li Suhua's side, wiggling her little butt as she crawled towards the toy track as fast as she could. Her crawling speed is impressive now. She can go wherever she wants, and the adults can't do anything about it. The little one grabbed the edge of the toy table with her small round paws, her strong little feet firmly gripping the ground. Then she tightened her short legs and smoothly stood up in one fluid motion, completing the whole process in just 3 seconds. This is the first time Li Suhua has seen a snowball stand, and she praises it endlessly, quickly recording a video of the snowball and sending it to her distant relatives, seemingly complaining but actually showing off. She says in a voice message, "My big fat granddaughter is only 10 months old and has already started walking. Oh, I have to take her with me everywhere now. My back is so sore." Not only that, but she also played the voice replies from others out loud in the living room. "What? You say she can walk at that age? 10 months? Your granddaughter must be a genius." Li Suhua, "Oh, I don't really understand this either. She just suddenly learned to walk, couldn't stop her, haha." Lin Zhijian and Kai Yue. Mingaming Zhu Tuan can only stand with support, at most shivering and moving 1 or 2 steps while holding onto something. Yet Li Suhua insists on saying that it can walk. The center of the topic, Zhu Tuan, is completely too busy to pay attention to the adults. The little one is super busy. Zhu Tuan looks focused and serious, raising her round little hand, excitedly playing with the track toys. Each track is placed with colorful marbles, and her little hand accurately grabs a marble, steadily placing it at the top of the track, watching the marble roll down swiftly along the track, as if playing an exciting roller coaster, finally sliding down to the other end with a pata-pata sound. Although Zhu Tuan doesn't understand how the marbles fall to the other side, it doesn't stop her from laughing happily. Li Suhua sat beside the snowball, patiently explaining spatial logic to the little one who was still a bit confused. "You see, this is the vortex disc, this is the S-shaped track, and this is the 3-pronged path splitter. If you want the marble to fall into this position, just close 2 of the 3 paths, and then the marble can only go through this way." The snowball blinked its bright eyes at Grandma, with a small face that seemed to understand and yet not quite. Doo-doo. "That's right, it's a marble. Snowball is so smart." Li Suhua hugged the snowball and patiently explained it all over again. While Snowball was happily playing by herself, Li Suhua turned to Lin Zhijian and sighed, "Why didn't you have toys like this when you were a child? They not only make children happy but are also great for early education. How wonderful! After a pause, she murmured to herself, but back then you and your dad were too busy with work. Even if we had these toys, we wouldn't have had the time to play with you. Recalling Lin Jinyan's childhood, Lee Soo-hyun and Lin Song-hyun were completely absorbed in work, and indeed, they had very little time to spend with their daughter. Lee Soo-hyun remembered that at that time, the greatest companionship for young Lin Jinyan was taking her to art classes. At that time, Lin Jinyan, who was just in the senior kindergarten class, excitedly handed her own artwork to her and eagerly asked, "Mom, the teacher praised me. I want to go to the amusement park with Mom and Dad." But Lee Soo-hyun sternly scolded her, "You just got praised once and you're already so proud. Wait until you get chosen by the teacher in elementary school to talk about it." Then she turned and seriously instructed Lin Song-hyun, "Don't you know someone at Majiang Primary School? Is it the head teacher? Let's invite him to dinner next weekend and have him arrange a better class for Nyan. Lin Song-hyun simply nodded dumbly. Later, although Lin Jinyan was chosen by the most experienced art teacher at Majiang Primary School, the trip to the amusement park could not be realized for various reasons. Recalling these past events, Lee Soo-hyun frowned slightly, her gaze a bit vacant, lost in thought. While Lee Soo-hyun was deep in thought, Lin Jinyan came into her room and rummaged through her belongings to find something. She flipped through the book with her fingertips, frowning, clearly remembering that it was tucked among this row of books, but now she just couldn't find it no matter what. Just then, Lee Soo-hyun called out to Lin Jinyan from outside to bring the snowball, because she needed to go to the kitchen to supervise the cooking. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to stuff the messy old books into the drawer under her desk, sighed inwardly, and mumbled to herself, "Forget it, I'll just give it to him next time I find it." Today, the cleaning lady is unavailable, so the cooking duties fall to Lin Song-hyun and Kai Yue, who just entered the kitchen to help. Lee Soo-hyun especially went to the restaurant early in the morning to pack several generous portions of hearty prepared dishes, so Lin Song-hyun only needs to cook rice, steam an egg, fry a couple of vegetable dishes, and make a small pot of congee with vegetable hearts and minced meat specifically for little Zooduan. What was supposed to be a few simple home-cooked dishes instantly shocked Lee Soo-hyun when she walked into the kitchen and saw the scene before her. The kitchen, which was already small, now seemed as if it had just experienced an intense interstellar battle, completely in disarray. All the pots, plates, and bowls were scattered to distant lands, and the condiment bottles were also lying haphazardly, arranged in a messy way. "Lin Song-hyun, what on earth are you doing?" Lee Soo-hyun placed her hand on her forehead and hurried over to check on the meat porridge that was specially made for Zooduan. "The rice hasn't even boiled down completely. Why are you adding meat?" Lee Soo-hyun was both angry and anxious, unable to help but shake her head and sigh. She quickly turned up the heat to thicken the porridge a bit more, finally sprinkling some chopped green vegetables on top. The porridge for Zooduan was finally ready, but Lee Soo-hyun still wasn't reassured and glared at Lin Song-hyun. "Are you sure you know how to cook?" Lin Song-hyun felt a little embarrassed as he touched his nose. Before he could speak, he heard Kai Yue's calm voice, "Of course." Lee Soo-hyun looked at her impressive son-in-law, feeling more and more satisfied, nodding repeatedly. "Thank you for your hard work, Zio Kai. I'll go feed the kids first." Kai Yue smiled broadly. "Don't worry, Mom." Lin Song-hyun looked at Kai Yue a bit surprised, thinking to himself, "Son-in-law, your performance just now wasn't any better than mine, so how are you so calm?" Lee Soo-hyun helplessly sighed, glanced at Lin Song-hyun, who was bowing his head, and then turned his gaze to Kai Yue, her expression filled with satisfaction. "My husband is useless, but fortunately my son-in-law is fairly reliable." However, Lee Soo-hyun never expected that this very reliable son-in-law would also start to drop the ball when it came to cooking, but everyone, out of concern for face, felt reluctant to say anything. Kai Yue was completely unaware of this. He was eating heartily, occasionally picking up some of the stir-fried asparagus he made, enjoying it very much. He asked with a smile, "Why isn't anyone eating? Is everyone not hungry today?" Li Suhua and Lin Songyuan exchanged silent glances, silently complaining, "Handsome, did you not put any salt at all? This dish has no flavor." Lin Jinyan managed to eat comfortably, quietly adding some asparagus to her bowl. She looked at Kai Yue's profile while eating, letting out a soft sigh. So really, one shouldn't envy Kai Yue's well-toned figure because this person is just a naturally fit fitness saint. Even food without oil or salt can taste so delicious. After finishing a bowl of porridge, little Snowball watched her dad eat, drooling as she desperately wanted to join in. Tilda, although Snowball was sitting in Grandma's lap, she eagerly stretched out her tiny hands, watching hungrily as she wanted to snatch food from her dad's bowl. This tasteless food, while not suitable for adults, was just right for Snowball. Lin Jinyan picked up a piece of asparagus, rinsed it in boiling water to remove the surface oil, and then handed it to Snowball. The little one's big eyes lit up as she eagerly grabbed it to eat. She put the asparagus in her mouth and chewed blissfully, making delicious slurping sounds, clearly enjoying it with her wide, enchanted eyes. Kai Yume lightly raised her eyebrows and said, "Zuduan, doesn't Daddy's cooking smell delicious?" Super fan Zuduan waved the asparagus in her hand, her big eyes squinting into crescent shapes, expressing her love for the dishes made by her father with her actions. She clenched her greasy little fist, signaling the adults to give her more asparagus, clearly still not having eaten enough. Lin Jinyan smiled gently and said, "Zuduan, don't rush. Mommy is washing a little more for you now." Li Suhua and Lin Songyuan couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong with their taste buds. They exchanged puzzled glances and reached for the tasteless asparagus again with their chopsticks. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Li Suhua felt that this dish, although not fragrant enough, had the advantage of being authentic and praised. "Not bad. It's edible." Lin Songyuan also chimed in, "Zio Kai, I must ask you for cooking advice more often in the future." Kai Yue replied earnestly, "Dad, I'm flattered. I only have a superficial understanding." He raised his eyebrow and spoke with a tone reminiscent of a Michelin chef. "Culinary skills are merely techniques. True mastery in cooking lies in presenting the original flavors that endure over time, cooked without turning mushy. What we truly savor are the ingredients bestowed by the earth, and the joyous atmosphere of a family gathering around a meal. That is what matters most." "That's right, Ziokai, you understand it very deeply." The atmosphere group Snowball waved asparagus, "Baba." For a moment, the dining table was filled with joy and harmony. Ever since the significance of that plate of asparagus was elevated, everyone has praised Kai Yue's culinary skills endlessly. Lin Jinyan looked at Kai Yue's calm and relaxed smile and quietly sighed. Being eloquent really is enviable. One can easily turn the tide with just words. After dinner, Lin Jinyan was suddenly called away by a very urgent work phone call from Wang Siwen. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to place a kiss on the little Snowball's forehead. "Baby, Mommy has some matters at the studio. Daddy will play with you in the afternoon." Later, in front of everyone, Kai Yue also lowered his head and planted a kiss on Lin Jinyan's forehead, gently saying, "You go ahead and take care of your work." Lin Jinyang blushed as she hurriedly bid farewell to everyone and rushed to the studio. Li Suhua and Lin Songyuan were tidying up in the kitchen. Li Suhua leaned out her head and said to Kai Yue, "Little Kai, if Zhu Tuan wants to take a nap, just put her to sleep on Nyan's bed." Kai Yue responded with a good. He carried Zhu Tuan into Lin Jinyang's room, which was clean and tidy. In the center was a 1.5-meter bed, and beside it were a wooden desk and wardrobe. Kai Yue placed the Snowball on the ground and let her play by herself, while he went to the bathroom to wet a towel, preparing to wipe her hands and mouth. But when he returned to the room, the scene before him shocked him. The snowball had opened the little drawer under Lin Jinyan's desk at some point and dumped everything out, with books scattered all over the floor. The little one still looked proud, puffing out her small chest and chuckling. "Kai Zhu," Kai Yue said through gritted teeth, "can't you stop loving to open drawers so much?" After Kai Yue finished wiping Snow Tuan's face, he put on a stern expression and started to clean up the mess. Snow Tuan, however, was in a playful mood, tightly clutching a few books with her little hands while making excited noises. Kai Yue wouldn't let her get away with it and used a bit of clever strength to snatch the books from Snow Tuan's hands. Just as the father and daughter were competing like a tug-of-war, a pink piece of paper floated out from the pages of the books being pulled. Kai Yue looked in surprise at the paper slowly descending in the air, and Snow Tuan also widened her eyes, curiously making an ah sound. The paper is not a vivid pink, its edges have begun to yellow slightly. It feels as though I have traveled through distant time and space, floating in from a past unimaginable within a snowball. The yellowing pink paper has slightly curled edges, and the neatly written familiar characters are like a key, instantly opening the floodgates of memory, pulling Kai Yue back to that unbearably hot summer many years ago. During the lunch break, the classroom is filled with a sticky and humid atmosphere. The sound of students swiping through exercises, the deliberately lowered voices of discussions, the buzzing sound of the old fan turning, and the intermittent cicada chirping outside the window intertwined together. A gentle breeze flowed in from outside the window. Like a sharp blade, it suddenly cut through the stuffy air, creating a cool opening, and lifted the long hair of the girl sitting by the window in the fourth row. The breeze, carrying a faint sweetness, crossed through the years and finally reached the boy sitting in the last row, who was lying on the table with his school uniform jacket covering his head, sleeping. When the breeze brushes over the boy's fingertips, he unzips his jacket, runs his fingers through his somewhat messy hair, and slowly sits up from his desk. The cool class monitor who plays three-point shots. Hope this letter finds you well. When you receive this letter, you might wonder who I am, and you can feel free to ponder that for as long as you'd like. Sorry, I usually spend about 90% of my time being serious, but occasionally I want to have some fun with abstraction. Hee-hee-oh. In short, who I am is not important. What matters is what I want to say to you. I consider my writing skills to be quite decent, but in this letter I can only use a very cliché adjective to describe you. Class monitor, you are really cool. Whether it's sweating it out on the basketball court, patiently explaining math problems to classmates in the classroom, or passionately giving speeches on the auditorium stage, every footprint you've left in the school is incredibly cool. You probably don't know, but I have always been a timid person who feels unworthy of too much, especially with girls. When I was very young, I learned to read between the lines, and even now, when facing my classmates, I still find myself trying to please them cautiously, always worried that if I don't do this, I won't make any friends. I fear the unfriendly gazes of others and worry even more about negative evaluations of me. I always try my best to be a good person, just to receive a word of affirmation from others. Until I met you, you were different from everyone I knew. You are genuine and always at ease being yourself. In the face of doubt, you express your views loudly. In the face of difficulties, you have the courage to break through obstacles. Moreover, the spare umbrella you handed to a classmate in the rain, the cat food you gently placed down for a stray cat as you passed by, these small acts of kindness are even more touching than the label of campus heartthrob. I really like what you said as the representative for new students at the opening ceremony. The preciousness of youth does not lie in never falling, but in the fact that each handful of dirt picked up when we fall will become the foundation for rebuilding our tower. I put this sentence that inspires me on my bedside, so I see it every day when I open my eyes. I am writing this letter not to ask for any response, but simply to let this feeling be solemnly placed. I wish you can get the first place in your grade in this final exam. You'll be entering senior year next semester, so let's all work hard. A person who doesn't want you to know their name. The date of signing off was the second semester of junior year. It wasn't until I heard a soft, childlike voice that the snowball extended a little white paw and gently touched Kai Yue's face, that Kai Yue suddenly realized that his eyes had quietly grown wet without him noticing. The little dumpling furrowed her brows, anxiously leaning closer to her dad, using her soft little hands to wipe his tears, and her expression looked somewhat embarrassed. Oh dear, what is going on with the adults? Isn't she just fighting with her dad over something? If dad can't win against her, then so be it. Why is he still crying? Although Snowball felt quite speechless inside, she still tried hard to nuzzle her chubby little body against her dad's arms, raising her little arms and mumbling in a babyish voice. Isn't dad always saying that if you squeeze her little arms, you'll feel better? Never mind, she should just give dad a squeeze now. After all, she made him cry. Zhu Tuan didn't expect that dad not only wouldn't squeeze her arms but would also lift her and place her at the head of the bed, speaking to her in an authoritative tone. Hurry up and take a nap. You woke up at 6 this morning. Zhu Tuan originally wanted to continue arguing with dad, but after sucking her thumb she felt sleepy. She turned her head on the pillow, rubbed her little face against it, and soon fell into a dream. The snowball was thinking just before falling asleep that her dad always says she cries a lot, but in fact, it's her dad who is the real crybaby. The crybaby Kai Yue rubbed his temples and put the pink letter into his pants pocket. A second later, he furrowed his brow again, feeling that something was wrong. Putting it in the pants pocket will definitely wrinkle the letter, right? After he covered the snowball with a quilt, he walked out of the bedroom, asked Lee Suhua for a hard paper bag, and carefully placed the letter into the hard paper bag. Lee Suhua looked at Kai Yue's serious expression and felt uneasy. The piece of paper in his hand, could it possibly be a stock document that could influence the entire group's future direction? Lee Suhua said with concern, "Zio Kai, if you have something urgent to attend to, just go ahead. Snowball can be taken care of by me and her grandfather." Kai Yue raised his hand to check his watch and said in a solemn and deep voice, "I indeed have matters to attend to. Thank you for taking care of Snowball. I will come to pick her up before 10 tonight." Lee Suhua hurriedly said, "It's not hard at all. You go ahead and get busy. If you're not available tonight, it's no problem if you don't bring Zuduan back. Zuduan can sleep with me." Kai Yue thanked Lee Suhua and hurriedly left with the paper bag. 20 minutes later, Lin Jinyan, who was busy in the studio, received a mysterious WeChat message from Kai Yue. It contained just a concise location and a sentence. "S Hotel, room 4505, come over when you're done." Lin Jinyan replied in confusion, "What's going on?" After finishing, she tossed her phone aside and continued to focus on processing the recent return and exchange requests she had received. Although Ira's sizing was already quite standard, parents always hoped to buy clothes one size larger for their children, thinking they could wear them next year, so requests for returns and exchanges due to sizing issues accounted for 70% of the total. Wang Siwen suggested, "Let's add a detailed height and weight comparison table on the product page, and also strengthen training for customer service, preparing several script templates." Lin Jinyan's eyes lit up as she suddenly got an idea. Why don't we take advantage of next month's ex-cat maternal and infant season to carry out a promotional campaign? Wang Siwen, what campaign? Lin Jinyan excitedly explained. "We're launching a height growth guarantee program where parents can exchange clothes purchased during the event for a larger size for free within a year." Wang Siwen's eyebrows twitched as she and Ivy raised many practical issues to consider regarding the event that the boss suddenly came up with. By the time the meeting was over, It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Lin Jinyan had only had time to check her phone after getting off work at the studio. At this glance, her cheeks instantly turned fiery hot, and she stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Kai Yue want to mess with you." Just at that moment, a sudden horn sounded from behind. Lin Jinyan turned around and saw a black McLaren quietly parked by the roadside, looking as if it had been waiting for a long time. Through the glass car window, even from several meters away, she could clearly feel the man's aggressive gaze from the driver's seat fixated on her. It made her feel like there was nowhere to escape. Lin Jinyan felt quite uneasy. What's going on? It's broad daylight. What the heck is wrong with him? With him staring like that, Lin Jinyan had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat next to Kai Yue, and as soon as she fastened her seatbelt, the vehicle suddenly accelerated, making her feel dizzy and disoriented. But what made her even more dizzy was still to come. Kai Yue drove the car to the S Hotel, directly taking her to the top suite, remaining silent the entire time. Lin Jinyan hadn't had the chance to properly observe the decor of the suite when a tall, hot male body suddenly pressed against her from behind. He pinned her at the foot of the bed, brushed aside her long hair, and from behind grasped her waist, then bit down on her neck. Lin Jinyan struggled on the bed for a moment, turned her face and looked surprised. "Hey, at this time, we still need to have dinner." Before she finished speaking, her lips were blocked by the man from the side. Between the intertwining lips and tongues, the air is filled with the intense fragrance of Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan closed her eyes and her consciousness gradually became drowsy. At this moment, she suddenly felt a chill behind her, followed by a warmth. The close assault with no foreplay made Lin Jinyan cry out in despair. She looked shocked, using her hands and feet to try to crawl forward, but was pulled back by the man, even closer than before. Kai Yue said in a hoarse voice, "Don't run or there will be a punishment." Lin Jinyan clenched the sheets tightly with both hands, and was pushed forward a considerable distance by a huge force. "Boo-hoo, that dead pervert Kai Yue." Lin Jinyan's eyes were filled with tears. She thought to herself that it wasn't good to confront him head-on at this moment. She turned her head slightly, flushed, and said, Class leader, I want to change direction. This feels uncomfortable." Kai Yue paused for a moment and finally agreed, "Okay." He took it out, his hands gripping her waist, just about to flip over the woman at the foot of the bed. Unexpectedly, Lin Jinyan reacted extremely quickly. Her knees bent, and she quickly knelt by the bed. Immediately after, she extended her arms and used all her strength to wrap them around Kai Yue's neck. Using this pulling force, she twisted her body, violently pulling Kai Yue down onto the bed. Suddenly ambushed, Kai Yue was slightly taken aback and didn't react for a moment. Lin Jinyan finally sat down at the table. She raised her chin, one hand grasping Kai Yue's neck with a bright smile. "Today you have to listen to me." Kai Yue raised both hands with a smile and lightly scoffed. "With both Shang Mayan and Zia Mayan under your control, how could they not listen to you?" He truly did not move again, slightly closing his eyes, becoming the passive party. Lin Jinyan was initially inexperienced and was still groping around for a while. The man, tortured to the point of being a mess, ultimately restrained himself and said, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Just like that. After receiving guidance, Lin Jinyan suddenly found interest at a certain moment and eventually mastered the technique. Because it was under her control, Lin Jinyan finished in less than 5 minutes, drenched in sweat. "Finished." She patted Kai Yue's slightly blushing cheek, her voice satisfied and languid. "Then I'll go take a shower first." After finishing, she mercilessly got out of bed. The man on the bed looked at his lingering heat, covered his forehead with his arm, and appeared somewhat crushed. Lin Jinyan smiled sweetly and said, "You can ask me." Kai Yue ultimately spoke in a muffled voice, "Please help me. Even if using my feet, it's possible." Lin Jinyan ultimately helped Kai Yue. "The soles of my feet hurt so much, almost breaking the skin." Halfway through, her feet ached so much that she could hardly hold on, and several times she nearly jumped out from beneath her soles. The large hand with prominent green veins grasped her slender ankle and pressed inward. The man's narrow eyes glimmered with crimson, and cool sweat trickled down from his forehead to his jawline. His expression was both excited and repressed, as if he was struggling to control something. A trace of doubt crossed Lin Jai's face. She originally thought this was a way to bully him, but somehow it seemed that not only did it not have the effect of bullying, but rather it felt like a different kind of reward. In the end, she couldn't muster even a trace of strength, and could only passively allow this strange punishment to continue. A slimy, hot object splashed onto her instep, even sliding along her foot and all the way to her heel. It got dirty. Lin Jinian thought in terror about pulling back her foot, but was held down by the rough, large hand. She heard Kai Yue in front saying in a low, hoarse voice, "If there's ever a day when you find me displeasing, then just punish me like this." Lin Jinian was a bit puzzled. Could this really be useful? Kai Yue lay on the bed, his breathing rapid and difficult to calm down. "Are you satisfied now?" After a while of resting, he sat up and gave Lin Jinian a tissue to wipe the still warm object. After carefully and slowly wiping it once, he even leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on the top of her foot. Lin Jihan couldn't believe it and exclaimed, You must be a pervert." Kai Yue's expression seemed quite depressed. "I just wanted to show you how honest and obedient of a man I am." He let go of Lin Jihan's foot and shrugged with a hint of grievance. "Look, I've listened to you. Why are you still not satisfied?" Lin Jihan was once puzzled and almost felt that she had wronged him. Until he tossed and turned in the bathroom again, wrapping the soft and fluffy Lin Jinian in the quilt, while he sat at the head of the bed, taking out a piece of pink stationery. The recent turmoil left Lin Jinian feeling utterly exhausted. With her eyes half closed under the quilt, she didn't recognize at first what the pink piece of paper actually was. Kai Yue slowly unfolded the pink stationery, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Strangely enough, I actually received a love letter today." Lin Jinian remained unfazed, yawning and hazily asking, "Who was so blind as to write you a love letter, a woman or a man?" Kai Yue's lips curled up slightly. "There's no signature, but the handwriting is quite beautiful." Lin Jinian didn't feel particularly jealous, just curious. "Let me see." Kai Yue deliberately waved the pink love letter quickly in front of her eyes, and Lin Jinian seemed to catch a glimpse of familiar handwriting in her peripheral vision. Immediately, Kai Yue began to read the contents of the paper out loud. Lin Jinian was so shocked that she jumped out of bed. She rushed over to snatch the pink letter but ended up falling straight into Kai Yue's arms. Lin Jijian was anxiety-ridden, but her voice lacked confidence. "Hey, how can you rummage through my things?" Even though she originally planned to find a chance to give him the love letter, taking the initiative to give it herself and having him discover it unexpectedly were completely two different things. Kai Yue smiled slyly. "It's not me. It was the little friend Zhu Tuan who found it. So, are you admitting that this unsigned letter was written by you?" Lin Jijian realized she had been tricked, raising an eyebrow. "This was written by a lady named the Unsigned Lady." "Can this unsigned lady answer me a few questions? Just answer yes or no, and I'll give you this piece of paper after you answer." "Lie. Has the unnamed lady been in love with me at first sight since we first met?" Lin Zhijiang rolled her eyes at him and said, "No, narcissist." "Has the unnamed lady liked me since the first year of high school?" Lin Zhier gritted her teeth and admitted, "Yes." Kai Yue held her chin with one hand and looked into her eyes. "Is the reason the unnamed lady has never expressed her feelings to me, or even befriended me, because she is timid and afraid?" Under the gaze that seemed to see through everything, Lin Zhier appeared to be enchanted. She lowered her eyelids and mumbled softly, "Yes." Lin Jier thought that Kai Yue was about to start rambling on about his favorite grand theories, like an overly enthusiastic person insisting on dragging another out to socialize, criticizing her for being self-conscious and sensitive, and preaching that being extroverted and proactive is the correct way to navigate life. I never expected that the man would just remain silent, gently holding her in his arms with his chin tenderly resting on her shoulder. His warm breath sprayed on her neck as he sighed softly. "I'm sorry, Chinese class representative, I'm late, very late by many years." Lin Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes slightly moist. "Chinese class representative, you say that you didn't fall in love with me at first sight, but for me, it definitely counts as love at first sight. I still remember that day at the freshman welcome ceremony. In the bustling crowd, I spotted you at a glance. You stood quietly in the middle of the girls' team, your eyes dark and round, your gaze soft and clear. At that moment, the surrounding noise disappeared, and in my world, only you remained. Later on, I don't even know when it started, but I became more and more concerned about you. I liked watching your shy and awkward expression when you answered questions in class. I liked seeing how cute you looked biting the pen cap when you couldn't solve a tough math problem. And I also admired your tenacity when you ran the 800 meters during PE class, panting heavily yet still gritting your teeth to finish." Lin Jinyan stretched out her hand and punched him on the chest, pretending to be angry, and said, "Team leader Kai, why do you always love to see me make a fool of myself? Why do you only remember these embarrassing moments and forget all the good things about me?" Kai Yue slightly curved his lips and said, "Of course, I remember your good side too." Lin Jinyan became interested and said with sparkling eyes, "It's useless just to say that. Give me an example, tell me what I excel at and why you like me." Although she felt a bit narcissistic thinking this way, Lin Jinyan believed that even though she had many flaws during her teenage years, her strengths were indeed not to be overlooked. For example, she was serious, meticulous, and responsible in her work. During her 3 years in high school, as the representative for Chinese class, she helped the teacher check homework and papers every day without making any mistakes. Every time it was her turn to clean the classroom, it was cleaner than when others did it. Moreover, although she has a gentle and soft temperament, she is very generous to her classmates and has excellent relationships among the girls. Everyone loves to be friends with her. That's why her graduation yearbook is filled with classmates' signatures. Lin Jinyan urged Kai Yue to tell her more details, but in the end, Kai Yue only stammered one sentence. "There's too much. I wouldn't finish talking until tomorrow." For example, the faint fragrance of her hair drifting by when she passes, the soft arm that accidentally brushes against him, the pale neck where he can see the subtle vascular structure in the sunlight, the pink tongue slightly protruding after eating spicy food in the cafeteria, the outline of white underwear faintly visible through the school uniform after sweating during physical education class, and the slender waist revealed when she opens the high storage cabinet. She is the object of extreme D. Of course, these Kai Yue wouldn't tell her. After all, couples can also keep a little of their own secrets. Lin Jian naturally didn't know Kai Yue's true thoughts and secretly felt pleased for a while. She glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening and urged, "Let's eat something first, then we'll go to Mom's to pick up Zhu Tuan." Kai Yue, okay. Lin Jinyan sent a WeChat message to Li Suhua, asking what the snowball was doing. "Li Suhua, the snowball is very well behaved. If you're busy, you can come pick her up tomorrow. We have her clothes and diapers at home." Although Li Suhua really wanted to keep the little one, Lin Jinyan still said, "We'll come pick up the baby after we finish eating." Sly smile. Li Suhua /smile/. After a busy day at work combined with the intense battle just now, Lin Jinyan was already so hungry that her stomach was touching her back. Kai Yue had someone bring dinner to the suite. While eating, Kai Yue took his time, while Lin Jinyan gobbled her food, stuffing her mouth while still checking for new messages on various apps. Only then did she realize that she hadn't logged into her little red book account for some time and had received a few private messages. They were sent by a stranger who had previously sold the "Over 20 Men Talked About" study manual. Stranger online, sister, how's the training going? Has your husband made any progress? Lin Jinyan recalled Kai Yue's performance this afternoon. Although he was a bit domineering at first, in the end, he listened to her completely and even said that if he upset her in the future, she could punish him with her feet. Looking at his honest and obedient demeanor, it was truly impossible to be more compliant. Lin Jinyan glanced at the man who was eating and quietly replied, "He has made progress." Stranger online, haha, it seems like my sister is quite perceptive, congratulations. By the way, I have 2 new books in my shop which are more advanced love guides. Since you've mastered the knowledge from the first stage, you can start learning the advanced techniques now. Lin Jinyan, advanced techniques. Stranger online, even though the titles of these 2 books may seem a bit strange, the content is actually great, full of positive energy, and focuses on how to maintain a healthy romantic relationship. One is priced at 8.88 yuan, and if you buy both together, it's only 15 yuan. If I wait a while longer, I might have to raise the price. Lin Jinyan thought the first book this online friend wrote was quite good, so she entered her shop. But when she saw the rather eye-catching titles, she immediately choked on her juice. Cough, cough, cough. Kai Yue frowned, handed her a tissue, and Lin Jinyan secretly paid for 2 books while looking down. A minute later, can't be stopped. 5 overbearing CEOs fall in love with me. A divorced woman with 3 kids and a successful woman's sign. Passing by kindergarten without honking because I fear scaring my future husband were shipped, and a stranger encouraged her with a message. Sister, you got this, I believe in you. Lin Jinyan awkwardly replied, thank you. She sneakily logged out of her secondary account and clicked into WeChat, when suddenly she received a photo sent by Li Suhua. Li Suhua, /smile/ you all should come to pick her up, I can't handle it a bit. Li Suhua, Zuduan actually learned how to break out of jail. Kai Yue also received Li Suhua's photo at the same time. He carefully magnified and examined that breakout photo. A hint of a half-smile flashed across his face. With those short legs, you think you can break out of jail? Back at Li Suhua's place, Lin Jinyan finally figured out the ins and outs of the snowball prison break incident. Li Suhua had long prepared a crib for the snowball and had specially adjusted the height of the crib to the lowest setting. She felt this was very safe and confidently let the baby play alone in the crib, while she followed along with the TV doing aerobics nearby. It wasn't until Lin Songyuan finished cleaning and came out of the kitchen that he suddenly shouted in panic, "The snowball is about to crawl out." As he spoke, he dashed over and stood in front of the SKP snowball. The little guy looked focused, his small face flushed red from effort, as his little hands tightly gripped the edge of the crib railing. One little foot was stepping on a plush toy, while the other little leg was being lifted high to the side, determined to climb over the fence in front of him. The chubby leg exerted force, tightening the abdomen, using a skilled posture that seemed practiced countless times. Given Zhu Tuan's height, she shouldn't have been able to climb out of the crib, but she surprisingly knew how to use the height of the plush toy to break out. Li Suhua saw Zhu Tuan, who was 3 times as mischievous as usual, and without having time to wipe the sweat off her body, hurriedly picked the child out of the crib, saying anxiously, "Oh dear baby, that's too dangerous. You mustn't climb around like this again. What if you accidentally fall off the bed? That would really hurt." Zhu Tuan doesn't care about the adult's warnings. She proudly raises her little face, feeling like she is the best in the world. What's there to be afraid of when it comes to wrestling? Zhu Tuan feels incredibly powerful right now, full of strength. Even climbing walls is a piece of cake for her. Li Suhua seriously considered and realized that the safety measures at home could no longer keep up with Zhu Tuan's growth. After all, Zhu Tuan has become a big baby with strong capabilities. Even though it breaks her heart, she still lets Lin Jinyan take Zhu Tuan back home first. Lin Jianian and Kai Yue have been quite troubled recently. Because after Zhu Tuan turned 11 months old, he became much more mischievous than during the baby stage. Although it seems that communication with Zhu Tuan has become easier, he can now accurately use gestures like clap, wave, hit to express his emotions, enjoys imitating adults, can firmly grasp small toys, and understands many instructions from adults. But whether he will actually follow them is another story. Although she is not very capable, can only stand with support, occasionally take a few steps with help, and cannot walk independently, she insists on not letting adults assist or carry her because she thinks she can run very fast, at least faster than her dad. She also enjoys poking her fingers into the small holes in the walls, and the socket holes have become her favorite toys for now. Kai Yue is 1.91 meters tall, and when he takes care of the child, he can only constantly bend down, protecting the little human who is always on the verge of danger. One time he bent down for too long, and when he suddenly stood up, he instinctively patted his lower back with his palm. Lin Jinyan stood behind, asking seriously, "What's wrong with your back? Is it not working anymore?" Kai Yue's face darkened and he said irritably, "Who are you saying is not working?" Lin Jinyan awkwardly smiled, stepped forward to take over from Kai Yue in continuing to take care of the child, saying, "It's fine. If it's not working, just exercise more. It's not embarrassing." Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan put aside the incompetent man and took Zhu Tuan to explore various things. She usually loudly said some simple words and phrases, repeating each word 3 to 5 times, and then encouraged Zhu Tuan to repeat after her. Lin Jinyan squatted next to Zhu Tuan and pointed to a lively running Shiba Inu on the park lawn, saying, "Zhu Tuan, this is a little dog, a puppy." The Shiba Inu barked loudly twice while running. Zhu Tuan's eyes sparkled, holding a pink flower in his little round hand, and cutely repeated, "Woof." "It's not Wang, it's a puppy, a little dog. Repeat after me, little dog." Snowball's big eyes spin around and still says, "Woof tilde." Lin Jinyan was quite helpless. She had previously bought a sound book for Snowball that could make the sounds of various animals, so whenever Snowball sees an animal now, her first reaction is to imitate the animal's sound. Lin Jinyan had to teach her other words. This is a flower, this is a leaf, this is a baby's little hand. Zhu Tuan didn't take learning vocabulary seriously at all. With a twist of her little neck, she happily babbled, her attention already diverted by 2 butterflies passing by. Kai Yue walked over and suggested, "How about taking her somewhere to expend some energy? She might be tired of playing in this park." Lin Jianian, "Where to?" Kai Yue suddenly had an idea. "How about going biking?" Lin Jai frowned and said, "But it's a little cold now. It is already November, entering the late autumn season, and some cold-sensitive people have already wrapped up their cars." Kai Yue raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Don't worry, I have a way." Half an hour later, 2 adults and 1 child arrived at An Liuwen Cycling Club. I didn't expect that this Saturday there would be quite a few people, including An Liuwen, Li Mingzhu, Zhan Jai, and even Yang Shuang, who has been recently saying she wants to do nothing but lie down. Everyone seems to have cycled a lap and was sitting together in cycling outfits, drinking coffee and chatting. "Yo, our little star has arrived. Does our little star want to ride a bike today?" Snowball saw the familiar adults and was extremely happy. Her eyes turned into crescent moons, revealing 6 little white teeth, laughing giggle nonstop, while her 2 little braids swayed gently on her head. Seeing so many people around, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue first went to the changing room to change into cycling clothes, planning to take the kid for a couple of laps later. Yang Shuang took the Snowball and hugged the soft little guy on her lap. "Sweetheart, would you like Auntie to take you bike riding?" The snowball sat quietly in Yang Shuang's arms, her little mouth sweet as she already knew how to call her auntie, Tilda. Yang Shuang was overjoyed by the call of auntie, and while Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue were not around, she grabbed Snowball's little hand and planted a quick kiss. Li Mingzhu smiled lazily and said, "Snowball, call me uncle and uncle will take you riding." Yang Shuang kicked the leg of his chair. "You go away, Zhu Tuan doesn't want to play with you." Zhu Tuan really doesn't want to play with Li Mingzhu, but the little one has her own thoughts. She tilted her little head, enthusiastically waved her small hand at Zhan Jai, babbled a lot in a baby voice, and smiled sweetly at Zhan Jai. Zhu Tuan likes to play with this gentle and handsome young man. Zhan Jai gave Zhu Tuan a gentle smile. After more than half a year, he had already become very familiar with the people in the club. He smiled broadly and reached out to Zhu Tuan, saying, "Zhu Tuan, do you want your brother to carry you to see the bicycles? Let's see which one you like." Zhu Tuan happily waved her little hands. Although Yang Shuang felt a bit reluctant, she still handed Zhu Tuan over to Zhan Jai, reminding him a few times about the correct way to hold a child. Zhu Tuan happily followed the handsome young man to see the bicycles. "Zhu Tuan, which one do you like?" Zhan Jai carefully held the little one in his arms and introduced the road bikes in the club to Zhu Tuan one by one. "Isn't this red and black bike super cool? It's a Colnago V4 RS. Although it doesn't have particularly striking tubes and structure, it has won 4 championships in recent years at road races. This one is called Canyon. Its appearance, performance, and cost-effectiveness are all very high." Snowball is sucking on her thumb with a serious expression on her cute little face, occasionally shaking her little chubby legs to show that she is listening intently. After Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue changed into their cycling outfits and came out of the changing room, they saw Snowball, who was being spoiled by everyone, curiously exploring various types of road bikes. Kai Yue walked over slowly with a small helmet and goggles specially customized for Snowball's head size and said, "Shall we go? Daddy will take you for a ride." Lin Jinyan also put on her helmet and said eagerly, "Let's put a jacket on Snowball and we'll set off right now." Zhan Jai was thinking of taking the chubby little cub back to Kai Yue, but unexpectedly, Zhu Tuan was unwilling. The little milk cub resisted, crying out loudly, and tightly held onto Zhan Jai's clothes with its strong little paws. Kai Yue frowned and said, "What's wrong? Don't you like riding? I specially brought you out to have fun today." Zhu Tuan proudly turned its little face to the side and said a whole bunch in a baby voice. Zhan Jai cleared his throat and said, "How about I take Zhu Tuan to play for a while on the flat ground in front of the club? Kai Ji, you and Lin Jai can go ride the mountain road." Yang Shuang also leaned over, wrapping one arm around Lin Jai Nian's shoulder. "I also want to play with the little one, haha. Why don't you two go ride by yourselves?" Snowball yowled, extending a little round paw to brush off Daddy's hand, signaling that it wanted to play with Big Brother and Auntie. Kai Yue. Lin Jianian smiled resignedly. It seems that Zhu Tuan has really grown up. Her little brain has very strong opinions of her own. Although Zhan Jai is a half-disciple taught by Kai Yue, both parents still feel a bit uneasy. They helped Zhu Tuan put on her little helmet and goggles, added a coat for her, and then securely strapped her to Zhan Jai's chest. Zhan Jai carefully rode around in slow circles with Zhu Tuan in the flat area at the entrance of the clubhouse, while Luo Wen and Li Mingzhou pretended to chase after Zhu Tuan on their bikes, acting as if they couldn't keep up. Yang Shuang was laughing and recording video of this childish group. Zhu Tuan effortlessly pulled a bunch of people. The little cub was incredibly proud, waving her 2 small round hands back and forth, with her 2 little short legs kicking happily, clearly very satisfied with this game. The little one still said the new word learned today in a baby voice, Kaiakia. Yang Shuang, hahaha, what is she saying? Lin Jinyan awkwardly translated, "It means car." Kai Yue looked at the snowball, who was laughing uncontrollably, and approached Lin Jinyan, saying, "Come on, let's go ride a few laps too." Yang Shuang waved her hand. "You all go ride, leave the snowball to us." Two whoosh sounds. The two road bikes set off one after another, and after more than half a year of training, Lin Jai's physical fitness far surpassed the past. She wore yellow goggles and a black long-sleeve cycling suit, her long hair fluttering behind her as she rode her SL8 at lightning speed. Chiyu raised his eyebrows in surprise and used some effort to catch up with SL8. After overtaking, he steadily rode in front of Lin Jiqian. "I'll help you break the wind. Then you need to ride a bit faster. Be careful not to get blown away by me. What a big mouth you have. You think you can feed me a spicy burger?" "Maybe not, but I see you haven't been exercising much lately." Lin Jinyan exerted all her strength, but she still couldn't pull Kai Yue down even when she was close to the top of the mountain. Kai Yue turned around and smiled at her, the warm golden rays of light spreading wantonly behind him. "Lin Jinyan, I have a super awesome plan right now." Lin Jinyan, drenched in sweat, gasped and asked, "What's the plan?" "Before the snowball turns 18, let's take her cycling around the world, visiting 2 to 3 places every year." As Kai Yue was lost in thoughts about the future, Lin Jinyan suddenly surged forward, surpassing the man in front of him at his historical top speed. She embraced the golden sun, feeling the exhilaration of her legs nearly breaking and her heart and lungs on the verge of exploding. Kai Yue only heard a woman's voice with a hint of laughter drifting into her ears with the wind. "All right, it's settled then." Throughout November, Lin Jianian was almost completely immersed in her busy work and couldn't spare any time. Although it was a Sunday, the Ira Sweet Snow Studio was still holding a meeting. "Our supply chain needs to be upgraded. It would be best to sign a quarterly procurement agreement with fabric manufacturers to reduce the risk of price increases. Now that we have a large storage capacity, we might as well build another sub-warehouse in Guangcheng to reduce logistics costs. Ivy, can you talk to Jay Rabbit about whether we can lower the price to 3 yuan with an average of over 100 orders per day?" After discussing the supply chain and logistics issues, everyone started to tackle the next headache. Operation Assistant Ivy indignantly said, "This is so frustrating. Future Little Bear is simply shameless, daring to copy Union Chuzhen. They haven't just copied this one design. Almost every design in their store has elements reminiscent of our Ira. Even the brand logo has some similarities. As if that weren't enough, they even want to use us for marketing, finding a bunch of influencers and internet celebrities. Some people are deliberately throwing shade at us to say we are terrible, while others are promoting that they are our alternatives. This kind of back-and-forth marketing strategy is like they have developed a split personality." Lin Jinyan raised her hand to her forehead and said helplessly, "But we are already very reasonably priced. How much lower can they go? Are they going to give it away for free?" Ivy disdainfully said, "That group of people will do anything to grab market share." Wang Siwen gently placed the document on the table and calmly said, "Everyone, don't rush. Their prices are a bit lower than ours, but the fabric is far inferior to ours. Ira has exclusive fabric authorization as a protective barrier, which is not easily replaceable. The urgent task is to consult a lawyer regarding plagiarism and infringement issues." By the end of the meeting, it was already noon. Lin Jinyan had just come out of the conference room when she saw Kai Yue walking in with a snowball in his arms. Kai Yue is off today. He is wearing a baseball jacket and has a deep blue baseball cap on his head. Whether by coincidence or intention, the little cub in his arms is also wearing a baseball jacket, with a light pink baseball cap on its small head. Watching Kai Yue hold the baby and chat playfully with it, Lin Jinyan felt a slight twinge of jealousy. You should know that for the past half-month she has been leaving early and coming home late, barely having time to be with her precious daughter. Kai Yue should be busier than her, yet he always appears so relaxed and carefree, which makes Lin Jinyan recall how during high school, he seemed to work very little, yet always scored very high on exams, which is really infuriating. She immediately grabbed the chubby little girl into her arms without saying a word, and since she didn't put on lipstick today, she gave her soft little face 2 heavy smooches. Snowball loves to cuddle with Mom, moi. Lin Jinyan smiled gently. Snowball, what do you want to eat for lunch? Snowball's bright, sparkling eyes curved, and her little milk voice was very cheerful. Kaikia tilde. Ever since the last time we went biking, the Snowball has been constantly saying Kaikia, no matter what you ask her. Kai Yue pinched the nape of the little one and rested his hand on Lin Jinyan's shoulder, his thin lips slightly curved. Let's go, I'll take you to a newly opened restaurant. Lin Jinyan turned back and enthusiastically called out to her 2 colleagues. Want to join us for lunch? We just happened to have a break this afternoon. Ivy shook her head like a rattled drum and quickly refused. No, I need to finish the form. The workaholic Wang Siwen politely declined. I still need to connect with the supplier, Zhai Zai, Kai Zong, you can go ahead. I'll just order takeout with Ivy later. Is that so? Lin Jinyan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Since they still had to work overtime, she also. Kai Yue, however, hooked his arm around her shoulder and said to Wang Siwen and Ivy, thank you all for your hard work. The difficulties faced at the start of the entrepreneurial journey will not be in vain, because the hardships now lay the foundation for future comfort. Several ladies, including little Zuduan, all looked at Chiyu, who vividly metaphorically stated, why do athletes carry sandbags while running? Because when you get used to the weight of the sandbag, you can run more easily and farther than others once you take it off. This phenomenon exists not only in athlete training but is also a universally applicable adaptive advancement principle. After a speech from Dad, the atmosphere team Zuduan tightly clenched her fists. Both little pink fists cheered for Mom and Aunties, Kaikia. Chiyu's tone was quite infectious. After hearing these words, although Wang Siwen and Ivy still felt physically tired, their spirits seemed to be even more uplifted. Kai Yue continued, although you don't have time to have lunch together today, I happen to have a few dinner buffet tickets for Riz. You can go eat there after you finish your work. The wine is quite good. Ivy was so excited that her eyes sparkled. Thank you, President Kai. Thank you, President Lin. Wang Siwen also smiled and said, thank you then. Next time, let's play with Zhu Tuan when we have time. Zhu Tuan tilted her head and laughed, Kaikia. Lin Jinyan. She quietly glanced at the man beside her, secretly cursing in her heart. Being able to speak is impressive. Capitalists who can talk are even more powerful, able to make others willingly work for them, and in the end, still without complaints. On the way to the restaurant, Lin Jinyan disapprovingly glared at Kai Yue and said, I would rather exchange sincerity for sincerity. The reason everyone likes to work with me is that I lead by example. I am the most diligent person in the entire studio, and they take me as a role model. This is not something that can be achieved just by talking. Chiyu looked aggrieved and explained, I too am sincerely exchanging sincerity, but some things cannot be solved just by hard work. Besides, they probably really don't want to have dinner with us today. There are 3 of us in our family, and they are not familiar with me, so it might be more comfortable for them to eat by themselves. Lin Jinyan sighed and nodded in agreement. There was a bit of traffic on the road. Lin Jinyan handed a plush toy to the somewhat restless Zai Zai sitting in the car seat, and started chatting with Chiyu about the future little bear's outrageous behavior, scolding them for being unscrupulous in their business warfare. Chiyu half-jokingly said, how about I find someone to water the fortune tree of the future little bear to death? Lin Jinyan. Kai Yue smiled and continued to tease, or let Zhu Tuan go and cause some trouble at their store entrance. Zhu Tuan can already understand many words and cause trouble is one of them. Zhu Tuan immediately demonstrated, causing trouble for Lin Jinyan, struggling in the safety seat and humming, arrogantly throwing the plush toy in her arms onto the floor. Her little feet rubbed back and forth, and in no time she had rubbed off her cotton socks. She also giggled at her mom, her little eyes full of mischief. Lin Jinyan pinched the fluffy, tender face of the snowball and sighed helplessly. Kai, you really know how to cause trouble. The snowball stood proudly with her little chest out, feeling that she was really good at causing trouble, and thought it was simply great. To accommodate Kai's tastes, lunch was chosen at a restaurant that offered children's meals and mild flavors. Lin Jinyan specifically reminded that there should be no salt in the child's meal. Although the snowball's meal did not have any salt, she enjoyed it particularly, as every dish's natural flavor was fresh and unique to her. She has now grown 6 very sharp little teeth, and has developed a sensitivity to most foods, allowing her to eat many things she couldn't eat before. Pumpkin risotto, soup dumplings, corn chowder, and carrot thick omelet, egg yolk version. Zhu Tuan sat at the small dining table with a little apron on, grabbing the soup dumplings with her small hands and eating with great enjoyment. She opened her mouth wide, took a big bite of the soup dumpling, chewed a couple of times and quickly swallowed, looking quite anxious. Lin Jinyan said with concern, "Don't be in such a hurry. Your mom and dad won't take your food, just eat slowly." Zhu Tuan didn't listen at all. She quickly finished a small steamed bun, while Kai Yue fed her pumpkin risotto nearby. Although Zhu Tuan could actually use a spoon to eat by herself, the battlefield of self-feeding was just too difficult to clean up, so they adopted a 50-50 approach. Half of the food was fed by Dad, and half was eaten by herself. Zhu Tuan quickly finished the food in front of her, while the little one lazily held her round little watermelon belly and let out a loud burp. Lin Jinyan helplessly wiped the little one's mouth and hands, and finally decided to change her entire outfit. The well-fed little one was very obedient, swinging her short legs on the baby seat, her small hands playing with the newly bought stuffing ball toy, putting the small ball into the hole and taking it out again. Just this simple action had her playing with great delight, even laughing, giggle out loud. Kai Yue handed Lin Jinyan a piece of shrimp, teasingly saying, "Eat more, our Lin manager has been losing weight lately." Lin Jinyan smiled and replied to Kai Yue with a message. "Mr. Kai, I suggest you eat less. Has your body fat percentage increased recently?" Kai Yue raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely impossible." Lin Jinyan had a somewhat smug look. "My body fat percentage and muscle mass have been very ideal lately. By the way, don't forget our travel plans for next month. I need to quickly resolve matters for the future little bear and then take a vacation to take Zhu Tuan out to play." Kai Yue, "Of course I won't forget." The two had already agreed to go out next month to celebrate Zhu Tuan's birthday, but had not yet decided where to go. The snowball finally got tired of playing with the ball toy, and while the adults weren't looking, threw the small ball, making a pata sound, which just happened to fall in front of Kai Yue. Kai Yue gritted his teeth. "Kai Snow." Lin Jinyan hurriedly protected the little one and said with guilt, "Although she might have done something wrong, don't be so loud. You'll scare the child." The snowball blinked its big eyes, pouting its cherry blossom-colored lips, looking innocent and unaware of what it did wrong. "She's delivering a gift too. Why are adults so strange?" When I got home in the evening, Chiyu's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller, he frowned tightly. Kai Yue strode towards the garden, pressed the answer button, and spoke in a tone as cold as frost, almost squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. "What do you want from me?" There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone, not a sound for a full 3 seconds. Kai Yue's patience quickly wore thin, and he said impatiently, "If you don't speak up, I'm hanging up." Chen Jiashu's tone was indifferent. "If you hang up, I'll just have to call your wife." Kai Yue didn't hang up but was extremely angry inside. How can there be such shameless people in the world? "Chen Jiasu, To make a long story short, I noticed online that Lin Jinyan's studio is facing an infringement issue. Our team has made a preliminary assessment, and we are now suing Future Bear, which has a certain chance of winning. Kai Yue was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Chen Jiasu was going to talk about this matter. He raised his hand to pinch his brow. Although he was extremely fond of Chen Jiasu, he had to admit that their team was indeed very good at handling such infringement lawsuits. Kai Yue instructed, "You should prepare a litigation plan for me in the next couple of days." Chen Jiasu appeared calm with a hint of amusement in his tone. "I'm just kindly reminding you, I mean no other harm. Besides, why should I help you?" Kai Yue's tone was very impatient. "Just because you owe us." After saying that, he hung up the phone heavily. The busy tone of beep beep came from the other end of the phone. Chen Jiasu shook his head and sighed, then smiled lightly. Some people, even as time flows and years change, remain just like the high school student they once were, with all joys and sorrows written on their faces. Perhaps this is also a kind of capital. Chen Jiasu meticulously checked the items in his suitcase, only to realize that he didn't have many belongings, and the things he truly needed were even scarcer. Yet these external possessions had long been like heavy shackles, binding him so tightly that he could barely move. He gently rubbed his thumb over a green-covered sketchbook, slowly opening it to a page near the middle towards the back. That page of the sketch was drawn in great detail, with the blazing sun hanging high, and on the basketball court there was not only Kai Yue and Li Mingzhu, but also himself included in the picture. Kai Yue sat leisurely on the bench, enjoying a cold coat. Li Mingzhu was pouring a bottle of mineral water over his head. His actions were comical and funny. In the painting, he was wiping his glasses with a cloth, his short hair soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead, and his expression slightly silly and adorable. Although it was just a few simple strokes, it vividly captured the expression at that moment. At least when painting this picture, Lin Jinyan must have looked at him carefully. At least when painting this picture, he and Kai Yue were still the best of friends. His fingers lightly brushed over the basketball hoop in the painting, then glided over a box of chilled soda on the ground, finally landing on the basketball at his feet that seemed to still be rolling. Those were the youthful years he once thought were dreary and dull, yet they were also passionate, fiery, just like the blazing sun hanging high, illuminating the dark undertones of his soul. Chen Jiasu's eyes were slightly reddened. He carefully and tenderly placed the sketchbook at the bottom of the suitcase. After zipping up the suitcase, he held a cup of coffee and strolled out to the balcony. The gentle sunlight poured over him. A soft breeze brushed against his cheek as he looked up at the cloudless blue sky and took a deep breath. He slowly took off his half-framed glasses, allowing his eyes to fully embrace the crisp autumn air. Those eyes, which had always been shrouded in shadow, became clearer and brighter than ever before. He smiled, and in that smile there was no trace of gloom to be found. Before long, the phone of Ira Sweet Snow Studio rang urgently. The caller was Jinshin Law Firm, and the lawyer in charge of Lin Jinyan was Lawyer Wan. Lawyer Wan spoke earnestly. "Miss Lin, our team has studied your case, and we suggest filing a lawsuit against Future Bear immediately." Lin Jinyan discussed the current situation with Lawyer Wan for a while, and then asked seriously, "Thank you for your hard work. So, regarding the lawyer's fee?" Lawyer Wan seemed a bit surprised. "The lawyer fees for this case will be paid directly from our boss's personal account. Lawyer Chen said that you and General Kai are his old classmates, so in the future, all expenses for you two at Jincheng Law Firm will be covered by him personally." Lin Jinyan asked in surprise, Is Lawyer Chen at the law firm now?" Lawyer Wan replied, "He is not here this month and is expected to return in January. Lawyer Chen is currently providing free legal assistance to minors in the northwest mountainous area. If you have any questions, just find me and our team will be at your service anytime." After hanging up, Lin Jinyan sent a thank you message to Chen Jiashu, /bowing / thank you for lawyer Chen's assistance. Chen Jiash quickly replied, "You're welcome, both you and brother Yue are my old classmates, this is the least I can do." He jokingly added, "At the last class reunion I had a bit of an unpleasant moment with brother Yue. He wouldn't accept my apology, so let's consider this a gesture of goodwill." Lin Jinyan responded with a /facepalm / emoji. That day, Lin Jinyan devoted himself entirely to handling matters related to the future panda trademark infringement, working until nearly 9 o'clock in the evening before returning home. She had just stepped into the entrance and changed her shoes when she saw in the living room that Kai Yue and Zhu Tuan were sitting on the cushion, deeply engrossed in reading. Kai Yue was holding Cognitive Mechanism book, a series of 10 books, and at this moment they had turned to the book called Animals. Rabbit, Kai Yue moved the mechanism on the book and patiently repeated, "Rabbit Zai, repeat after me." Zhu Tuan tilted her little head, her small face flushed pink, and it was hard to tell if she was deliberately causing trouble or really didn't understand. She responded in a sweet, childish voice, "Kaiakia." Kai Yue frowned and helplessly said, "This is a rabbit, not a car. Follow me," and recite it again. Zhu Tuan didn't care what Dad said. The little guy had a strong personality and snatched the mechanical book from Dad's hands, hugging it to his chest to play. Lin Jianyan tiptoed over to them. For a moment, Kai Yue, who was immersed in teaching, and his mischievous daughter didn't notice. Lin Jianyan couldn't help but chuckle quietly. She first approached Kai Yue, who had taught all night without any results, and reached out from behind to cover his eyes with her hands. She could feel the man under her palms momentarily stunned. Then he softly laughed, and his warm breath gently brushed against her palms. "Are you back?" The snowball immediately turned its plump body, and the little one was thrilled to see its mom after a whole day of not seeing her. "Momo," the snowball's big eyes sparkled, and she stretched out her 2 little lotus root hands straight, coquettishly insisting that her mother pick her up. "My baby, do you miss mommy very much?" Lin Jinyan said, and without hesitation, picked up the soft little bundle, giving a heavy kiss on her pink cheek. After being kissed on the left cheek, Zhu Tuan immediately turned her head and offered her right cheek to her mother, lifting her little face and looking at her mother with a big smile. "Give me another kiss." Fragrant and sweet little strawberry cake, who can resist taking a bite? Lin Jinyan was not polite either and gave a big kiss on Zhu Tuan's right cheek. After taking a deep breath, Lin Jinyan felt refreshed, and the fatigue from a whole day's work instantly disappeared without a trace. Zhu Tuan was also very happy, her little chubby hands resting on her round little belly, her pink face radiating a sweet smile. Lin Jinyan immediately complimented, "My daughter is smart and beautiful." Zhu Tuan happily swung her little legs, responding in a milk-soft voice, "Mua mua." Kai Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Whether it's pretty or not is secondary. "Are you sure your daughter is very smart? I taught her for a whole night and she didn't learn a single word." Lin Jianyan retorted with a stern face, "That's because you don't know how to teach." The snowball also let out a fierce awa towards Daddy. "That's because I didn't study hard just now, Tilda." Kai Yue raised an eyebrow, "You can try it." Receiving his challenging gaze, Lin Jinyan did not hesitate, quickly ran to wash her hands, and then joined the teaching camp on the crawling mat. Lin Jinyan hugged the soft snowball to her lap, sat down, took a deep breath of the baby scent emanating from its fluffy soft hair, and then began her patient teaching. "Snowball, don't you think this little animal is super cute? Many people envy it because it can sleep for 20 hours out of the 24 hours in a day." The snowball stretched out its soft little round hand to touch the small animal that many people envy, with its little eyes full of focus. Lin Jinyan continued softly, "It's called a koala. Does the snowball like koalas?" The snowball gently said in its tender baby voice, "Kaka." Although it only made one sound, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue instantly understood the cub's meaning. Lin Jinyan happily kissed the little head of Zuduan. "My baby is really smart." She even made a funny face at Kai Yue. "They all say you can't teach." Kai Yue. Zuduan is being selective about who to please. Lin Jinyan wanted to continue telling Zuduan the next page, but Zuduan refused. She tightly clutched the koala with her little chubby hands, her baby voice full of affection. "Kaka." Lin Jinyan asked, "Does Zuduan like koalas?" Zuduan turned her head, looked at her dad, then at her mom, hugged the book tightly with both hands, her small eyes very determined. Lin Jinyan was thinking about buying Zuduan a koala toy when Kai Yue spoke up. "If you like, I can take you to see one." Kaka tilde. Zuduan's little mouth curved into a smile, revealing 6 small white teeth. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue smiled at each other. Kai Yue suggested, "How about we decide our travel plan for next month in a place with koalas?" Lin Jinyan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Great! December in Australia happens to be summer. We can take the little one to ride bikes, go swimming, and we can also celebrate her first birthday." Kai Yue smiled and expressed agreement. Zuduan raised the animal cognition book in her hand, grinning from ear to ear. The whole little one was extraordinarily excited. Kaka. That night, after lulling the snowball to sleep, Lin Jinyan sat on the sofa seriously making travel plans for December in Australia. While checking the information, she always felt a scorching gaze fixed tightly on her from the side. Lin Jinyan frowned and turned off her phone, only to find Kai Yue sitting at the other end of the sofa at some unknown time, staring at her with an unmistakable heat in his gaze. The moment their eyes met, Lin Jinyan was suddenly pulled over by Kai Yue, pressed down on the sofa and kissed. "Lin Jinyan, why do it like this? I should have known not to watch him." Just as Kai Yue's breathing became more and more rapid, and his hands began to restlessly explore around, a soft and aggrieved cry suddenly came from the small compartment. Lin Jai hurriedly turned her head, biting her lower lip, pushing against Kai Yue's chest with her fingertip, and anxiously said, Don't kiss me. We need to go see the snowball." Kai Yue helplessly buried his face in Lin Jinyan's neck. His breathing hadn't calmed down, his voice low and hoarse. "Why do I feel like we're having a secret affair at home every day?" Time quietly flows away from the fingertips. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into December. Just a few days before the 1-year birthday of their little one, Lin Jian and Kai Yue decided to set aside their piled-up and overwhelming work for a vacation to the Gold Coast of Australia. This was Snowball's first long-distance flight in life. Lin Jian originally thought that the little one would have many difficulties adjusting, but unexpectedly, Snowball was basically immersed in deep sleep throughout the flight. The Snowball, after waking up, has a pink face with a small waffle imprint from sleep, and its big eyes look dazed and silly. The little one just can't understand why it was snowing on a cold day before sleeping, but after waking up, it found itself in the scorching heat of summer. It must be magic, quack tilde. The local temperature at the Gold Coast is hot, and the family felt a wave of heat hit them as soon as they got off the plane. Kai Yue and Lin Jai Nian have already changed into light and cool summer clothes. Lin Jai Nian is wearing a loose and comfortable t-shirt and hot pants, while Kai Yue is in a trendy t-shirt paired with sports shorts. Among the three, the one wearing the least is actually the hottest. Zhu Tuan is dressed in a lemon-yellow small camisole romper, without any pants, her little feet wearing a pair of Converse sneakers. Despite this cool outfit, the little one still has a flushed face, with sticky sweat pooling in the creases of her chubby neck and arms. Lin Jai Nian hurriedly put a small sun hat on the little one and carefully applied a thick layer of baby sunscreen on her exposed skin. After taking thorough sun protection measures, the family of three headed to the Palazzo Versace Gold Coast Hotel to check in. Considering it was the first day in a foreign land, Her parents were worried that the little one might not adapt well, so they did not arrange any activities on the first day. After a satisfying meal, Zhu Tuan changed into Ira's special edition, a green and white bikini, and swam in the hotel's marble private pool with mom and dad. Zhu Tuan has already taken multiple swimming classes and is adept at playing in the water. Kai Yue gently supports Zhu Tuan's little armpits, allowing the little one to swim freely in the pool. Zhu Tuan tightly clenches a pair of little pink fists, vigorously kicks the water with her strong little feet, and her round little belly shapes itself with effort. Her skilled swimming posture looks quite impressive. Zhu Tuan, you're really amazing. Zhu Tuan's soft round face is full of pride. Mua tilde. Kai Yue raised his eyebrows and praised, not bad for swimming. In a couple of days, your mom and dad will take you out to sea, or we could just go to the Great Barrier Reef for a couple of days. Lin Jianian held the underwater equipment to film the little one, smiling softly. This little one has a round head, round brain, and round belly, and to top it off, its head is directly attached to its body. No matter how you look at it, its cuteness is off the charts. After coming ashore from the water, Lin Jinyan played the lifting high game with Zhu Tuan, and then showered the little one with kisses. Zhu Tuan felt ticklish and laughed, he he he. I didn't expect Kai Yue to lower his head as well and lean in to say, you only kiss her and not me. Lin Ji's cheeks turned slightly red, so she had to tiptoe and lightly imprint a shallow kiss on Kai Yue's cheek. Kai Yue's lips curled up, and he lowered his head, gently touching her lips like a dragonfly skimming the water. Witnessing all of this, Zhu Tuan got jealous meekly, and fiercely called out to her dad a couple of times, then rubbed her little head against her mom's neck, acting spoiled. She and her mom are the best in the world. No one is allowed to steal her mom from. Although Snowball is usually very clingy to mom, Lin Jinyan is comforted by the fact that every time they go out, Snowball obediently lets dad hold him. On the second day at the Gold Coast, the family of 3 took the hotel's special car, a cool pink stretch Hummer, to Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary to experience being little doctors for koalas. Due to Snowball being too young to fit into the veterinarian's outfit, only Kai Yue was able to wear the XXXXL oversized veterinarian suit. Kai Yue held the baby and carefully checked the koala's heartbeat with a stethoscope under the patient and detailed guidance of the zookeeper. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue didn't expect that the kid, who loved koalas so much before, would actually become scared upon seeing the real koala. The little round baby pouted, remaining silent the whole time, clutching tightly to dad's collar with her little round hands, her chubby Michelin legs pressed closely against dad, her bread-like feet lifted high, wishing she could be 100,000 miles away from the koala. Lin Jinyan helplessly said, Zhu Tuan, isn't this your favorite koala? Moreover, it's legal to hold koalas in Queensland, so mom and dad brought you here. Zhu Tuan pouted her cherry blossom-colored lips, turning her little face to the side, still motionless, nestled in her dad's arms. This can't be blamed on her tilde, because the koalas in the book don't have such sharp and scary claws at all. The nervous Snowball let out a loud sneeze. Lin Jinyan tried to make the Snowball happy by letting her play freely, and he exaggeratedly sneezed like her. The little one suddenly laughed, showing 6 white teeth. Although she loved being imitated by adults and felt so happy to have someone understand her art, she stubbornly refused to interact with the koala. Kai Yue and Lin Jinyan were really at a loss, so they had to play the role of koala doctors throughout. They meticulously prepared lunch for the koala according to the methods taught by the zookeeper. Finally, the Snowball child received a certificate for Koala Guardian and a special badge. Although the little one is quite aloof, she still hugged her exclusive badge while sleeping that night, sweetly resting in the middle of the big bed. At this moment, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue were sitting by the bedside, seriously studying the cycling route for tomorrow. Departing at 9 in the morning from Burley Heads to Coolangatta, it's mostly flat roads, but there are 3 climbs of less than 50 meters. I'm worried that the distance is too long. It's a full 19 kilometers, so the snowball definitely won't hold up. Should we simplify the route a bit more? Don't worry, we can break it down into segments. The first stop will be at this 360-degree viewing platform. The second stop at the Salt Mill Cafe for a brief rest, and then we can have lunch at Rick Shores before heading back to the hotel by helicopter in the afternoon. How about we hire a photographer to follow us the whole time? Tomorrow is the baby's birthday, a day with so much significance, we must capture it well. All right, when we ride past Rock Pool, we can also arrange for a low-angle shot. The effect will definitely be great. Because they had to take the little one cycling, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue carefully planned every route, every timeline, and every activity they could enjoy. By the time every detail had been finalized, it was already past midnight without them realizing it. The couple's phones kept buzzing nonstop, filled with birthday wishes sent from relatives, older brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles to Zhu Tuan from afar, along with an overwhelming amount of love from fans. I have to watch Zhu Tuan's videos every day. She really is like a little angel and can heal all my unhappiness. Happy birthday to little star Zhu Tuan. I will always be with you as you grow up. Zhu Tuan is the cutest little superstar I have ever pursued. I am grateful that there are babies in this world. I am grateful for the encounter. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue sat by the bed, quietly watching the sleeping Zhu Tuan. The chubby little one is already sound asleep, lying on her back on the bed with her small body forming a very bold, big shape. Under the soft night light, the little eyelashes of the adorable one's forehead and eyelids seem to have a layer of natural highlighter, and her little face looks like a pink cupcake. Lin Jinyan's gaze was so gentle it seemed to almost drip with water. She originally wanted to gently kiss the little one's soft face, but unexpectedly could not help but take a heavy bite, which turned it red, and then held the little snowball's hand, softly saying, "Happy birthday, baby. Mommy loves you." The little snowball did not wake up, just pouted her little mouth, as if responding to her mother's love. Kai Yue's thin lips curved slightly as he extended his wide hand, steadily enveloping the hands of the mother and daughter. He leaned closer to Lin Jinyan and kissed her cheek. "Wife, thank you for your hard work this year." Then he leaned down and gently pressed a kiss on the little face of Zhu Tuan. "Zhu Tuan, happy birthday." Zhu Tuan felt the sensation on her face. Her eyelashes trembled and unconsciously moved her little hand. Oh dear, can the adults please stop secretly kissing her when she's asleep? Does she not know? Early the next morning, a local professional cycling company at the Gold Coast timely delivered the 2 pre-booked carbon fiber road bikes to the hotel. After carefully checking and equipping all the gear, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue set off with the baby. The couple didn't expect that taking a naturally carefree human child out, though they had to make plans. Plans are meant to be broken. The scenery along the cycling route was breathtaking. Zhu Tuan excitedly stretched out his arms and enjoyed the refreshing breeze blowing towards him, shouting in excitement. Just 15 minutes into the ride, Zhu Tuan was completely captivated by a lively beach. There are many people surfing there, and some are enjoying exciting water sports like flyboarding. Zhu Tuan vigorously waved his little fists on Dad's chest, babbling in a baby voice to indicate that he also wanted to go to the beach to play. Kai Yue originally wanted to continue forward. "Zhu Tuan, we can ride a bit further and stop at the viewing platform to play, okay?" Zhu Tuan refused, his chubby little legs kicking back and forth, his baby voice firm and loud. Kai Yue had no choice but to stop, and Lin Jinyan sighed, stopping as well. She secretly lamented that with a play style like Zhu Tuan's, it was probably impossible to reach the finish line before dark. However, it's fine, because the most beautiful scenery often exists outside of plans. The sky is as blue as a gemstone, pure without a trace of impurity, the sun scorching the delicate and soft sand, the waves crashing onto the shore, splashing layers of pure white foam, like a summer chapter written by the sea. The two of them took off their helmets, changed out of their cycling shoes and put on comfortable flip-flops. Then, as if performing magic, they pulled out a bunch of colorful beach toys from their gear bag and played with the little one on the beach. A round little cub is sitting steadily on the beach. She is wearing an orange-red crop top outfit and a small straw hat on her head, diligently shoveling sand together with her mom and dad. The little cub's big eyes are sparkling, and her powdery face is sprinkled with some fine sand. From time to time, she lifts her small face and mischievously smiles at her mom and dad before lowering her head to continue playing in the sand. Sasa the snowball cutely repeats the new word she just learned, Sasa. Lin Jai Nyan curved her eyes and said to Kai Yue, "So taking the child out to play really helps her learn things. Look, she has learned several new words in just these 2 days." Kai Yue nodded. It's been a week old and the little guy has indeed made great progress. The snowball was happily waving a beach toy with one small round hand, but unexpectedly it slipped out of hand. With a "bew," the yellow shovel flew 2 meters away. Lin Jinyan originally wanted to help the little one pick it up, and several enthusiastic foreign passersby also wanted to help pick up the shovel. But no one expected that this little orange-red ball, who had been quietly sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up unsteadily. She firmly stepped on the flat sandy ground with her strong little feet, and her chubby short legs looked sturdy and full of strength. The little snowball's face turned puffy as she squeezed her small fists, tightened her little belly, and tried hard to maintain her balance. Without much thought, she stepped out with her right foot. Then she steadily stepped out with her left foot. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue looked at each other in surprise, then refocused their attention on the orange-red chubby bundle. The snowball wobbled like a little penguin, swaying gently and cautiously stepping forward with its right foot again. Next it was the left foot. Lin Jinyan was so excited that her voice trembled. "Snowball, you've learned to walk. Quickly record a video for the little one." Kai Yue smiled and quickly grabbed the camera equipment, while the photographer who had been following along rapidly focused the lens on Snowball, capturing this milestone first step for the little one. Due to the amusing way the snow lump walks, passersby were all drawn over, gathered around with great interest to watch this little orange human cub strut about like a little penguin, cheering enthusiastically and encouraging her. Kai Yue teased, "Oh, the beach little star has made her debut." Lin Jai Nyan laughed until she couldn't close her mouth. Who would have thought that the cub's first step performance would embody the unique style of the Antarctic penguin? Although the snowball only walked a short distance, the little guy was already sweating profusely. She wiped her sweat with her chubby little hand and successfully picked up the yellow shovel that she had thrown away, holding it steadily in front of her belly. After completing this series of actions, the snowball finally noticed that there were many adults surrounding her. Mom was laughing so hard she was bent over, while Dad and Uncle Photographer were both laughing and taking pictures of her, and there were many unfamiliar foreign uncles and aunties watching her, cheering and saying who knows what. The little dumpling surrounded by many people, although she has a bright sweet smile on her face and even shows 6 white little teeth, is actually very speechless inside. What on earth is wrong with these strange adults? Have they never seen a female celebrity before? The end.